Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The universe trembled. A celestial, one of the great cosmic arbiters worshipped as gods, lay shattered from a single punch. Billions of eyes across the stars widened in disbelief. From the roots of Yggdrasil to the farthest reaches of Kree space, the same stunned words spread like wildfire. The celestial host, one of them has fallen. Impossible. Midgardian did this? Has David declared war on the celestial order itself? Ancient beings, elder gods, and level godfathers from countless realms stared into the void where David now stood. The golden insignia blazing across his chest burned brighter than 1,000 suns, making him appear less a man and more a force of nature. Midgard, Earth, had produced a monster strong enough to split the heavens. 7 celestials had descended. Now one was gone, and David's voice, cold and steady, rolled through the battlefield like thunder. 6 remain. Your mission ends here. None of you are leaving alive. Across the shattered skies of Earth, the other Celestials were locked in combat with the planet's defenders. Thor, Black Bolt, Shou-Lao the Undying, and a dozen others fought desperately, not to win, but to delay. It was enough. Today, David would finish what the gods of old never could. The Celestials' booming voices crashed together, their words searing into the minds of mortals and gods alike. Human, you have violated the sacred program of the celestial host. You are the one who unraveled the code of the lost god. Tell us, where did you find him? David's lips curled into a cruel smile. If you want answers, trade me your lives. Then he moved. The universe convulsed under the force of his assault. 1 against 3. Each blow heavy enough to collapse galaxies, each strike a detonation of raw cosmic fury. In their wake, unlucky star systems blinked out like dying candles. The Celestials faltered. His attacks. How does he breach our firewall? He commands the machine source itself. This is beyond the authority of any god. No, this ability, it's rewriting our core code. The great architects of the cosmos, beings who shaped worlds with thought alone, now reeled under the onslaught of one man. David's voice was merciless. Your time is up. I'll tear out your cores and build better gods. With a roar, he drove his fist forward. Metal and light ruptured. Another celestial fell, its colossal form shattering under the blow. The surviving 2 fought harder, their energy levels spiking into impossible ranges. Space buckled, suns imploded, yet David pressed on, unyielding, unstoppable. He seized one by the throat, arm crackling with mechanical fire. With a savage wrench, he ripped the being apart, sparks and ichor raining like meteors through the void. The stars bore silent witness. Shock from the Eternal One, plus 50 reputation. Shock from Death herself, plus 45 reputation. The notifications rang in his mind like a chorus of worship. Across dimensions, eternal gods and deathless beings bent under the weight of what they had witnessed. The gods themselves were forced to offer him tribute. From below, Black Bolt and Shou-Lao finally toppled their foe. David's smile was faint, approving. Not bad. One less for me to crush. Thor, battered and bloodied, could only stare. His voice shook. We gave everything to slay 1, but you've destroyed 4. For the first time in eons, the god of thunder felt a hunger, a yearning. Could he, too, one day wield power like this? Could he stand beside his brother David as an equal? But there was no time to dream. With a final burst of fury, David struck again. Another celestial exploded in a storm of fire and debris. The last one barely had time to scream before David's arm, gleaming like a sun-forged weapon, crashed down and silenced it forever. The 7 had come. The 7 were gone. The battlefield fell silent. Civilizations across the universe received the echoes of the slaughter. And in every corner, beings knelt, whispered, or trembled. For the first time in countless ages, the celestial host had been broken. Not by gods, not by titans, by a man. On Earth, Thor's whisper carried what all now knew. What the gods failed to do, he has done. And high above, David floated among the corpses of the fallen, his eyes cold, his presence heavier than galaxies. Soon, he murmured, feeling the flood of prestige surging higher and higher, I will surpass the universal sequence and step into the multiverse itself. The miracle of the universe had a name. David. The war was over. The gods had fallen, and the aftermath shook the universe to its very foundations. Planets shuddered. Empires held their breath. For the first time in cosmic history, the Earth, an unassuming blue planet at the edge of the galaxy, stood above the celestial host. In the Avengers Tower, the surviving heroes gathered. Burned, bruised, but alive. David stood tall before them, his presence heavy like a gravitational field. His voice, however, was calm. We gained much from this war. Prestige, knowledge, proof. But make no mistake, Earth's coordinates are now exposed. Every corner of the universe now knows there is great power here. Thor, resting his weight on Mjolnir, nodded with grim certainty. After this, only madmen would dare invade Midgard. Unless they wield power greater than the Celestials themselves, they will fall. He glanced toward David and offered a rare, genuine smile. We've bought ourselves peace, brother, and we have you to thank. David shook his head. No, we did this together. If you all hadn't stalled 3 of them, I couldn't have killed the rest so easily. That last sentence made Thor flinch. Easily? The rest of the room exchanged glances. It had taken every hidden force, mutants, Atlanteans, Inhumans, the mystic orders, to barely survive. Meanwhile, David slaughtered 4 Celestials alone, effortlessly, like a god playing with broken toys. Tony scoffed, arms crossed. Next time, you won't get to hog the spotlight. I'm already reverse engineering celestial tissue. Next battle, I want 10 of them. Solo. He flashed a grin, but the fire behind his eyes was real. The corpses of the Celestials were in Stark Labs now. Cracked, scorched, but salvageable. Their mechanical biology, alien yet familiar, was being dissected cell by cell. And with that, the blueprint for an anti-god armor had begun. David laughed softly. Then I hope your new suit can survive a single punch from me. But behind the jest, his eyes darkened. My time on Earth is nearly up. He didn't say it aloud, but in his heart, the path was already clear. The reputation system had nearly reached its final threshold. 1 trillion points. The gateway to something greater than this universe. A step into the boundless multiverse. It's time, David thought, to build something eternal. That night, David returned to his private lab. Alone. Brain core, he commanded. Begin parsing the Kryptonian genome. Classify and project variant Kryptonian types by utility. Sparks flickered. Biocubes hummed. Strands of his DNA floated in stasis tubes, stripped, scanned, decoded. He had no intention of populating Krypton randomly. Like the DC template, every Kryptonian would be designed with purpose. If the world needed soldiers, create warriors. If it lacked engineers, spawn innovators. Scientists, tacticians, builders, each gene sequence tailored to need. There would be no chaos, no illusion of freedom, no messy diversity, only order. They'll be born for function, he whispered. Nothing more, nothing less. No one would choose their fate, because they were never meant to be people. They were tools, his tools, to build a Krypton that would never fall. Still, even perfection needs variety. A planet of just Kryptonians? David mused. Boring. He reached toward the stream of time. The infinite stones on his fingers shimmered. A spark, a flash, and then a broken celestial appeared before him. It was the youngest of the fallen gods, barely functional, barely alive. Master, the baby celestial rasped, barely upright. David wrinkled his nose. You look like hell. He snapped his fingers. A hologram shot out to Wakanda. Tell Black Panther I need a vibranium shipment. And prep adamantium composites. We're rebuilding this one from scratch. The Celestial would be reforged, enhanced, stronger, loyal. You'll be the first of many, David muttered. And not the last. His vision expanded. Mutants. Earth rejected them, feared them. But David saw potential. They want belonging? Let them find it on Krypton, a planet filled with god-tier life forms, powered by yellow suns and unshackled by morality. The perfect home for outcasts who never belonged. Kryptonians, God-forged machines, mutants. The new Krypton would be a pantheon, not a nation. But just as David was sketching this glorious future, a ripple tore across the veil of space. It wasn't energy, not magic, not matter. It was corruption, ancient, foul. David's expression sharpened. I know that stench. Sidorak, the Lord of Destruction, had moved. After all this time in silence, he had finally stirred. Then, without warning, a soul appeared in the chamber. Ancient, worn, and worried. David, the soul, whispered, "You're in trouble. The whole universe is." David turned, recognizing the voice immediately. And for the first time in weeks, he smiled. "It's been a while, Sorcerer Supreme." The soul flickered. The Ancient One had returned. Ancient One looked at David's heartless smile and suddenly became angry. After her body died, her soul was wandering in the multi-universe and even communicated with Ancient Ones in many parallel universes, swimming freely in the vast magic. But the action of the multi-universe Mephisto completely shocked her, forcing her to return in a hurry, specifically to warn David to make plans. "So, you have contact with Emperor Wei Shan?" David touched his chin. "I heard that this person has a very good personality. You can travel through the multi-universe, and you must have used the magic power of Emperor Wei Shan." "Yes, as the Sorcerer Supreme. Sooner or later you will come into contact with Visantai, the multi-universe magic god who is the source of the magic of our Kamartaj lineage. She is also the one who told me about Sidorak." Trend. Ancient One shook his head, sighed, and looked solemnly at the man in front of him who had always remained calm. "David, this time the crisis is beyond the past. The enemy is a terrifying multi-universe Mephisto. I think it's time for you to find a way to seek Waishandi's help." "No need, Ancient One. You chose me to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Also because I am the best of all your choices. What I want to do, naturally have my own set of plans. At least, asking for help from Emperor Wei Shan is not in my premise." David sat there, extremely confident. "Just kidding. Asking for help from Waishandi. Let's not talk about what Waishandi's three magic gods think about himself. The Sorcerer Supreme who doesn't play magic and only plays with muscles. Even if he really asks for help, 80% of Waishandi will not pay attention. Emperor Wei Shan is only optimistic about the Ancient One, and existences other than the Ancient One are all scum in their eyes. Otherwise, there are so many universes encountering the crisis of extinction every moment. Is it possible that every Sorcerer Supreme asks for help from Waishandi, and Waishandi runs over like a nanny to save the world? Impossible. Ancient One, you don't understand the mentality of multiple gods. They don't care about the existence of a single universe. Even if tens of thousands of universes are destroyed in an instant, they won't care." David laughed in a low voice. "So if I want to kill Sidorak, I have to use my own method." "What way?" "I won't tell you. Just leave where you can't escape. I am a Sorcerer Supreme now, and it is my responsibility to protect the Earth, not yours." David said lightly. Ancient One took a deep look at David. "Hopefully I didn't choose the wrong heir. You won't stand a chance of disappointment." Soon, Ancient One left. She stood outside the universe, silently watching the battle, waiting for the result. The era that belongs to her has passed, and now is the era of a new generation, the era of David. Everything depends on David. David raised his head slowly, his face not only without any fear and anxiety, but full of excitement. Finally able to act, David raised a finger and pointed forward, and in an instant, the figure of a teenager appeared on the virtual screen. Reynolds, that is, the future Sentry, one of Marvel's 4 pseudo-Superman, a well-known opener, who stole a bottle of potion and drank it, so he had the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars and became a galaxy. The strongest superhero. In this world, there's never been any boring diligence and hard work, all of which have to be broken. If you don't give up, you are a level godfather like Ancient One. Not to mention, Ancient One is Uation. On the platform of the Emperor, this is a kind of open hanging. David looked at all the actions of this young man, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Hanging is king. Now, David is more than happy to go out and take down Sidorak, the stupid and arrogant Marvel #1 demon. Somewhere in a dark alley, Reynolds had just finished Shidu, fluttering like a fairy. After sobering up, he immediately fell into that kind of impoverishment, his eyes staring at the sky, and he felt that life was gloomy. It's dawn. Which one should we steal today? Reynolds got up wearily, dragged his heavy and fragile body, and began to wander aimlessly down the street. Finally, he had a scientific researcher followed him all the way and walked into a research institute. His intuition told him that this kind of focused and informal person was the easiest to get started with. This is an affiliated laboratory of Krypton Technology Corporation. Looking at the building in front of him, the young Reynolds was in a tangle. It's that man's business, God among men, Sorcerer Supreme, Superman David. This is a legend that shakes the earth. After struggling for a long time, Reynolds finally instinctively took over his rationality and emotion and sneaked in. I'm just stealing some money to buy Japan. Superman won't blame me. It feels so bad. Reynolds kept comforting himself. Finally, he found the opportunity and began to search the laboratory, but found nothing except for a bottle of strange potion, exuding a tempting smell. Just one glance, Reynolds could no longer look away, as if there was an instinct somewhere, and his soul was roaring eagerly. What is this? This feeling. Reynolds' roar inhaled quickly, his mind rumbled, and he suddenly leaned over and grabbed the potion bottle. Instinct was driving him to drink this shit. Could it be the latest Japan? Reynolds has been instinctively controlled by his mind, gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and was about to drink up the potion. At this moment, there was a sharp pain in the back of the head, and Reynolds fainted. David stood there and grabbed Reynolds by the neck. Sure enough, this potion is destined to belong to Reynolds. Only when Reynolds himself drinks here at a specific time and place can he activate the true power of this potion, open up that unknown, closed universe, and get millions of fixed. The power of the star. David looked at Reynolds quietly. In an instant, the Kong in his body was activated, and this special clone template instantly copied and pasted Reynolds' genes. At this moment, David directly poured the potion into his own mouth. At this moment, I am Reynolds, and I will gain the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars. A fiery flame flashed in David's eyes. The moment the potion entered his stomach, it began to burn wildly. The terrifying magnitude even caused David to have huge amounts of discomfort. In the dark, a terrifying force far beyond imagination suddenly erupted. It wiped out everything. Among the countless impossibles, in the infinite interlacing of endless time and space, the power that David erupted found the slightest possibility from the countless impossibles and locked a secret time and space somewhere, and it was about to be seen. Spread over. There's an extremely terrifying fixed star power suddenly coming. Millions of fixed stars. In an instant, even if the door to this unknown universe had not been opened, the constant stream of fixed star radiation made David feel the joy of every cell in his body, and his body's instinct was driving him to desire to open the channel. It's a wonderful feeling, the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars combined with the terrifying physique of my authentic Kryptonian. The power bonus obtained far exceeds that of Sentry. David opened his arms, feeling the channel that was slowly connecting and opening from his body. The terrifying fixed star power that rolled in, frantically propelling David's energy index to continue to rise. Unfortunately, although this feeling is charming, it is just like that. A small universe with millions of fixed stars is too small to be worth mentioning in the future. David shook his head, And in that other time and space, in the world that was completely restarted by David with the power of 6 infinite gems, in an instant the 6 gems converged, and an astonishing fluctuation broke out. It spans the distant time and space, traces back to the source universe, and directly locates David. Infinite gems began to continuously distort the potion power in David's body, and gradually, from connecting to the millions of fixed star universes, it began a major turn, directly connecting to the universe that was restarted by David. Boom! A loud noise that seemed to not exist at all came out, shaking the soul. A gate connected to the other world was formed in David's body in an instant. The world fixed and shielded by the 6 infinite gems. At this moment, a portal was directly locked into David's body. In an instant, the countless endless yellow suns in the universe gathered all the sunlight at this moment, crossed the gate, traversed the endless time and space, and finally converged on David. At this moment, a terrifying heat wave erupted and swept outwards with constant characteristics. The entire Earth was enveloped, the entire solar system was enveloped, and even spread again, and finally encompassed the edge of the universe. A dazzling brilliance shone everything, enveloped everything, radiated everything. The bright yellow sun rose slowly, as if a fixed star as huge as the universe was born. Countless gods bowed their heads under this terrifying luster at this moment, completely shocked. What level of power is this? A sun comparable to the universe. No, not the sun, but man. It's David, the son of the sun. Is it David who led the earthlings to destroy a whole team of cosmic gods? What did he do to gain such amazing power? He turned himself into a sun. No, it's a little strange. It's pure light, but it's not light. Numerous cosmic gods looked in the direction of the earth in astonishment. Their faces solemn and faint. These top beings in the universe clearly felt an astonishing pressure from David. And I don't know if it's an illusion or not. It seems that they think that David still has more energy. It's amazing a brand new god was born. Although this one did not really control the rules of the universe and turned into one of the entities of the universe, at least in terms of absolute power, he is already a god of the universe. God of the sun, god like never before. The 5 great creation gods all looked at the earth in astonishment. It was just that the fluctuation was too amazing and at the same time a little too weird. At this time, one of the 5 creation gods, who is also the most powerful annihilation, said lightly, "The duplication of other universes told me that Satarak is starting to move and the target is unknown, but if I guess correctly, he is for a universe." The universe we're in? Got it, for David. Oh, first Mephisto, and now Satarak. This human is really liked by demons. Whispering in a low voice, he laughed smugly. Such powerful and endless human beings, the man of steel, and the demons who are good at playing blood sacrifice and summoning, like at the most. What are we going to do? Find a way to kill Satarak. Galactus whispered, "No need to fight against Satarak. We can only send out our main body, which will directly detonate a multi-dimensional war and destroy a greater number of universes, which is not worth the gain." The 5 gods communicated, whispered indifferently, and finally hid their figure. As for the fate of this universe, if we really want to fight, it is the 5 duplications of them who go to fight with Satarak. If they die, they will die, and if the universe is slaughtered, they will also be slaughtered. They don't care about the life or death of a universe at all. They are multi-universe creator gods, not multi-universe nannies. At the moment, in the boundless and vast multi-universe, there are countless universes that are like black balls, like the sand and gravel of the beach, endless. A terrifying Mephisto is traveling through these numerous universes, and every moment, countless universes are crossed by him. The universe in front of him was like bubbles one by one. As long as he stretched out his hand a little, he could easily crush countless numbers. It's almost here. When I catch you, David, I will throw your soul into the fire of hell for billions of years and transform your body into my most powerful magical puppet. Setarak's face was gloomy, and endless fear and blood were naturally spread on that vicious face. Whenever I recall the scene where he lent his power to Thanos, he was brutally killed and ravaged by David. This was one of the few failures in Cyttorak's life. A humble human being, a lowly ant, actually brought him a defeat. It's a shame. Cyttorak grinned, his eyes revealing a deep sense of tyranny, revealing a strong madness, and with a bang, he has already rushed towards that universe. Soon, from David's perspective, I saw a huge blood-red figure coming at a rapid pace, as if it was going to crush the entire universe. The blood was as red as magma, but it was more like a demon's real body poured with blood, surging with multidimensional time and space fluctuations. Even if it is only close, it has already caused a terrible humming sense in the entire universe. The basic world rules have begun to be irresistibly distorted, and the most basic framework that builds the world is collapsing little by little at this moment. Great! This is the multi-universe horror Mephisto. Even if he just doesn't do anything, the outside world will take the initiative to adapt to him. David looked up, with deep amazement and fire in his eyes. This is the category of multidimensionality, and it belongs to the field that only multi-universe level existences can set foot in. David, as you wish, the great Cyttorak has come to destroy your world. A terrifying roar spread throughout the cosmos, and Cyttorak grinned, his incomparably huge body already standing on the edge of the cosmos. On the earth, David was holding his head high, watching calmly. The expression on his face was clearly surging with deep fury amidst the endless sneer. Cyttorak, the great multi-universe Mephisto, killing you will completely complete my 1 trillion reputation, and you will be my stepping stone to a higher level. David clenched his fists suddenly, his terrifying muscles suddenly bulged, dazzling rays of light emerged, and in an instant, the universe began to boil. The universe itself is currently suffering from the negative distortion caused by Cyttorak, and instinctively began to seek ways to protect itself. Therefore, the universe definitely chose to kill Thanos and became the new destiny. David. A lot of cosmic forces are tilted towards David, which makes David deeply aware of the advantages of Destiny Child. The whole world revolves around himself. He is the whole world. At present, only David is the most suitable one. And only David has such a weak possibility, shouldering the destiny of the universe and defeating the terrifying Cyttorak. Faced with the existence of multiple dimensions, even such a huge world will have signs of collapse. Only absolute power is immortal. David whispered a word and directly hung up the call request that kept coming in. In this battle, other superheroes will be given for nothing when they go up, and they will die if they rush up. Only David, who has just connected his body to the closed universe inlaid with 6 infinite gems, has enough ability and confidence to challenge the multidimensional Mephisto head-on. Cyttorak, I'm here. Since you can't wait to die, I'd be happy to send you to the west. A cold light flashed in David's eyes, and he took a step forward, with terrifying killing intent brewing all over his body. He quickly shuttled through the universe, standing in the center of the universe, bathed in the blessings of the entire universe, raising his head and staring at each other indifferently. Cyttorak's ugly figure has descended into this ordinary world. At the moment when this ancient, pluralistic Mephisto came, the rule of the entire universe began to change drastically, and countless low-level life forms let out a painful wailing. Some low-level beings infected by this demonic power will have terrifying distortions, and their figures will begin to distort, transforming into demon-like creatures. This is the horror of Marvel's greatest demon, Cyttorak. Even just standing there is enough to shorten the lifespan of a universe, and billions of lives begin to distort. I finally found it, David, a strange human being, a miracle of the universe, you arrogant, kill my chosen spokesperson Thanos. Trust me, you will experience something worse than death. Cyttorak looked at this universe greedily. The huge shadow body, shuttled between countless universes, stopped at the moment before coming to this universe, and slowly stretched out his hands, almost grabbing this universe in his hands. Inside, the terrifying Marvel's first demon has officially entered the world. This is the strongest demon born from the mad and chaotic hell, ruling the crimson hell, sweeping through endless dimensions, crushing countless powerful beings. The destruction of countless worlds is just as entertainment to please himself. The strongest demon Sidorak, an unprecedented monster. The universe gods looked up, almost their souls were frozen, staring blankly at the terrifying existence poured out of blood, almost suffocating. At this moment, countless beings who practiced black magic knelt down spontaneously, prayed eloquently, worshipped the gods, and were extremely fanatical, but unfortunately, their gods didn't care about their plans at all. David, I give you the last choice. Become my servant. Become the most powerful warrior under my command, and I will give you eternal life and greatness. Sidorak's voice swept across countless worlds in an instant, and with just one voice, the endless planets collapsed on the spot and turned into dust of the universe. He stared at those blood-red eyes, a strong bloodthirsty meaning rushing towards his face. But for all covered areas, even if it is the universe originally, the most basic universe rules have been modified little by little into Sidorak's rules. At the moment, the Earth has also fallen into huge amounts of unease, and the enemy that has appeared this time is really too terrifying, immeasurable, incomprehensible, and incomprehensible. Fury's face turned pale. What level of enemy is it that has such terrifying power? Finally, he couldn't help pressing the button of the quantum communication device and began to roar Captain Marvel. Although he doesn't believe that Captain Marvel can fight against this terrifying monster. At this moment, the whole Earth is praying for David, and the whole universe is praying for David. At this moment, David is blessed with destiny, and the endless light shines. Everywhere he passes, he confronts the terrifying interference of Sidorak. Just because of your kind, you still want to subdue me? Sidorak, you who are only multidimensional, are not worthy of being my master. Pointing fingers at me, I will also give you a chance. Now kneel on your knees. In front of me, I would like to take you as a slave. David said lightly. As he spoke, David's strength grew again, and the power that focused on countless fixed stars enveloped him, constantly sublimating everything in him. What a pity, Sidorak said regretfully. He was really interested in David, and even tolerated the offense of this tiny human being to himself. It's a pity that this little thing is going to die. At this moment, David also gradually used more power, and the countless sun rays he swallowed broke out at the moment, sweeping the entire galaxy in an instant, and forcefully dispelling the blood that filled the large swath. As expected of Sidorak, but like this, the more valuable you are to be killed by me, the more you are equal to countless prestige points. David stared into the distance, his mouth curled into a cold smile, and he clenched his fists subconsciously, as if he could knock out the true God with one punch. Next moment, David had already left the Earth and stepped directly into the depths of the universe, with endless dazzling brilliance flickering all over his body, turning into a dazzling beam of light that radiated the entire universe. The two tit-for-tat figures were completely opposed to each other, and the gazes that looked at each other were filled with endless killing intent. David, go to hell. Sidorak raised a palm, just stretched out a finger, and the pointed fingernails pointed to David, and with this simple action, countless planets burst open with a bang. You are the one who died. David raised his head with endless flames in his eyes. At this moment, there was no need to hide it. He completely opened the door in his body and gathered the power of the entire constant universe into his body. Sidorak lowered his head and observed David, this magical species, with extremely vicious eyes. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. What an amazing guy. Such a powerful body is qualified to be my demon puppet. I will forgive your stupidity and ignorance. Sidorak just glanced at it and immediately interpreted David's current state, which is a strange state that the entire universe is blessing David, and immediately laughed in a low voice, and the voice became louder, full of madness. Interesting, the last struggle of a world puts hope in such a special human being. Be my puppet, David. You rejected the hope of survival and glory with your own hands, and you will usher in a reality that is more terrible than death. Sederak laughed in a low voice, and around his body, a terrifying blood-colored light erupted from the surging, endless demonic power. Marvel's first great demon, Sederak, looking at the entire Marvel system, looking at the entire multidimensional hierarchy, is the top group and has raised the entire group of demons by an order of magnitude. Devil, I admire your courage, tolerate your arrogance and stupidity. Sooner or later you will die in my hands because of this high mentality. Pray, I'm already thinking about what to do, how to use your body to make some gadgets. David raised his head. His face was always calm. He just stared indifferently at the terrifying demon power that madly swept everything, filling the entire universe with the stench of hell, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a sneer. Sederak also laughed wildly, full of tyranny and bloodthirsty laughter. He stretched out a finger, stained with countless ghosts and blood, and pointed directly at David. A human being, nothing more. All arrogant people will usher in a tragic end. This is the concept and cognition of Sederak. Go to hell, Sederak. David opened his mouth indifferently, with a cold glow in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer needed to cover up and directly open the portal in his body to the maximum extent. In an instant, the eternal and constant power of the universe was gathered, and the madness of the countless yellow suns was drawn into the portal at this moment, and it shone directly on David with a bang. Boom! The terrifying high temperature burned almost everything. David bathed in it all, as if even his soul began to burn. The yellow sun's radiation reached an unprecedented peak, bringing David the ultimate energy that could not be imagined. Every single cell was boiling and began to expand like crazy. A terrifying energy index rose sharply, and the terrifying light was as if the cosmic sun was rising, illuminating everything. From the very beginning, David used his strongest power. Facing such a terrifying multidimensional Mephisto, David, the Kryptonian, finally did his best, and his fierce gaze almost burned Sederak completely. Boom, boom, boom. The whole universe was shaking violently, constantly collapsing, and constantly recovering under the influence of David, being drawn out of even more powerful forces to attack Sederak. Die! David roared and raised his head abruptly. His eyes were already flushed red, surging with terrifying rays of light. Just this first punch had already caused huge amounts of turbulence, and in the crash, the muscles of his body swelled and swelled. Tension brewing the power that can explode a universe. All of them burst out at this moment, flocking to Sederak. David's punch is unprecedentedly powerful, mobilizing endless energy and strength in his body. One can imagine what an amazing blow this is, surpassing all of David's power in the past. Boom! The fierce confrontation shook the endless universe in an instant, and the whole world trembled suddenly, as if there was a sign of collapse, and the numerous gods also looked over and stared at this scene with astonishment. What monster is this? How on earth did he do it, to elevate himself to this level in such a short period of time? One of the 5 gods, Wu Sun, was terrified. What's more terrifying is that this terrifying power erupts frequently. Even conventional gods can't bear such high-intensity exertion and will collapse under the endless load. But David insisted on holding on, and even showed the power that moved Sederak. Die, Sederak! David's face was fierce. The sun's rays swept through everything in the existing realm, and even covered up the disgusting demon breath, tearing apart Sederak's true demon body, and smashed it directly on Sederak. At this level of confrontation is a bloody battle directly standing on countless time and space, and it may be just the aftermath of a full-blown outbreak, which can directly erase the countless birthed worlds in the past and future. It's amazing. You're the first human being who has the courage and strength to punch me. Sidorak let out a multi-universe laughter, extremely violent. He stretched out a hand and grabbed David. David's eyes flashed fiercely, colliding with the opponent in a bang, tearing apart all the obstacles in front of him from all angles. Very strong. Just as soon as he touched it, David deeply understood the power of this strongest demon. This terrifying engagement beyond the past had put too much weight and burden on David's body, crumbling all the time and recovering from the endless sun's rays all the time. David's face was icy cold, his body swelled again, and there was a scorching heat and light that made even the gods feel pain. Boom! The indescribable ripples spread wildly, and the construction framework of the entire universe was severely damaged, and there were signs of collapse, but David just had a cold face and didn't care at all. David, you are just a tiny human being confined to a tiny world, ignorant of the vastness and greatness of multiple dimensions. Sidorak let out a terrifying laugh, but even so, a deep fear flashed in his blood-red eyes. How could a human be able to do this and confront him head-on? Just by irradiating endless sunlight and gathering the power of endless fixed star, can you fight this most powerful demon with him? What a terrifying aptitude and ability this is. At this moment, Sidorak's curiosity and desire for David reached a peak. David was bathed in the endless light and slowly raised his head, the power that directly involved more worlds. At the moment, the confrontation with Sidorak caused huge amounts of waves. He stared at the being with a cold face. Don't try to beg for mercy, it's useless. Sidorak said happily. Sidorak, have you seen a god? God of infinite. David suddenly said something with a cold smile on his face, and slowly, at the moment when his super gene physique reached its peak, he used a unique power of his. Infinity God Gene. At this moment, David finally used his most powerful trump card, which was also the most mysterious and unique to David. Beyond super genes, God-level genes, Infinity Gene, for the first time at this moment, was completely activated by David. This is the gene system that belongs to David alone, and it is also different from the gene system of every main god of the Kryptonian god system. It is truly from the mystery to the known. Boom! The terrifying god-level gene was blessed on David, and in an instant, it caused a terrifying wave. In an instant, it broke the limit of super genes and pushed David's vital signs to a whole new level, which is a mysterious field. Is a field that only natural gods are qualified to touch. Well, the unknown god. It's interesting. You're actually a true god without real awakening? Never seen such a god in the multi-universe. Sidorak has lived for too long. His eyes are savage, and he can understand David's state at a glance, and immediately shows a trace of disdain. He raised his hand, grabbed it with a bang. The blood spread, black filled the air, corroding all time and space and rules, and slammed straight at David. He didn't need to use all his power. It was enough to shake the multi-universe. Even if he made a random shot, he could directly obliterate David from a condescending posture. David, your soul will be tortured and erased by me, and it is your honor to die at the hands of the strongest Mephisto. Sidorak's gloomy words came out, and the entire universe began to reverberate. David raised his head for a moment, and a sneer appeared on his face that was surging with infinite divine light. Every cell in the body began to explode wildly, and a terrifying luster emerged. This force instantly carried the collection of the endless yellow sun from another universe, and in just an instant, the whole person was covered. A layer of light enough to span countless galaxies, like a god burning. David at this moment is God, unprecedented in history, the god of Krypton, a huge system belonging to the Kryptonian gods. At the same time, David kept accumulating himself with yellow radiation, madly pushing his state to an appalling level. Grab every gap as much as possible, improve your life level, complete the life transition, and truly become God. Sidorak, a stinking species, still does not bow down to your master and ask for my forgiveness. Countless lives spewed out, and in a bang, the essence of David's life began to pile up crazily, and the steps that should have been gradual now exploded like a crazy trend. In this terrifying change, David's genetic system has been amazingly sublimated at the same time. Boom! David throws one blow. This punch, with all his power mixed in. With a punch, in an instant, countless stars exploded on the spot, turned into cosmic dust, and collided with Satarak. Suddenly, the collision that made the other universe gods feel the freezing of their souls erupted. This is a confrontation that makes the 5 great creation gods frown, not to mention other gods. Just a few particles that hit have already made some gods worried and feel pain and anxiety. Too strong, beyond the limits of a single universe. This terrifying collision can even make the top gods in the universe fall into huge amounts of panic and despair, as if in an instant, these gods suddenly turned into ants that they had ignored in the past, and they could only shudder. Trembling. This is Sitarak, the multi-universe dimension Mephisto. The name of Sitarak is spread in countless universes. He is the fear originally, but such a monster came to David in person. This shows that the value of David is enough to make the multi-universe Mephisto's heart beat. Or, David originally has the qualification to become a great multi-universe god. The 5 great creation gods communicated in low voices, all raised their heads and stared at the fierce battlefield. Every encounter between Sitarak and David is a horrific destruction of the universe. These require the action of the 5 creation gods to stabilize the framework of the universe, and even repair or even restart the universe immediately when necessary. David is an unknown god. It's so strange. I've never seen such a strange pantheon. The terrifying potential of the body, the unknown system of gods. Some gods fluttered and hid in embarrassment. At their level, they couldn't even see through the confrontation between the 2 beings. Just by looking at the endless information they captured, it was already a domain that they couldn't interpret. Plural Mephisto Satarak is already terrifying, and David, who can fight against such an existence, is the most terrifying, even more frightening and trembling. It is precisely David. The mere human beings can actually possess such incredible potential for life, and it seems that they are connected to an unknown universe, and they can obtain constant energy radiation to enhance themselves. Cosmic positioning blocked. The universal consciousness of the universe chose him as the destiny after Thanos. It is indeed the most suitable choice. If Thanos is used to deal with Sitarak, I am afraid that he may not be able to survive this step. Many gods watched this scene in shock. Boom! A wave of aftermath spread. The cosmic frame collapsed. The 5 gods immediately acted, using their own rule authority to stabilize and reshape the damaged part reluctantly. But there were still a group of gods who were wiped out on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying bombardment produced, solidified everything, collapsed everything, and the entire universe was repeatedly destroyed like a crumbling bubble that would shatter at any time. The terrifying confrontation, the endless surging power, the brilliance shrouded everything, and was above everything, as if the entire world was only the existence of 2 fierce battles between Sitarak and David. Facing such a formidable opponent, Sitarak was unable to kill David for a long time, which caused the great demon to be a little surprised and confused. A human actually fighting with him to this point? The shock from Sitarak, the reputation value plus 500. David, I want more and more to extract your soul. I want to study your secrets thoroughly. Sitarak smiled violently. It's a coincidence. I also want to kill you, and then send your demon body to the laboratory for research. David spoke softly. The source of light constantly flashes all over the body, and once again bursts out with powerful power. Coupled with the Huang Tianyang radiation that spread from another universe, David's specifications have been raised to an extreme state, which is enough to shake the level of multi-universe. Vaguely, the war between the new gods and the demons directly spread to the single world and spread to the entire multi-universe. The impact of this fierce battle continues to spread. Boom! The battle between David and Sidorak was far beyond the scope of a single universe, and countless universes were affected by the aftermath. Snapped! David smashed Sidorak's face with a savage punch, and with one blow, the big demon was smashed into the air, and in the crash, he also suffered terrifying magic erosion. Roar! An angry roar came out. A terrifying demon ray shot out from Sidorak's eyes, and it hit David with a bang, and David also hit a hot line of sight, directly slamming against the demon ray. The energy index of this fierce confrontation broke through the limit of the universe in an instant and spread to the entire multi-universe. Sidorak? This dimension demon. What is this guy doing again? Which world is he planning to destroy this time? There is a strange god at war with Sidorak. Who is it that can force Sidorak to burst out with such a level of power? One after another, the eyes spanned countless universes, and all of them looked at the unknown battlefield. They tried to see through the terrifying wave that erupted out of terror, but the terrifying power that erupted had already penetrated countless worlds, tearing their sight to pieces. Another terrifying wave struck, and I saw the accumulation and confrontation of the two figures, which had already played the shackles of the original universe, directly pulling the battlefield into an infinite diversity. Every time the figure intertwined, it is a bloody fight to the flesh, and every confrontation is a crazy fight with one punch and one kick. This mode of engagement directly made some gods at a loss, but it was pure to the extreme. Sidorak tore it with one claws and shattered a large number of universes with one hand. It really surprised me. Sidorak shot again, destroying David and the entire universe, but was smashed into the air by David. He quickly stabilized his body, and even there were signs of collapse on his body, which was the result of being injured by David's true body with an absolute punch. Also dire results. This phenomenon completely surprised Sidorak. A human being, in a frantic fight, actually injured him, and even broke the barrier of rule and dimension on him with a pure punch? Devil, don't cry. I will look down on you. Won't you be beaten to death by me? David sneered and said. The surging, terrifying power at the moment suddenly erupted and once again climbed to a higher level. God-level genes have been pushed to the extreme by him in this way, with the blessing of the infinite fixed star in the entire universe, allowing David to do everything in a more calm manner. What makes Sidorak even more stunned is that this crazy improvement has no cost. It was as if David's strong life transition was a natural progression, an inevitable stage in the process of life growth. See the hell. It seems that I guessed wrong before. You are the true God, and you are a God with multi-universe potential. All existences are wrong. Sidorak sneered and whispered. Instead of flinching, he became more and more excited. There are not many chances to kill a multi-universe existence. How many multi-universe gods have died in the multi-universe? One slap can count. But now, he has obtained an existence that has not grown up after killing and refining the opponent's body into a puppet. This is really wonderful. Sidorak's shot became more and more crazy, and he fought with David. The two's figures penetrated countless universes and were perceived by the existence of more worlds. From endless fame rolled in. Boom! The power on David's body soared again, and a more powerful power erupted, with a kind of awe-inspiring and unstoppable. With a punch, it slammed into Sidorak's chin, piercing through Sidorak's barrier with a strong punch, and with a punch, it was sent flying again. Sidorak is powerful, but David is always fast and powerful. Well done, devil. David murmured in a low voice, raised his hand, grabbed Sidorak's neck abruptly, and threw it violently into a remote universe. Boom! Cosmic destruction. David faced the terrifying damage caused by the collapse of the universe, crashed into Sidorak, and held him down to start a frenzied beating again. The strongest demon was publicly beaten by David, a Kryptonian, under the gaze of many cosmic gods. Damn humans! Reptiles! Damn you! Sidorak was deeply enraged, and his body was covered in scars, and every scar was punched by the damned human being in front of him, punch after punch. Likewise, even if he is the strongest demon, he is shocked by David's terrifying physical potential. It's outrageous. A human who can match the muscles of the strongest demon? Is this really human? Damn it. Damn, this human being. Sidorak roared, setting off a turbulent wave that shook countless universes, and his rage's roar and anger were transmitted to countless worlds, heard by many powerful beings. That's all you have? Sidorak, it's time for this boring fight to end. Go to hell. David looked at Sidorak with indifference and spoke slowly. The gods will die if they are killed, and you, the devil, are essentially the same. They will die. David slowly raised his head. The muscles in his body swelled to a terrifying degree, surging with explosive power, as if he could shatter the universe with his bare hands. He looked at Sidorak, who was huge but had a lot of scars from his punches, and sneered in a low voice. This is how the Kryptonians fight. If you can solve it with fists, you will never use hot sight. Always use some fancy stuff like magic power. What is a real man? A tough guy is to use his muscles to solve all problems, whether he is a god or a devil. By you cast magic, sissy. What's the power? David stepped out. His face turned indifferent, and his whole body turned into a bright sun. After an earth-shattering collision with Sidorak, he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he slapped the other person in the eye. I like your red eyes. Dig them out for me. With a fierce look on his face, David let out a low roar, and under the gaze of countless gods, he gouged out one of Sidorak's eyes on the spot. Eyes with a terrifying luster lie quietly in the palm of David's palm. Yes, but unfortunately, there is only one, and I have accepted your other. David gasped, and every part of his body felt like it was about to crack, and he was consuming the yellow solar radiation for repair all the time. But even so, he still stared straight at Sidorak. Sidorak was a little hairy at this gaze. Other gods in the universe were also shocked by the scene in front of them, their scalps tingling. This such a violent fighting method is really a downright frantic fistfight. What's more terrifying than this is that the human actually fought with Sidorak, and in this way suppressed the demon. What a terrifying body this is. This human being can actually fight against a multidimensional Mephisto in terms of physical fitness, and even has the upper hand. No, he is definitely not a human being. I absolutely don't believe he is a human being. Don't forget, he did not rely on energy cloaks or divine power to do it, but did it by increasing the strength of his body, purely with a terrifying body. Is there such a monster in this world? A body so powerful that it explodes. I think I know why Sidorak is staring at him. If a body like this can break its life code and reproduce and replicate, that's the most wonderful thing. Some quick-witted guys have already started to think of David's life factor. This is normal. Such a terrifying physique is unheard of. Even a god would be tempted. In particular, Sidorak, who faced David directly, was both eager and angry at the moment. Why are you so strong? What secrets are in your body that even I can't see through? Sidorak was covered in bruises, but his face was still hot, and I stared straight at David. My strength is not something that a fool like you with a brain full of shit can understand, devil. David sneered, shot with a bang, and slammed the opponent. It was another terrifying battle. The two sides fought frantically, and an amazing roar broke out. Every punch was a mad sparring, and it was crazy to the extreme. Also, a large piece of flesh and blood spread out. Some sneaky gods ventured out on the battlefield where the two passed, carefully searching for David's flesh and blood. Don't hold out too much hope. This existence has the ability to condense all its life signs into one, and it will not be so easy for us to obtain his power. A god said in a low voice. But even though he said that, he started faster than anyone else. What if this strange new god was a fool? What if he is a newly rising fool who hasn't had time to deploy his own life-locking technology? Numerous gods began to wander, frantically collecting everything. David was really terrifying. With such a physical quality, it was unbelievable that he could compete with a big demon like Sidorak. Swish! The two figures in a mad and bloody battle suddenly came back, and with one punch and one kick, they knocked out some unlucky ones. The other god screamed and fled in a panic. Hiss! David was caught with a claw, and his entire chest was dug out, along with a large piece of internal organs, all of which were dug out by Sidorak. It's a tempting smell. Sidorak smiled strangely with a bruised face. David snorted coldly, absorbed a lot of sunlight, and quickly repaired his injuries. David, I already know the reason why you have such a terrifying, self-healing power. You have opened a cosmic door in your body. Even if you're constantly shielded by powerful life fluctuations, you still can't hide it from my eyes. Sidorak smiled tyrannically, and he was about to set out to locate this unknown universe. Destroy the unknown universe. Wouldn't it be good? But the next moment, he was stunned. His powerful will swept the entire multi-universe. But he never found David's source of energy. Immediately, there was deep confusion. Idiot, I can definitely think of anything your stupid brain can think of. David wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. The combined force of the 6 infinite gems is also beyond the level of a single universe, and it is even simpler to cover up the coordinates and fluctuations of a closed universe. It turns out that you have this idea, but unfortunately, it is useless. You will die immediately. David sneered, and at some point in those eyes, a terrifying light had emerged. It's an unparalleled passion for slaughtering a great Mephisto for a huge amount of reputation points. In the same way, the gaze that looked at Sidorak was even more filled with a desire to see it as a stepping stone, so that he could step onto higher ambitions. Sidorak's scalp tingled a little at the terrifying gaze. Lowly human, Sidorak had blood all over his face, and his body was covered in scars from David's beatings, and the speed of recovery was not as fast as the damage. This great multiverse Mephisto is deeply troubled and doesn't know how to deal with a freak like David. What's more, there is no way to beat his existence with muscles and fists. More importantly, he couldn't find David's weakness at all. This guy has the ability to evolve rapidly, constantly overcoming various deficiencies and quickly adapting to the multi-level battlefield. Boom! David blasted out with one blow, and the bright rays of light condensed all his strength. At the same time, in this hit, he condensed endless sunlight and suddenly increased all his own power to the maximum. Hiss! Another terrifying scar that resounded through countless universes erupted. Sidorak let out a roar, and the demonic power roar gushed out, rushing towards David with a bang. But in the next instant, there was a loud bang, and David was killed with bloodstains from it, piercing the tearing force of the demon force. When David once again tore a large scar on Sidorak's body, he couldn't help coughing twice, and the internal organs that had just self-healing were torn apart again at this moment. The evolution speed of Doomsday cells has been driven to the extreme, constantly repairing and overcoming various damages, but showing a decline. The intensity and danger of the multi-level battlefield is simply terrifying, and the initial destruction sun cell is no longer perfectly suitable for the multi-level battle, unless the Doomsday that is still being cultivated is completely integrated. Evolving again. What the hell are you? Sidorak looked ugly. David sneered. You are afraid, Sidorak. You are actually afraid. You stinking demon. You are afraid of me, a human being. When he is completely integrated into the Doomsday that is still being cultivated, he will completely possess the crazy evolution ability of Doomsday, a special Kryptonian, and at that time, it will be enough to destroy Sidorak. There is no need to work so hard as it is now. And at the same time, the Doomsday that is still brewing is David's biggest and final trump card. Hole. Sidorak let out a terrifying roar, and there was a kind of disbelief in his voice. He couldn't believe that he was forced to this step by this lowly human being. The power of the devil gathered, suddenly boiled, and turned into a tsunami. David raised his head and glanced at it. His muscles trembled, and he immediately burst out with the power of unarmed blasting the universe. All of them were compressed into one blow, and one blow slammed out, suddenly tearing the sky apart, and the world trembled. He sneered. The whole person took one step forward, crossed a long distance in an instant, and rushed directly into the power range of Sidorak. The cold light in the eyes, at the moment, has been magnified to the extreme. Boom! The explosion that shattered all the rules suddenly occurred. Blood splashed and rolled, and Sidorak suddenly let out a deafening roar. Sidorak, at this moment, suffered a heavy blow. Multidimensional Mephisto was severely injured by a human fist to live. In addition to the horror and anger of Sidorak, there was also a strong sense of fear and anxiety. He couldn't understand David at all. What the hell was this thing to have this ability? A strong body, unsolved potential, and a crazy evolutionary ability. What the hell is this? Is this really human? Fear is not a good thing, but it makes me feel happy when it comes to you. David said lightly. This makes Sidorak rage. He had never seen someone as weird as David. The more bloody the battle, the more fearful he is. In terms of physical quality, he can actually match the most powerful demon like him. The battle became more and more intense, and Sidorak suffered more and more wounds, and the power he used, at the moment, gradually lost its initial strength and burning, and there was a faint trend of weakness. Although it was insignificant weakness, it was still real, and Sidorak was horrified. This strange scene was also noticed by many gods. From the eternal shock, reputation value plus 600. From the infinite shock, the reputation value plus 500. Shock from Galactus plus 10 reputation. Many gods looked at this scene in astonishment, and now the situation has become very obvious. It is impossible for Sidorak to defeat this human being again. A human being beaten to death by a great demon. I'm slowly getting stronger, but you have reached the limit. Sidorak, you're finished. Go to hell. I will treasure your corpse well. David whispered indifferently, shot fiercely, and slammed a heavy punch on Sidorak. Each punch seemed to blow up countless universes. A terrifying humming sound was produced, resounding through countless worlds. A roar like a beast came out. What followed was an endless collapse. The terrifying force that is enough to subvert the multi-universe, at the moment, is beginning to disintegrate little by little, spreading throughout the endless universe. Hiss! David himself was scarred, but it was worth it, because most of Sidorak's demonic body had been destroyed by David. You lose, Sidorak. Accept your fate. David sneered, then growled, frantically advancing his power level, desperately squeezing every cell in his body, and even pushing the Doomsday cells integrated into his body to the extreme. In this extreme overload squeeze, David slowly raised his hand and was about to make the final blow. One punch, ending this battle. As a mortal, under the gaze of countless gods, slaughter the strongest multidimensional Mephisto. Devil, go to hell! David roared and took a step forward. This punch directly crossed the limit of time and space, and everything was pierced by this extreme punch. With a bang, Sidorak's one eye suddenly enlarged, revealing panic and madness. No, I am the diverse Mephisto, the most powerful demon. How could I be given to— Boom! A loud bang. What followed was an explosion of blood mist. That final wailing spread throughout the multi-universe. Marvel's first demon, Sidorak, died. Everything was crushed by this unprecedentedly powerful punch. When the radiance dissipated, the punch that covered almost all levels, accompanied by a huge and terrifying impact, had already cracked Sidorak where the radiance had dissipated. How can you lowly human, beat me, Sidorak? I am the strongest dimension Mephisto. Sidorak growled in disbelief, and again, this was his last roar, the last sound he brought to the world. Next moment, he died, a native, a humble human being who came out of a single universe. In a one-on-one situation, even the soul was blown up by a punch, and it was torn clean. Sidorak is dead. The gigantic corpse lying across the multiplicity, and the terrifying blood mist that erupted from David's punch. Permanently fixed at this moment. A strong human, standing beside the corpse of the huge Mephisto, although equally embarrassed, but at this moment seemed so majestic and terrifying. This is the result of killing a solid poly-Mephisto. Countless universes trembled, and countless gods felt their scalps numb at this moment, feeling a sense of fear and unease from their hearts. If David can kill Sidorak, he can kill them too. The rise of this human race is unstoppable. Fortunately, such a terrifying human being is just an individual, not a race. A god said in a low voice, "Yes, I have just taken the opportunity to observe the entire multi-universe, collected endless information, observed countless rule systems, and confirmed that this human being is unique. Fortunately, there is only one such group. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable if such a group were born. The sun can become stronger, the body with unlimited potential. This is the miracle God-born in the multi-universe. How could there be a group?" Some of the gods talked for a while, and then suddenly laughed. "Give me a break. Such a terrifying individual can become stronger by basking in the sun. It is super unscientific and non-magical, and it is an exaggeration to be able to give birth to such an outlier. How could it be an ethnic group? Do not make jokes. Oomph. Finally dead, the vitality of a multidimensional Mephisto is really hard to kill." David looked down at his body, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was already bad to an indescribable level. The cells in the body die on a large scale. Some are held to death by the endless sunlight, and some are excessively swallowed and squeezed, unable to withstand this change, and collapsed and died. In this battle, most of the cells in David's body died. If it weren't for the constant focus of sunlight, the cells would be constantly replenished and self-division and replicated, and the body would have completely collapsed. For this battle, David paid an unprecedentedly painful price to kill the first Marvel demon. However, although the loss is huge, the gain is equally huge. David's inhuman face, tattered, with rotten flesh from time to time, was torn off by him. At the moment, there was such a terrifying and twisted smile, which frightened some of the gods who were watching from afar. But this strong body makes countless gods' heart beat. The multi-universe is the only one. It's too rare. It would be nice to decipher David's life code. David moved his eyes and looked at Sidorak's body. Marvel's biggest demon. The value of this corpse is simply immeasurable. There was a fiery light in David's eyes. He was involved in the war between Asgard and Jotunheim before, and deliberately killed Lauf and took back Lauf's body. But compared to Sidorak, Lauf is a piece of shit. Devils, no matter what world they are in, are perfect creatures from body, soul, ability, potential, magic, divine power, energy, wisdom, etc. David reached out and grabbed Sidorak's tattered corpse. Carefully feel the terrifying pressure of this wreckage. This body is the most valuable. If possible, I can decipher Sidorak's life code, and then develop a brand new demon family. Follow my demon family. David took a deep breath, and there was a glint in his eyes. It must be admitted that the devil is the most comprehensive race with no obvious shortcomings, and the racial value is astonishingly high. Great value. Let the brain's supernatural power open up another secret research to study the affiliated species of demons, and they're different from the demons of hell. David looked satisfied. At the same time, there was a voice in my mind again. Ding! Congrats, Commander, for reaching 1 trillion reputation points, and has now broken through to multi-universe reputation. Multi-universe reputation, 120,000/1 trillion. Need to complete a big event that shakes the multi-universe. Ding! Congratulations to Your Excellency, Commander. You have obtained a multi-universe prestige reward, all categories of Superman templates. David's body trembled. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he immediately began to seriously examine this reward. Full category Superman templates. It should be said, is it worthy of a multi-universe level reward? From David's perspective, a lot of new genes suddenly appeared in the Code of Life, and it was a directly formed gene system. Supreme Little Superman, Speedmaster, bronze Superman, silver Superman, gold Superman, gold Superman. The terrifying smile on David's face magnified again before he knew it, and some of the startled gods had turned and fled. The shock from the beholder, reputation value plus 100. The shock from Wyshandy, the reputation value plus 400. But David had no time to take care of these. He just focused on the genetic template of the Superman. More importantly, David also noticed that he, the owner of the code of life, can make fine adjustments to these genetic systems, such as minor adjustments in appearance. Simply perfect, David looked at the template named Superman, showing a look of amazement. This is Superman, and is a full set of Superman. As long as he wants, he can restore these Superman one by one at any time. In this way, the Kryptonian he is about to build will lack the backbone, and at the moment of its establishment, there will be these Superman sitting in town. It's also time to go back. If Krypton is the case, it will be made from Egg's corpse. That's right. David glanced at the multi-universe indifferently and looked at the ancient god who was aloof, full of coldness and calmness. After watching for a while, David turned around directly, returned to his own world. The moment he stepped into the category of the universe, the whole universe was rejoicing roar for him, which was the joy roar of pan-universal consciousness. It gave the destiny to David, and David protected the world. Boring. David shook his head and ran straight to Earth. David returned to Earth with unprecedented glory and coercion. On the entire planet, only a small number of people know what David did, and more ordinary people just feel the constant heart palpitations, but they are always at a loss. They don't even need to know. David, my brother, you saved the world once again, and the whole world tree must remember your kindness. Thor rushed up and slapped David's shoulders heavily, feeling David's stronger body, and his desire to find Gia to gain the power of the earth became stronger. I heard that the other party is an interdimensional Mephisto. You can already fight against this monster. Tony came up with a glass of wine and handed it to David. David drank it and said calmly, "Well, I almost died, but it doesn't matter as long as this world is saved, everything is worth it." From Reputation plus 2. The more understatement David made, the more explosive the effect caused, and all the heroes looked at the man in front of them with shock. It is indeed the conscience of human beings, full of sense of justice. After communicating with many heroes, David returned to the Krypton Science and Technology Building and immediately received a large number of communication applications. "David, has the enemy been completely eliminated?" Fury's voice was serious. The scientific research team of SHIELD conducted various deductions and observations on the multi-universe, and the results obtained were shocking. A battle to shake the multi-frame framework happened not long ago. What a shocking battle this is. Fortunately, the winner is David, the human hero, son of the sun, who has won a battle that affects the multi-universe. Shock from Fury, RP plus 5. David hung up the phone. It's really not easy to get Fury, the Oldine ratio, to contribute a wave of reputation points. Brain's supernatural power, immediately build a file, and carry out the highest priority gene deciphering work on Mephisto's corpse and Ceterak's corpse. After this is done, we will have our own demon clan. David kept issuing orders, focusing on deciphering the lives of these two great demons. This is destined to be difficult, but the super artificial intelligence of the brain is no joke. I don't know how many times it has beaten JRVS. What's more, it doesn't matter if you can't study it now. He also has a code of life, and when necessary, he can create a large number of tool people with scientist genes and use Superbrain to promote the speed of research and development. David lay peacefully on the seat, silently lit a cigarette, and enjoyed it carefully. It seemed that he had not enjoyed this kind of peace for some time. "David, it turns out that you have once again exceeded my expectations. You are a real genius. I chose you instead of Strange as my heir. It was the right move." The soul of Ancient One suddenly descended, quietly looking at the young man in front of him, his eyes full of amazement. She bet right. She used to, indeed, was constantly struggling between Strange and David, and it was undoubtedly safer to choose Strange because he did a good job on countless timelines. Choosing David is more risky, and the future is also full of unknowns. In the end, Ancient One still chose David, the god on earth. Any choice requires risk, and similarly, choosing me takes the greater risk. Ancient One, I will choose Strange to take over. David put out a cigarette and said lightly. Ancient One's soul body was shocked, showing a look of consternation. What are you talking about? Are you planning to step down? I'm leaving Earth, and I'll build my own planet, Krypton. David spread his hands, his voice flat. Ancient One fell into silence, and after a while, she opened her mouth and said, You are the Sorcerer Supreme. The Earth comes to you to decide. I have no right to interfere. It's just that you, the Sorcerer Supreme, have not communicated with Wyshandy. After all, he is the source of magic in our vein. Wyshandy? David frowned. The Trinity Wyshandy, except Agamotto, the first Sorcerer Supreme in history. The other two gods are the second-generation gods of the World Tree. The head of the god of white magic, Osset, is one of the four chaos gods in the second-generation gods, a multi-universe existence. It's tricky, very tricky. I don't want to see him. It's of no use to me. In fact, at the moment I took office, Emperor Weishan should come to see me. David took out a cigar again, lit it slowly, and said lightly. The tone is very calm, but contains a strong confidence and composure. Weishandy is very strong, but my Superman is not weak either. If you don't come to see me, why should I go to see you eagerly? Ancient One gave David a deep look, but in the end said nothing. I'm leaving. Your future is yours to decide. No one can interfere with your will. I wish you good luck. Maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the long diversity in the future. Little bits of light dissipate. The soul of Ancient One has sublimated and left here directly. In the dark, under the traction of some kind of power, it directly came to a mysterious magical world located in the multi-universe dimension. Countless magic puppets are running, maintaining the operation of this magic world. You don't need to say it. I already know. What a domineering young man. An ancient and sacred giant magic phantom appeared in front of Ancient One. This existence just stood there, as if it was a multi-universe originally, and endless magical meanings were flying around. If you look closely, there are 3 dazzling light clusters on this phantom, each of which is an amazing god. He's too arrogant, and he's in the Kamartaj line anyway, and should maintain the most basic respect for his magical origins. The second god, hogs in the appearance of a big tiger, was extremely dissatisfied at the moment. But only dissatisfaction, not anger. In the face of David, who had just killed Sidorak in full view, Hog still did not dare to speak harshly. Wyshandy is not afraid of David, but if he, the 1/3 Wyshandy, dares to face David alone, he will definitely be beaten to death. Hog shuddered at the thought of Sidorak's horrific death. In fact, he has the guts, and we weren't interested in talking to every Sorcerer Supreme. And now that he's grown up and we're seeing him again, it's reasonable for him to be dismissive. The last group of lights, Agamotto, also the son of Osset, said in a flat voice, Ancient One, you are qualified to be one of us, but it is not enough now. You still need to go through hundreds of millions of years of penance. That's right. Don't let us down. You're the one we value the most. The 3 gods spoke one after another. David really doesn't care about Wyshandy's affairs. When I'm weak, you don't come to pay attention, and when I'm strong, let me go to see you again. Why not die? Vishanti. David sneered, his voice full of disdain. The 3 together form a magical entity, Wyshandy. In addition to Agamotto, the other 2 were the ghosts and wolves who were beaten by the snake god and the underworld god in the second-generation god system civil war. Dare to come. David is happy to teach them how to be human with his fists. David threw the cigar away, got up, and looked out the window. Brain magic. Report on strange situation. Okay, sir. Since Dr. Strange was recruited by us to New York, he has become a star doctor in this city. Many powerful people are willing to deepen their relationship with Dr. Strange. No one is going to have a hard time with a skilled surgeon. In particular, the doctor also prefers money. and money can deepen a relationship. The brain's supernatural power faithfully switched out the real-time monitoring of Strange. Computers, mobile phones, cameras, etc. Everything is deciphered and controlled by the brain, monitoring all the whereabouts of Strange in an all-around way. David just watched so quietly how arrogant this confident and arrogant middle-aged man was. It's time to show him some color. This kind of character lacking supernatural power is not suitable for taking my class. David looked at it for a while, then spoke lightly. David wouldn't be at ease without beating Strange hard enough to make him realize the ugliness of reality. So, let's create a car accident first. Brain supernatural power, don't take action. This time I'll come in person. David showed a small smile. Buzz. Strange was proud of the spring breeze, driving the supercar he had just bought, and galloping at will. Since being recruited by Krypton Technology Company to New York, his life has reached a new peak with a super high salary, a satisfactory social status, and a job in Krypton Technology Company, full of sense of security. Is there anything more wonderful in life than this? There is none left. Strange was sure there was none. Thinking like this, he was a little distracted, and, at this moment, the claws of darkness reached out to him. A strange force spreads over, which can directly interpret and modify electronic signals, and then control machinery. Suddenly, when facing the oncoming vehicle, Strange planned to make a sharp turn, but the next moment, probably because he was too flustered, he failed to turn the steering wheel to an appropriate degree. 1 centimeter less. Boom! A loud bang. Strange, together with the sports car, rushed down the cliff. The evening news has reported what happened to star Dr. Strange. Countless people mourned. Where is this? My hand. What did you do to my hand? Strange was lying on the hospital bed, looking at his hands full of nails and mechanical brackets in disbelief. His face turned pale. He knew too well what that meant. Dr. Strange, you need to calm down. No, I can't calm down. My hands. Your hand is useless and cannot be operated again. A colleague said this sentence with a solemn expression. Strange's eyes were red as if struck by lightning. Next, the star doctor, like crazy, kept looking for medical experts all over the world, but still couldn't find a way to heal his hands. He even started looking for the power of the mysterious side, but still no one can help him, and even he was cheated out of a lot of money by some magic swindlers. Destitute. Finally, he got news from Kamartaj from a paralyzed man. Kamartaj, the holy place of the Sorcerer Supreme, the ultimate shield that guards the earth, where my paralysis was healed. The other said, Sorcerer Supreme? Yes, but I was healed by the last Sorcerer Supreme. The current Sorcerer Supreme is Mr. David. He will help you. Strange rushed to find Krypton Technology, but was told that Kamartaj exists on the roof of the world, and everyone who goes there will follow. So Strange took the trouble and went to Kamartaj. I can definitely heal my hands. Strange spent the last of his savings and traveled thousands of miles to the roof of the world. Ragged and destitute, he had never suffered like this in his life. Kamartaj, Kamartaj, Strange asked all the way, almost desperate. A lot of people want to find Kamartaj and go into it and learn magic, but they can't connect to Kamartaj's doors. Morrow slowly took off his hood and looked at the depressed man in front of him seriously. Just this guy, the magic genius that David calls it? Seriously? Can you take me to Kamartaj? Strange looked surprised. Definitely. Soon, Strange passed through a small wooden door and entered the space-time belonging to Kamartaj. David was sitting upright in his seat, calmly looking at the man in front of him. Strange, a true magical genius. Also, David chose the new Sorcerer Supreme after he left. Everything seems to be a cycle. Stephen Strange, why are you here? David said calmly. Strange said excitedly, I hope you can heal my hand. He stared at David, staring at the legend in front of him. This is the first time he has contacted this human god, and all the legends of this man are circulating all over the earth. Shock from Strange, reputation +4. David just glanced, looked at each other's hands. His eyes were flat. The damage to this hand was done by his own hands. Everything will come at a price. Are you ready? To repair your hands, you need to start from the genetic level, and you need to use the power of magic, but you're obviously not ready to trust magic. No, I believe. You are all Sorcerer Supreme. What else can I not believe? Strange said excitedly. As long as my hands can be cured, I am willing to pay any price. Any. David got up and walked straight to Strange, recalling that when Ancient One faced Strange in the movie, he punched Strange Soul out. This fit is perfect, but if David comes with the same punch? Strange was blasted to pieces. Modu, take him out from now on. He will be Kamartaj's apprentice of magic. David slowly stretched his hand back and said calmly. Mordo breathed a sigh of relief and took Strange out. From this moment, Kamartaj has a new magic apprentice, but few people know that this man is the future Sorcerer Supreme selected by David. To raise Strange as soon as possible. I can't waste time on Earth. David thought silently. The Earth has been completely turned into a field of leeks by him, and the repeated harvesting of leeks in recent years has squeezed out the use value. The mere Earth, the prestige points that can be provided to him are not worth mentioning. He now needs 100 trillion points to enter the next stage. Time flies. Strange is progressing at an astonishing rate. He's a genius at learning magic, and likewise, the perfect candidate for Sorcerer Supreme. On this day, David called Strange into a secret room. According to the rules, every Sorcerer Supreme must communicate with the source of magic, Waishandi, regardless of whether Waishandi will respond or not. David put his hands behind his back and looked at the complex magic circle in front of him lightly. This is the first time he has tried magic of this level of complexity. Strange was stunned. That's what Sorcerer Supreme is going to do. What about me? From now on, you are the Sorcerer Supreme. David said lightly. What? I'm here to be the Sorcerer Supreme? How's that going? How long did I learn magic in total? And where are you going? Strange was incoherent, and his mind went blank. Sorcerer Supreme? Strange never thought about it. He learned a lot, knowing that the previous Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, guarded the Earth for 500 years. When I come to David, I will guard the Earth for 100 years at least. But how? Go in and see if Emperor Weishan will respond to you. David pushed Strange inside. How about you? Emperor Weishan is not worthy of me to see him. David put his hands behind his back and spoke lightly. Shock from Strange, reputation +4. Soon, a large number of magic circles surged, and in an instant, Strange Soul was sent to an unknown dimension. Another long time passed. A huge magic wave suddenly crossed the endless time and space and came to the Earth. First time, David. Waishandi's magic phantom appeared in front of David. On the phantom, there were 3 powerful wills that were silently watching David. It's the first time we met. It's a pity that I'm about to step down as the Sorcerer Supreme, and I won't approach you on the path of magic. David looked at the powerful being in front of him and said, The Trinity Waishandi, one of the ultimate sources of magic in the Marvel world, is a powerful god composed of 2 gods and their descendants from the 2nd generation of the World Tree. It is also the strongest backstage of the Kamartaj line. Your name is resounding throughout the multi-universe. David, in the battle to kill Sidorak, you are already comparable to the oldest existence. Waishandi lowered his head, and the 3 wills observed David, shocked by the terrifying life fluctuations in David. No wonder Sidorak did not hesitate to go out in person. This kind of life fluctuation is really astonishing. Your physique is simply a miracle of the multi-universe. I don't know how many gods are playing against you. Fortunately, you are only an individual, not a group. Agama's voice is gentle. David grinned and smiled. How can I be the only individual? I want to create a war planet that can move at will. The Kryptonian race was originally just a tool for his purpose. The 2 beings talked for a while, and Waishandi finally withdrew, and the endless magic particles dissipated. Vishanti, David felt the passing of this powerful presence, and that face remained flat all the time. At this time, Strange Soul returned to his body, opened his eyes, and at this moment, an amazing magic wave came out. It seems that Waishandi has given you a lot of gifts, so that's fine. You're qualified to become Sorcerer Supreme. David looked at each other and said calmly, From this moment, Stephen Strange, you will be the Sorcerer Supreme, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the Earth. And what about you? What are you going to do? Strange asked anxiously. I'm leaving Earth and doing what I'm supposed to do. David shook his head, turned straight away, and left Kamartaj. Things are over here, and it's time to do what he has to do. Also, the finishing touches on Earth. The vast multi-universe is the stage David chases. The golden portal opened directly, and David shuttled in and left Kamartaj. Next moment, Queens, New York. A guy in an ugly spider suit was screaming and jumping between tall buildings. What a troublesome guy. He's like that every day. The owner of the roadside stall looked up and complained. David chuckled softly. It's time for little Spider-Man to return to the team. This is what he has to accomplish before he leaves, and what he promised at the beginning. Peter Parker was very excited. He was bitten by a spider and had super ability. He felt that his strength could hold a train. I'm a new superhero, Spider-Man. Hey, how are you? Introduce yourself. I'm your good neighbor, Spider-Man. Spider-Man jumps around, constantly hitting Roar. The townspeople started to be amazed and took pictures with this strange guy with great interest. But then they found that, what the hell is this? With a tender voice and a detached personality, this is simply a child who has awakening super ability under his age. Spider-Man, are you a mutant? Someone yelled at him. No, I'm not a mutant. I'm a Spider-Man. Peter shouted loudly. Over time, no one wants to take care of this little brat. Just a small child. On this day, Peter left early and returned late because he was obsessed with the dream of being a superhero, and a fierce conflict broke out with Ben. At night, Ben hurriedly opened the car door. Old man, take out the money. A criminal took out a gun and pointed it straight at Ben. Definitely, I'll give you all the money. But, young man, are you sure you're going to take this step? Are you really going to be a criminal? You can have better options, go to find a job, and make money righteously. The criminal was a little touched, but when he thought of his daughter and his impoverished self, he immediately calmed down and shouted, Give me the money! Quick! Ben sighed, took out the money slowly, and opened his mouth to persuade the young man in front of him. This made the criminal more nervous and at a loss, and then went off the rails. Boom! A shot rang out right in Ben's chest. Ben was stunned. The criminal was also stunned and fled in a hurry. And Peter Parker, who came in a hurry, was also stunned. He watched his most beloved uncle fall into a pool of blood, and his eyes instantly turned red. How could this be? How could this be? Peter rushed up frantically. Peter, listen to me. I don't hate the young man. It's just an accident. But you have to remember that with great ability comes great responsibility. Ben's voice was getting weaker and weaker. Peter's brain went blank. Spider telepathy told him that the vital signs of the man in his arms were rapidly weakening. He is about to lose his beloved Uncle Ben forever. Peter, it looks like you need my help. A voice suddenly came, and he laughed. Yes, I need help, call the doctor. Someone here needs help. Don't shout. I'm the best doctor. Hearing this, Peter turned his head to look and was stunned, staring blankly at the man in front of him. A tall figure, a black battle suit, a red cloak, and a shining infinity logo on his chest. Superman. It's Superman. What? Is he here to fight criminals? Does this petty criminal need Superman? The surrounding citizens who were still fleeing frantically rushed back at this moment, took out their mobile phones, and took pictures frantically. David always had a friendly smile on his face. They are all high-quality leaks. If you don't cut them, I'm sorry for these sincere pursuits. From, a wave of fame rolled in. David squatted down directly, and with just one glance, he saw through Ben's body and found a bullet. A slight heat gaze shot out, cutting through Ben's body and taking out the bullet. Then, with a more refined thermal vision, even fine enough to burn the capillaries, roughly burn the bleeding site to stop the bleeding. Ben is out of danger. With great ability comes great responsibility. Peter, you have an enviable uncle. We will meet again. Are you interested in joining Avengers? You can come to Avengers Tower, find me. David said with a smile. Although he totally disagreed with the famous saying that influenced Spider-Man, it didn't affect what he was going to do. There's nothing wrong with letting little Spider-Man still be the diligent and righteous little Spider-Man. The Avengers Alliance needs people like that. As for the criminal who just escaped, the future Sandman, one of the guys in the Guilty Six, isn't hopeless, but that's something Peter Parker has to deal with in the future, not him. The next day, Peter Parker arrived at the Avengers mansion in an uneasy mood. I'm Peter. Peter Parker, you're on the invite list today. Welcome to Avengers Mansion. The door opens automatically. Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm Brain Magic, Mr. David's smart assistant. Peter all the way to the top of the Avengers building. David was already waiting for him. This is the new member you're talking about? Just kidding, it's a kid. Tony shouted exaggeratedly, then walked over and asked, Boy, it's time for you to change your diaper. This is not the place to be. Tony, don't underestimate him. In a way, he has more superhero qualities than any of us. David smiled at the nervous Peter. Welcome to Avengers. A group of members of the Avengers Alliance looked at Peter in disbelief, not believing that there was anything worth noting about this little guy. Just a middle school student. Even David has to be so solemnly optimistic. Soon, after Peter showed his super ability, everyone stopped talking immediately. The strength index is 20 tons. Neural reflexes, self-healing. Items of data are listed, and these data alone can smash a lot of veteran heroes. My advice is to see him as a reservist. He still needs more learning and growth. Steve opened his mouth. David shrugged and made a begging gesture. At the same time, he pondered for a while and said, Everyone, I think I have something to tell you. I will leave the Earth and explore the universe. Even the multi-universe. When this sentence came out, everyone was silent. Thor sighed. Although I guessed that you were ambitious, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Sorry, man, this is my dream. I've been protecting the Earth for a long time, and it's time to do my own thing. After a long time, when David flew out of the Avengers building, he looked back again and took a deep breath. One more thing he did on Earth, it's over, and now there's only one last thing left. I need to deceive the entire mutant race from the Earth. This requires a little means and opportunity. David groaned. This group of mutants, although 90% of mutants are born garbage, have weak and pitiful super ability, light a fire and spray water and so on. But there are several powerful individuals among them that cannot be ignored. For example, those Omega mutants. Mutant, in addition to the existence of a god, such as Juggernaut, Scarlet Witch, Dark Phoenix, the authentic mutant relies on the X factor in the body. Exene, originating from the anomalous race 20,000 years ago, is the indigenous race of the Earth that competes with the ancestors of Thanos, the eternal race, for the supremacy of the Earth. Finally, relying on the powerful strength obtained by crazy genetic mutation, he barely defeated the Eternals family. As a result, at this time, the God Group came and launched a second review of life on Earth. The abnormal people were exterminated by the Cosmic Heaven God Group, which was extremely miserable. These mutant genes were carried over from some primitive humans on the Earth at that time, and finally formed the mutant in today's human population. Therefore, mutant is a human being, no matter how bad it is a subspecies of human beings. These groups with huge potential should be a powerful force to protect the Earth and protect human beings, because they're derived from human beings themselves, and they desperately want to be recognized by human beings. Not asking for privileges, but just wanting equal treatment and recognition. That's all. But they can't even get the most basic things. Since the Earth is full of malice towards you, there is absolutely no need for you to stay here. You might as well follow me. Join Krypton and become my tool man. David is really interested in this matter. Those Omega mutants are too powerful. A piano with Phoenix Force, one of the three primary forces of the multi-universe. Wanda with Chaos Force, one of the three primordial forces of the multi-universe. Can make ice indefinitely without inheriting any multi-god power, is the purest and most authentic Omega mutant's Iceman Bobby. Son of MR, fantastic, super Omega mutant, born Holy Franklin. They're all good tools. Omega level mutant, immortal soul, unlimited potential, although this description is a bit exaggerated, but the upper limit is at least multi-universe. If you cultivate it seriously, there's still a possibility that it may become an existence that rivals the five gods. David stroked his chin, a quirky smile on his face. It also needs to be added to the flames to make mutant completely give up on human beings. David got into action. Somewhere in the military secret base. Damn, why did it fail again? Why? An angry roar came, followed by a frantic smashing sound. Colonel Stryker was like a madman, bloodshot in his eyes. The 1,364th experiment failed, spent countless material and financial resources, but did not get the slightest progress. Why? Why David's genes can't be copied? That damn dirty Superman, his power should be enjoyed by more people. But why can't it be replicated? The Stryker mentality exploded. The military paid huge amounts of money to haunt the places where David appeared in a carpet-like manner, frantically searching for all of David's legacy. For example, hair, dander, and especially the flesh and blood from injuries are the most precious treasures. David is too powerful, and many have long been envious. If you want to get this power, the quickest way is clone or gene transfer. For this reason, Stryker, the most proficient in genetic engineering, was even forced to postpone the persecution and research of mutant and instead focused on David's life code. Unfortunately, it failed again and again, and the failure was inexplicable. Totally don't understand. It's so weird. Every time the gene is about to take shape, it will collapse. Those soldiers who have transplanted David's gene will die on the spot. What's even weirder is that David's cells are completely unobservable, and a specific gene template can't be observed. Even if every means is exhausted, it can't be clearly observed. There's only a blur. Stryker panted heavily, blood vessels bulging in his forehead. He was already vaguely guessing. It's not that technology can't reach it. Rather, David's life code cannot be observed, which seems to be a kind of cosmic rule, which stipulates that David's life essence cannot be spied on. This Nema is outrageous. This is the work of physics and occultism, especially not his biological work. Sure enough, I shouldn't have wasted my time on David. I have a grudge against mutant and no grudge against David, so there's no need to care about this kind of ghost mission. Stryker's face was shaking, full of anger and malice. He turned and walked into the prison, where countless mutants were being held. All the faces are yellow and thin, and they're all mice used for vivisection for biological experiments. Seeing the arrival of Colonel Stryker, many mutants were terrified. Colonel Stryker, Professor X has been successfully captured, but those mutants will definitely not give up. We must hurry up. The adjutant reminded quietly. Stryker's mood improved immediately. X's brain and the wave magnifier are the most effective way to exterminate the global mutants in one fell swoop. I have always said that the above attitude towards mutant is too hesitant. Look, just such an old man's brain can kill hundreds of millions of human beings in an instant. This is more than any nuclear weapon. And the dirty guy with biochemical weapons, what are you keeping? All mutants, damn it. Stryker let out a low growl. Soon, the world will be clean without mutants. Not long after, X and Brotherhood raid the base hidden under the Hooper Dam. A large number of mutants and the army started a war, and all the powerful mutants appeared at this moment to rescue X. My old buddy is really ashamed. In his old age, he was captured by the enemy. Magneto said in a condescending manner. Aurora sarcastically said, I remember someone was beaten down by Superman with a punch before. If it weren't for Superman's adopted son, I'm afraid it would have been over long ago. Magneto's face darkened. That kind of thing. How can you be called a prisoner? A large number of troops began to gather, and the battle became more and more fierce. At the same time, the dark personality in Sheen's body began to erupt frequently, which made Sheen gradually lose control. Soon, the tragic state of the imprisoned mutants in this base completely shocked everyone. They're just kids. Cruel biological experiments. I don't know how many people have been dissected alive. The eyes of many mutants were blood red, and the hatred in their hearts continued to expand and magnify. You're finally here, but it's too late. Damn all the mutants, you filthy beasts. I'll kill every single one of you on behalf of all humanity. Stryker laughed wildly. He had let his son, Master of Illusions, control Cien, and was about to start a crazy bloodbath on the mutant of the whole world. At this moment, a terrifying loud noise, a figure directly penetrated the dam and descended into the base. Interesting, just now I have spread your words to the world. David looked at the dumbfounded Stryker with a smile on his face. At the same time, feeling emotional. Stryker, what a nice guy. At this moment, the outside world, the whole world was stunned. To exterminate the mutant. This guy actually caught one of the mutant bipolars. Good job. As I said earlier, mutants are damned. Ordinary Superman can accept it, whether it's genetic mutation or magic, no problem. But only mutant can't. They're a formed group, not just an ordinary genetic mutation. Mutants are damned. At this moment, the whole world was in shock. They knew that there had always been a group of people who were carrying out the feat of exterminating mutant. Many anti-mutant people are ecstatic at the moment. I don't know why, but the speeches of these extremists are always pushed to the top of the major platforms. Sparked more arguments and abuse. Emotions all over the planet were stirred up. We have such a powerful hero as Superman. Is it really necessary to tolerate these mutant monsters? When they have awakening ability, they can't even control themselves. How many people are killed by mutant monsters every year? Anti-mutant sentiment across the world was instigated. Colonel Stryker's credit is really great. David looked at the man in front of him with a smile. Colonel, you are a genius, and you have caused the whole world's hatred of mutant. You are involved in the Hydra conspiracy. David looked serious. No. Colonel Stryker stared at David. I saw David punching the computer next to him. Dr. Zola, he has transformed himself into an electronic life, and everything you just said has been transmitted. David sighed. So what? These mutant rubbish, they should be damned. Stryker roared fiercely, rushed forward with a quick stride, and hid behind Grant X and Master Illusion. David, you're human too, and you should be on my side too. Wouldn't it be nice to purify this dirty world? It should be you who should be purified, Aurora said angrily. Stryker grinned and ordered. Kill all the mutants, including David. X stared blankly ahead, and the terrifying mind ability was about to activate, killing all the mutants. Countless mutants let out a howl of pain. But the next moment, David stepped forward and stood directly in front of everyone. The terrifying spiritual power suddenly slammed into David, but after touching it, it fell into a stalemate. It was as if he had hit a copper wall and couldn't break through. How can that be? Stryker was stunned. With this level of spiritual ability, I still can't break my will. David looked at Professor X, who had already started a cerebral hemorrhage, and shook his head, his eyes instantly flushed red, and in an instant, Stryker was burned to ashes. Magneto's eyes flickered, staring straight at Professor X, but because David was here, he never dared to act. Eric, I know what you want to do. Put away your dangerous thoughts. There's no need to do it. I have a better way, once and for all. David didn't turn his head back and spoke lightly. In a trance, Cien opened his eyes and looked at everyone in front of him in confusion. Thank you, David, for saving me, saving mutant. Soon, Professor X realized what happened and immediately nodded his thanks. David just chuckled. At this time, a terrifying force suddenly erupted, and the phantom of a phoenix erupted from Cien. Not good. Cien is affected by the professor's mind ability and can no longer suppress the dark personality. Logan's face changed. David said solemnly, Wrong. This is not a dark personality. This is the original will of the Phoenix Force. I saw David step forward and punched Dark Phoenix directly. Go away. Dark Phoenix roared, endless anger and hatred, full of resentment. Boom. One punch. A look of astonishment and disbelief appeared on Dark Phoenix's face, and with just one punch, her strength nearly collapsed. Together with the huge amounts of Phoenix phantoms, it also collapsed at this moment. Go back. Your Master Qin hasn't spoken yet. What's the point of your strength? David said coldly. Master, even a mere human is worthy of being my master. I am Phoenix Force, the gathering of endless emotional power. Even human beings are only a small part of me. Dark Phoenix, instant rage. But David just sneered, raised his hand, grabbed it, and smashed Dark Phoenix with one blow. Everything became quiet. Dark Phoenix is all honest. Now, we can have a good talk. I have a plan. I hope you will participate. Believe me, the unsolved problems you face are nothing at all. As long as you are willing to join me, nothing will be a problem. David looked at everyone in front of him and threw an olive branch with a very sincere and calm attitude. I want to build a planet of my own, and I sincerely invite all mutants to join, and you will get justice and equality. In a vast universe, David constantly shuttles, crossing the universe with his flesh. My planet should definitely be located in the center of the universe, and there must be a large number of yellow suns around it. David is constantly searching for the right place in the universe. Finally, he found a more satisfactory fixed star, which is an active and healthy sun. David raised his hand, and in an instant, the fluctuation of infinite gems came out, and immediately a portal opened wide, and a zombie-like planet suddenly appeared. This is Egg. Ego, who is wiped out of his own, will buy David. Brain magic from now on. This is your new body. Don't let me down. David said in a deep voice and threw a mechanical device down. Soon, this lifeless planet suddenly began to riot, with countless mountains, rivers, and oceans boiling on the surface. Soon, everything went silent. I am willing to serve you, Mr. David. The voice of the brain was uploaded from this huge amounts of planet, and after a lot of calculations, the planet was determined to be in an orbit and began to revolve around the yellow sun. Krypton become. Very well, this is just the beginning. In the future, this planet will follow me to fight the multi-universe. David immediately looked satisfied. It's really good. A planet that can grow indefinitely, the corpse of the god of the universe, is growing and sooner or later will grow into a mobile fortress that travels through infinite diversity. Then the code of life. David directly began to use the power of the reality gem, using his superbrain to continuously materialize various facilities and experimental equipment. A magnificent laboratory appeared. David cut his finger, dripped blood, and condensed the code of life. Brain's supernatural powers give priority to Kryptonians with engineer genes and scientist genes, and the rest can be postponed. According to the optimal ratio required to build the planet, combined with the pyramid's population structure hierarchy from low to high, calculate the appropriate low-level population of each gene. David spoke softly. In principle, high-level gene owners are born to be the highest leaders in a field. Medium-level gene owners are the mainstay, and low-level gene owners are cannon fodder and cheap tool people who can be washed and sacrificed at any time. In an instant, the huge amounts of the laboratory moved. According to the large number of genetic systems contained in the code of life, they quickly began to match, and in the breeding warehouse, one Kryptonian after another was born. Babies lie peacefully in a simulated womb environment. They are all good tool people. The more he looked, the more satisfied David became. These individuals are inscribed with obedience and order from their genes, and innately delineated their fields of expertise and future professional directions. Lower genes obey higher genes, the natural instinct of Kryptonians. After watching for a while, David raised his hand, the door opened, and green brilliance came from across the border, and the power of time, gem, accelerated the passage of time. These babies began to grow at an astonishing rate, and in the process of growing up, they were learning all kinds of engineering and scientific knowledge. They soon grew up and walked out of the nursery naked and bowed respectfully in front of David. The first batch of people is more than 13,000 people, a little less, but with the blessing of the yellow sun, these 13,000 people are enough to slaughter countless cosmic civilizations and use them to build planets. More than enough. David was calm. Just like Thanos, the army of Chitauri with garbage, dare to run amok in the universe. This has to be replaced by the 13,000 Kryptonian army in front of me, who do not know how to hang down the dark quadrant for millions of light years. This is just the beginning. There are 2 high-level genes, 700 medium-level genes, and more than 12,000 low-level genes. David shook his head and immediately ordered the Kryptonians to start planning the planet as quickly as possible. $1% at. With the support of infinite gems, all kinds of buildings and facilities on this unprecedented planet will soon take shape. Kryptonians, mutants, mechanical gods, and demons who don't know when they will be born, this planet is destined to shock the entire multi-universe. David raised his head, chuckled lightly, and returned directly to Earth. X and Magneto have been waiting for a long time. How about that planet you're talking about? Is it really possible? Is it suitable for mutants to live in? X hesitation road. Magneto glanced at his old man and sneered. Charles, it's time for you. You still have expectations for human beings? We are indeed born from human beings, but from the moment of awakening, we are alien is a brand new race. Instead of staying in the ghost place of the Earth and competing with humans for control of the Earth, it is better to leave and relocate to a new world without discrimination and oppression. Magneto's mentality was bursting, and he couldn't help but go to that Krypton star for a long time. He's had enough of the Earth. Moreover, with David's endorsement, he doesn't have to worry about anything. X finally silently. Soon, a piece of news that shook the world came out. David will take mutant to leave the Earth and go to the vast universe. As soon as the news came out, the whole world exploded, and countless people were stunned, shocked by the sudden news. Mutant is leaving Earth. The conflict between humans and mutant has been going on for too long, especially what Stryker and others have done to mutant, which makes me sad. So, it is better to migrate mutant to a new planet to avoid conflict. David speaks to the world and invites all mutants. This is an unprecedented invitation. Interstellar immigrants. Numerous mutants responded, willing to leave Earth. Even if it wasn't to improve their own situation and simply directed at David, there were countless people who responded. At this moment, David's influence broke out completely, surrounded by countless mutants. I'd rather go to a new planet. I've suffered. Seriously, I trust David more than any new planet. He doesn't have to lie to us. Superman is the godfather of the devil and Magneto, and he doesn't have any rejection of mutant. Many mutants started talking, and soon, they submitted their application letters. Brain Magic has started to lock applicants on a global scale by various means, so that the subsequent relocation work can be carried out. It's a big gamble, but with David there, countless people are willing to gamble. These are just mutants who have awakening the X gene. There are more ordinary people with invisible genes. These, what are you going to do with them? X asked. Cause X has become part of the human gene pool, and there are hundreds of millions of people around the world who carry it, which can only be suppressed by means of drugs and cannot be stripped. David played with the reality gem in his hands and spoke lightly. When all the mutants who are willing to leave have been relocated, he will use the power of the reality gem to remove all the remaining X factors on the Earth. All blocked. Permanently erase the possibility of its transformation from recessive to dominant, and no mutant will ever be born again on Earth. A great migration of unprecedented scale has begun. Countless mutants gathered together, walked directly into the vortex of time and space, and went to Krypton. In the face of such a wave of the times, many high-level human beings chose to remain silent. Those who are willing to go are not blocked, and those who are unwilling to go can stay. The whole world is silently waiting for the final result, handing over the choice to mutant himself, or rather, to that man. God among men, David. At this time, many people did not know the news that David had stepped down as Sorcerer Supreme, because there are not many benefits that can be harvested on the Earth. Just a little prestige? Don't be funny. It's too small. Isn't it good to kill the whole multi-universe and harvest it? With a cigarette in one hand and a wine glass in the other, David stood quietly at the top of the Krypton Technology Building. He looked at everything in front of him. Enjoy everything in front of you. In particular, the Omega mutants he focused on chose to follow David to Krypton. Everything is going well. I won't be short of thugs in the future. David looked into the distance, monitoring everything with his supervision and superhearing. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Hey, Bobby, what Krypton are you really going to go to? Burning Man John kept tossing the lighter, not in high spirits. He didn't have enough fun on Earth, and suddenly he was about to jump to other planets, which made Burning Man, a fearless guy, feel at a loss for a while. It's time to separate from my parents. You don't understand. They look at me like. Bobby was depressed and sighed. When you become a mutant, your biological parents will look at you differently. The Burning Man John muttered for a while, then ran directly to the playground, venting his irritability at the sky with flames. But Bobby locked himself in the house. He couldn't be as casual as John. My ability is too powerful, so powerful that I panic. Bobby was apprehensive. This worry, he did not tell anyone. He breathed cold air, it seemed could breath without limit. No fatigue, no upper limit, no range, no law of conservation of energy. It seems that as long as he wants, he can make infinite ice at any time, freezing the entire planet. This kind of ability has exceeded the cognition of young Bobby, making him confused and confused. He didn't understand the definition of Omega level. Bobby, ability is only on the outside. Trust your heart. Storm Aurora is organizing the students to relocate at the moment, aware that Bobby's mentality is not right. He comes over. I don't understand. Bobby looked at him in confusion. Omega level mutant. Unlimited potential. Immortal soul. You seem to have this potential, but it is not clear whether it is. Aurora pointed to his own heart. It is not your super ability that decides all of this, but your heart. Omega grade mutant. Bobby frowned and thought hard. But suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at Aurora in surprise. Are you also Omi? Bobby, go and pack your things. Aurora interrupted Bobby's guess, showed a faint smile, and turned to direct the other students. Bobby was shocked and stared blankly at Aurora's back. Storm, is he also an Omega mutant? Unlimited potential, immortal soul. Omega mutant? Bobby took a deep breath, turned around, and packed up his things at a faster pace, in other words, clothes and souvenirs. He suddenly looked forward to the future. And at the same time, David has come to AG. He looked down at the pyramids lying in the desert and couldn't help sighing with emotion. This guy really enjoys it. Having said that, David started to observe each pyramid directly with supervision and finally locked the target. He saw a sleeping old guy. I found you. And with me here, you won't want to get in birthday in peace. David gave a quirky smile. He, the second oldest ancestor of mutant, it's time to dig out of the ground. The terrifying heat sight bombarded the ground, shook, and immediately began to cut. Soon, the entire pyramids, along with the surrounding land, were independently cut out by David. Immediately, he landed and slammed his hands into the ground. Boom! A loud bang. After exerting a little force, David directly uprooted this large piece of ground. He carried this small piece of land and flew straight up, and a time-space vortex appeared in the sky, engulfing David and the pyramids. Why did David move the pyramids? Is it going to remove iconic buildings from all over the world and put them on a new planet? Many high-level executives immediately became vigilant and hurriedly looked at their respective historical buildings and cultural relics. Krypton. At the moment, there are constantly mutants coming here from Earth. There was only a loud bang, and many people looked at it in confusion, only to see a huge amount of pyramids thrown to the ground by David. The existence that had been dormant in the pyramids for 4,000 years slowly awakened at this moment, extremely furious. Who is disturbing my sleep? Where's my night? Boom! The coffin board flew up. An existence whose body was extremely rotten crawled out tremblingly, shook his head, and felt extremely angry. He stepped out of the pyramids and looked out. But at first glance, he was stunned, showing deep confusion. This is where apocalypse sweeps all. unfamiliar surroundings with a mighty will. In particular, there are a large number of unbelievably strong guys around. All of them seem to be burning suns. What a perfect exorcism, if only I could possess such a body. Apocalypse is a little greedy. Too much. There are quite a lot of these guys who are like the sun, and they're all suitable as the expelling shell of his soul changing. The stars in the sky are all unfamiliar. Is this an alien planet? Apocalypse looked around indifferently, took a deep breath, and walked around tremblingly, impatiently to start the ritual and get rid of this bad body. Possessing others' body is the core ability of Apocalypse. He walked all the way, walking slowly towards the people who were too strong to be reckless. Until, halfway, he was blocked by two young people who came to watch the pyramids. Who was this guy? Pietro put Wanda down, rubbing his chin and looking at the strange old man in front of him. Wanda looked serious. Be careful, this guy came out of the pyramids. Something is wrong. Apocalypse raised his head slowly, first glanced at Pietro with squinted eyes, showing a trace of contempt. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at Wanda. His eyes lit up immediately. What a powerful potential force. It's actually an Omega mutant. Child, come here and let me take a closer look at your body. Apocalypse was drawn to Wanda. What a terrifying body, if he can get it. All problems are no longer problems. Go away. Red light flashed in Wanda's eyes, and instinctively felt fear and anxiety. Chaos force gushed out suddenly, and instantly drowned Apocalypse. Apocalypse, flutter. What a poor B asterisk 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 D. David was speechless. As soon as he bumped into Wanda, the person with chaos force, he was instantly killed. David shook his head and ignored it, just watching everything quietly. After another period of time, the entire immigration process is completely completed. David appeared on Earth again. The planet does not welcome the birth of a mutant, so, from this moment on, there is no need for a new mutant to appear. David held the reality gem high. His icy eyes swept across, and in an instant, a terrifying red light swept across the entire Earth. And in an instant, a certain law of reality that was difficult for ordinary people to understand was modified. What is this red light? It's Superman. What is he doing? The red gem. Is it a type of infinite gems? Some higher-ups on Earth watched this scene in amazement. Fury raised his head and felt a throbbing. At this moment, he felt that something out of control was happening. Sure enough, he has other plans. It must have something to do with mutant. Fury frowned. Endless red light shrouded the entire Earth, correcting the reality that stretches past and future from this point in time. All the X causes in the human body are permanently imprisoned in the invisible form. Even if human beings still exist after hundreds of millions of years, no new mutants will be born. Unless there are some people who can be promoted all the way to the level beyond the level single universe and directly break through the restrictions of the reality gem, but for that kind of existence, the X-base is not important. David thought of Franklin again, this little thing that hasn't been born yet, a divine, terrifying super Omega mutant who can ignore the power of gems just by being born. But it doesn't matter anymore. From this moment on, the Earth will not be a mutant race. David's voice spread all over the Earth, and immediately he turned around, flew to the starry sky, and disappeared completely. Only left a lot of people shocked. This guy did such a big thing without making a sound. Used the power of infinite gems to completely block the way of mutants' birth? It is indeed a once-and-for-all method. Tony smiled wryly. Thor fiddled with his hammer and frowned. I don't understand why you reject mutants so much. They should be the backbone of Midgar, but you. The others looked at each other, some not knowing how to answer the question. Thor didn't ask anymore, just stared at his hammer. However, everyone knows that at this moment, the Earth has lost both David and Mutant, and no one will lead them forward in the future. Only on their own. Everyone felt empty inside. In the past, every crisis, every major event, was David leading them forward. No matter how terrible the enemy was, David always stood up and rushed to the front line to resist. Available from now on. Gone. Everyone looked up at the sky and felt empty inside. On the other hand, David was in a happy mood. Finally, I can reap the leeks of a more magnificent world without restraint, and I don't need to be confined to a small Earth. He stood in space, squinting at the huge planet in front of him. Krypton. Beautiful, rich, powerful, vibrant. He even saw some Kryptonians who had gotten enough sun and started flying around the atmosphere. A thriving. However, I'm not worried about mutant side. Despite the two restless factors of Dark Phoenix and Wanda, maybe Phoenix Force and Sid Hone, who is in charge of Chaos Force, will do something, but with me in charge, who would dare press and kill whoever jumps? The only thing to watch out for is the Kryptonians. These guys have a very problematic resistance to magic and red sun radiation. Magic is easy to say. This kind of low resistance is only relative to the powerful physical resistance. In principle, it is still higher than ordinary people. The most troublesome thing is the ubiquitous red sun in the universe. As long as it is illuminated by the red sun, the Kryptonians will weaken at an alarming rate. The threat of red radiation is second only to the kryptonite that kills instantly. Kryptonians need a powerful battle suit to block the threat of the red sun. David moved his head quickly. He remembered the standard black armor worn by Zod and others in Superman, Man of Steel. He can produce a lot of scientists and then develop a high-tech armor that can block the radiation of the red sun. But there are better choices, so there's no need to waste time on ordinary armor. David looked up and looked in a certain direction. Venom, if I remember correctly, is your hometown, Kuntar, star there? David smiled lightly. The symbiote family is extremely magical, and the outstanding individuals can even have a great beneficial effect on the gods. Incorporating the entire symbiote planet into the rule of Krypton, and using each symbiote battlesuit as a supporting battlesuit for Krypton warriors is undoubtedly the best method. Yes, there's my hometown. Countless symbiotes form a planet, imprisoning the expelling shell of our gods. Venom stuck out a head and said in a low voice. A corner of the suspended cloak swayed and patted Venom's head lightly, as if comforting. Kuntal Star is a place where the weak eat the strong. Everything is based on jungle law. The stronger the individual, the more status and power they enjoy. Venom said in a low voice. David's expression was indifferent. Foo by the weak may not be the best rule, but it must be the most direct rule. There is nothing wrong with it. Venom, the humiliation you suffered there and the contempt your fellow clan brought you will all be returned tenfold and 100-fold. Go back because you are my battle suit. Venom's spirit shook. This is the most proud thing in its life. It arrived on the earth with the riots, etc., and wanted to parasitize the earth, and at the same time secretly search for the whereabouts of the god of symbiotes. Unexpectedly, before it landed on the ground, it was served in a pot by David, and in the end, only it was left. It's Venom, but David's battle suit. It's the battle suit of David who killed Sidorak. Then are we going to attack Kuntar? Venom cheered. No, I'm not going to attack Kuntal, but let Krypton go to attack Kuntal. David tilted his head, a look of anticipation on his face. At the moment, the construction of Krypton has gradually entered the right track, with Krypton and Mutant as the body, as well as the latest batch of mechanical gods. Created by collecting the core code of the cosmic god group and combining with David's mechanical ability, a small number of mechanical life forms were born and began to wander on Krypton. On this planet, everyone is a super ability person, and there will never be a fool who will despise and reject others because of their super ability. Rich resources, beautiful environment, vast and tenacious land. For Mutant, everything seemed like heaven. It's those Kryptonians, they feel a little weird, they're all cold. Hey, Willie, do you want to go out for a drink? My treat. John the Burning Man dragged Bobby Iceman, strolled around the street, and called roar directly at a strong young man. Willie spoke, his voice hard and cold. I haven't had enough sun for 8 hours today, so I can't have fun. What about 8 hours later? Let's make another appointment. We'll be on call. 8 hours later, we're going to focus our skills, practice flight and thermal vision, and try to fight in ocean, space, magma, and absolute zero. Willie dropped these words dryly, from beginning to end. That face was like an unchanging iceberg, and every step he took seemed to be accurately measured by a computer. Look, it feels so strange. Are Kryptonians so serious and rigid? Or is this their cultural tradition? It is said that they're all ethnic groups that reproduce with their own genetic blood. How does it feel like those mechanical bumps? John grumbled. He has such a temper, active, irritable like a flame, but if he has any bad intentions, he really doesn't have it. Be quiet, John. Willie will be angry when he hears it. Bobby was more calm and reminded in a low voice. John is confident. Don't worry, Willie won't hear. At this time, Willie, who was a few hundred meters ahead, suddenly turned around and showed a creepy, stiff smile. In fact, training super hearing is also my daily task, John. I heard it. John shuddered as if struck by lightning, dumbfounded. At this moment, the artificial intelligence of the entire planet, it is said that it is also the brain power of the living intelligence program of this planet, suddenly issued a war mobilization order. The mysterious Kuntar planet, the world-famous symbiote planet, has countless symbiotes and is the most perfect combat partner and armor. In honor of Mr. David's order, all Kryptonians must join the war unconditionally and go to Kuntar to compete for their favorite symbiote. Please note that this is a compulsory task and a civic duty of every Kryptonian citizen. There are no restrictions on combat methods, time, and team modes. Commanders of all levels have the authority to call teams to Kuntar Star. This series of orders is conveyed. The mutants were still confused, but the other Kryptonians immediately moved, and the order and obedience inscribed in their bones played a major role at this moment. Almost immediately, the owners of each medium-level gene and high-level gene have begun to formulate battle plans and analyze them. The strength and racial characteristics of a symbiote. Those mechanical gods, who were barely talking about it, all took action, and some of them had already single-handedly killed Kuntar Star. What shall we do? Shall we go? John asked in a low voice, excitement in his voice. Definitely go. This is a symbiote. I've been interested in this strange creature for a long time, and I hope to find a comrade in arms who shares my interests. Bobby quickly browsed the information uploaded to each citizen's computer terminal by the brain power, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. John teased maliciously. Maybe you'll find a bad guy who's going against you everywhere. No, John, you have to believe in one thing. No one is worse than you. Bobby patted John's shoulder again and said seriously. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for John to fry and went out directly, planning to find Aurora. Omega-level mutant, I feel my power is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe Teacher Aurora can help me. Bobby pressed all kinds of thoughts to the bottom of his heart. Soon, the whole planet came alive. The spaceships took off immediately, and Roar screamed and ran towards the mysterious Kuntar Star. As for the specific coordinates, the brain power has already been uploaded. Unlimited time, unlimited means, unlimited scale, this completely free battle is extremely new to many people. I think my kin will go mad. Venom sticks out ahead, staring blankly at the spaceships, and their individual warriors, such as high-level genetic Kryptonians and mechanical gods, who directly traverse the universe with their own bodies and kill Cohen by flying by themselves. Tal Star. Looking at this scene, Venom's heart fluttered. I'm even more fortunate that I met David in advance. From the shock of Venom, reputation value +2. Kuntar Star, which has been born for 1,000 years and has been silent for 1,000 years, is also famous in the vast universe, but very mysterious. No one knows what the cosmic coordinates of Kuntal Star are. In other words, all the lives who have been here have died. The most recent group of teams that left Kuntal haven't uploaded the gene temple of life on Earth until now. What the hell are those four idiots doing? The Riot is a crazy guy, and the Venom, the shame of the symbiote, the biggest waste. It's really not surprising that such a team has an accident. Either the riots were done alone, or they were all killed. After all, there is the domain of the World Tree. Thousands of years ago, Nar's consciousness seemed to be killed by Thor before it disappeared. Shut up. Don't talk about that name on Kuntar. We are creatures made by him, and our spirits are connected to him. Once we chant too much, we might wake him up in the dark. A group of symbiotes were noisy, talking, and immediately began a fight, biting each other frantically, extremely crazy. This is the daily life of Kuntal Star. Every symbiote here is essentially a part of the planet, a component of Nar, the god of sealing symbiotes. At this time, some symbiotes suddenly stop fighting. There's a living being close to our planet. Such a terrifying vitality. Has anyone in our gene pool parasitized such a terrifying creature? Some symbiotes on the surface of the planet noticed the first powerful life approaching here and were immediately excited, rushing to rush over. But the next moment, they were greeted by a hot gaze. Puff! Many symbiotes let out shrill screams. It's flames and heat. Damn, this cosmic creature actually shoots flames and heat. This group of symbiotes suddenly jumped and fled in a panic. I saw this fierce man who was physically crossing the universe, awakening the existence of the scientist's high-level gene, suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the most active symbiotes. Then, turn around and go. Is this what it feels like to be parasitized? It's interesting, very interesting. It's amazing that you can strengthen your physical fitness, and you can still have mental communication. Magical creature, I should send you to the test bench. The chief scientist of Krypton kept muttering and uttered a terrifying whisper. He doesn't have the awakening soldier gene, but the foundation of the high-level gene is there, and he is super capable of fighting in the sun for a few days. Looking at the disappearing figure of the scientist, many symbiotes felt a little regretful. It's a pity. I've never seen such a life force like the sun. The guy caught by it may be able to complete the counter-kill and counter-control, and will upload the genetic template of this creature for us. The symbiotes have a set of abilities that are spiritually linked across time and space, and all information and data can be transmitted at any time. This is also the ability given to them by Nar, the god of symbiotes. All symbiotes thought this was the end. Unexpectedly, this is just the beginning. Soon, similar powerful beings descended on Kuntar, Star one after another. The most hateful thing is that these guys seldom engage in head-to-head combat. They are constantly wandering and then run away when their eyes are hot. Just like that, time is passing. The life of the symbiotes is getting harder and harder. Bastards. These damn things. They smash their wool onto my Kuntar Star, courting death. I won't let them go in Quentin. An extremely powerful symbiote roared, rushed out from the position of the star core, and saw Kuntar, who was abruptly cut off a layer, obviously smaller, became more and more angry. At this moment, a general-like high-level Kryptonian noticed him, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it. Go to hell. Quentin sneered and jumped up immediately. It is very confident in its own parasitic ability and firmly believes that it can control this powerful creature. But after he parasitized into the opponent's body, it collapsed to find itself the one in control. No wonder the leader values venom so much. You are indeed a magical species. The only high-level gene owner of the army, Owen, is feeling the symbiote in his body with incomparable majesty. Venom? You just said venom. Yes, venom is the exclusive battle suit of our supreme leader, the god of Krypton, the terminator of demons, the great son of the sun David. A symbiote that is countless times stronger than you. You won't want to catch up with in your life. Owen said flatly. Quentin was struck by lightning, completely sluggish, and he couldn't even think about confronting Owen. Venom, that garbage venom, is it so strong? David, I remember this person is the existence that killed the multidimensional Mephistus Sidorak. Venom actually follows such an existence. Quentin was furious and even more deeply unwilling. Why? Just such a waste, Venom. The venom of the symbiote's shame. It's just that, but it's so lucky to follow David. You chose such a powerful host in one choice. Why? I will be stronger than it. Kuntar finally collapsed. Under this endless fleece tactic, batches of symbiotes were packed and taken away. The entire planet was shrinking at an alarming rate, and finally, it completely collapsed. The huge humanoid corpse located in the core of the Earth was directly exposed. This is the body of an ancient god that has existed for billions of years. Thousands of years ago, this fellow's consciousness controlled a symbiont dragon and arrogantly ran to the world tree, but was severely injured by Thor, and the consciousness disappeared. The remaining body was also sealed by the anger of the rebellious symbiotes, and it has been thousands of years. I remember that Nar's conscious body should still be in that dragon body at this time. It is frozen in the Nordic region of the Earth, and SHIELD is strictly guarding it. David stood in the universe, looking down at the corpse thoughtfully. That body is very valuable. Although Nar is called the god of symbiotes, he was not originally a symbiote, but a natural god of the universe. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the corpse, and studied it carefully. The god Nar, originally slumbering in the endless darkness, suddenly one day, he was awakened by the cosmic gods who were conducting biological experiments. Nar, who was disturbed his long sleep, was furious, grabbed his shadow, and slashed at a god. One blow cut off the head of one of the gods. Afterwards, Nar continued to temper the shadow, and in the endless flames and beatings, he forged it into the famous sword of the Black Undead. Countless symbiotes were born with the sword of the Black Necromancer, so they have the racial defect of fearing flames, high temperature, and noise. The brutal Nar ruled all symbiotes with bloody means, until something happened to his consciousness. The symbiotes immediately rebelled and imprisoned Nar's body. That's where Kuntal's star is. It doesn't matter anything else. A mere corpse of a god doesn't mean much to me, but what's in Nar's body is very valuable. David stretched out his hand and tore apart Nar's body, his powerful sight, and will extend it directly into that strange inner space. That is a world called Abyss, which is also the source of Nar's power and the initial place where symbiotes were born. The mystery of the Abyss must belong to me. If it goes well, this place can be used as the birthplace of the devil. David immediately started to dissect the body. At the moment, Earth, in the Nordic region, the frozen dragon suddenly moved. Alarm! Raise the alarm. The symbiote dragon actually moved. This is going to be a major crisis sweeping the world. The SHIELD agents were screaming wildly, and some of them took out their freezer guns and sprayed cold air frantically. Unfortunately, facing such a dragon, they had no choice at all. Reptile die. Dragon was angry, in which Nar's will felt that his body was dissected. The abyss in his body was being artificially stripped, and he was so anxious that he began to slaughter everything in a frenzy. The SHIELD agents on the scene were all killed. The next moment, the dragon rushed out of the glacier and began to roar wildly over northern Europe. I thought it was some kind of monster, but it turned out to be you. I thought you were already dead. Thor came first with Thor's hammer, and the moment he saw the dragon, he suddenly laughed. Symbiote dragon, he was too familiar. When he was 500 years old, he defeated this arrogant guy in front of him. Thor. A trace of anger and fear flashed in Dragon's eyes. He is now a conscious body and can only control one dragon, and his strength has declined severely. Roar. A terrible roar. Dragon soared into the sky and rushed directly into the cosmic starry sky. Thor carried a hammer and chased after him, constantly throwing out powerful thunderbolts. Thor, if it wasn't for your thunder and lightning to overcome this body, do you really think that with your strength you can fight against me? Nar was deeply enraged, roared, and escaped faster. He's been forced to sleep on this damn planet for 1,000 years, and he's had enough. The more important thing is not to seek revenge on Thor, but to return the conscious body to the body as soon as possible. No matter who you are, you dare to touch my Nar's body, you are doomed. Nar roared, shuttled quickly, and soon came to Kintar's star. He saw a human being seriously dissecting his supreme body. You lowly species, what are you doing? Nar said angrily. It's pretty quick to come back. David turned his head to looked the dragon up and down, and showed a weird smile. God of symbiosis? This is the first time I've seen such a rubbish god. The soul and flesh are separated, but the consciousness is so weak. It's a fool. David dropped the half-dissected body in his hand and flew directly to the dragon. Neil's mind exploded. He looked at the human being in front of him angrily. Whoever you are dead. In this entire universe, there is no god that Nar has never fought. The symbiote dragon roared wildly. In the ancient times, Nar never rested since he woke up, and he was always fighting all the way, not fighting or on the way. He has fought with names and surnames in the entire universe, sometimes lost, but most won. This is Nar, the mighty evil god. But what he didn't know was that this time, the existence he faced was very special. It seems in the 1,000 years you have been sleeping, you have slept your head stupidly. David walked up to Nar with an odd smile on his face. Nar? Really strong. But this kind of power in front of him is really a lot worse. The symbiote dragon suddenly rushed over, and in the frantic roar, tentacles suddenly rushed out of the body. At the same time, Nar's consciousness abruptly broke away from the weak body of the symbiote dragon and rushed towards his original corpse. Swish! After 1,000 years, the soul and flesh are united again. The god of symbiotes returns. In an instant, a powerful mental force field suddenly erupted and spread out quickly, including countless galaxies, especially the numerous symbiotes. A symbiote, whether they found the host or was locked in the laboratory, raised their heads and roared wildly in a certain direction. This mental wave can't be wrong. It's Nar. Evil god Nar. Damn, he should be dead. He should be dead. Why is he still alive? It's over. Facing him, we have no room for resistance at all. He has already begun to try to manipulate us. Many symbiotes fell into mania and panic, feeling the power that naturally had a strong suppressive force, and suddenly panicked. The evil god, Nar, is the existence they fear the most. It is also the most powerless existence, the creator of symbiotes. At the moment, in that battlefield, Nar rubbed his neck, feeling the long-lost power, the constant source of evil power in the abyss within his body, and he felt extremely happy all of a sudden. Human, you are indeed strong, but your story ends here. Null sneered softly, especially when he looked at David's battle suit. The laughter grew even more terrifying. You, wearing a symbiote battle suit against me. Are you courting death? Nar raised a finger and moved a little away, and the terrifying spiritual link spread over. In an instant, the venom was about to be controlled. But the next moment, Nar's action was a meal, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You're actually disobeying my orders? What a naive fellow. Nara chuckled. The spiritual link has been increased again, but the will to resist is getting stronger and stronger. And AR, you can't even control the creatures you made perfectly. It's a shame for you to live like this, so you should die sooner rather than later. David made a bold move. He felt the struggle and pain from venom. Nar has powerful control over me. I won't be able to last long like this. Venom said in pain. Don't worry. I will kill Nar when you can't hold it anymore. From now on, you are the new god of symbiotes. The real god of symbiotes. A fierce light flashed from David's eyes, and he punched him fiercely. With a bang, this punch distorted the time and space and even collapsed. Nar's expression changed in an instant, revealing an unbelievable look. He immediately let out a low roar, grabbed his own shadow, and slashed forward. The sword of the black necromancer sent out a terrifying sound wave and an ominous aura, and slashed at David fiercely. Nar had anticipation in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to see the scene where David's hand was cut off. The next moment, boom! The terrifying collision erupted, as if the entire universe collapsed at this moment. The terrifying force of shock spread wildly, and countless planets were impacted. Ding! The sword of the black necromancer let out a whimper, and on the spot, it was smashed back by David with a fist. How is this possible? Your skin is stronger than my necromancer sword. Nar's eyes widened, and he roared in disbelief. Shock from Nar. Reputation value plus 150. This is not the end. David's punch carried a terrifying power that seemed to destroy the entire universe. After knocking down the sword of the necromancer, the top artifact of the universe, its power was still undiminished. In one blow, it hit Naruto hard. Air's body. Boom. A terrible cracking sound came out. Nar let out a shrill scream, and the powerful body, the level of a powerful god, immediately began a terrifying collapse under this punch. With one punch, half of his body is gone. Nar was horribly wounded in an instant. No. How can this happen? How can this happen? What the hell happened during the 1,000 years of my sleep? Nar roared wildly. Just 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a shit. He has been fighting the universe for tens of billions of years. But why does such a monster appear? So, the abyss with your soul and body is connected in this way. David walked towards Nar, his face icy cold. Through the contact just now, David has a general understanding. I also know how the peculiar world of the abyss is related to Nar. Your birth is closely related to the abyss. Similarly, the abyss gives you great strength and potential, the sword of the black undead, and the army of symbiotes. Now, these are all mine along with the abyss in your body. David swung his hand at will, as if he had shaken the universe just now, and the punch that crippled Nar with one blow was extremely easy and not worth mentioning at all. Actually, it's really not worth mentioning. He is already too powerful now, without using the endless yellow sun amplification in the closed universe within his body. The existence of Nar is still no match for David. David is too powerful for the category of a single universe. Nar quickly repaired his damage, frantically extracted more power from the abyss, and continuously squeezed more evil energy. He looked at David in horror. "Nar, you have provoked an existence that shouldn't be provoked. My master, David, is an existence who has killed a multi-universe level Mephisto head-on. You dare to attack him. I admire your courage." Venom sent out a mental wave, which was directly transmitted to Nar's will, whether it was sarcasm or admiration. Nar had no time to worry about these, and he was completely frightened by David's understated blow. He has fought bloody battles with countless gods and lost many times, but he can escape calmly no matter what. But this time, facing David, he can't even escape. His most powerful weapon, let alone killing the man in front of him, couldn't even cut through the opponent's skin. This is so outrageous. Enough. I admit defeat. Unknown existence. If you win, I am willing to pay the price. Nal stepped back again and again, sullen. David approached step by step. What I want, you can't afford it. Your life, your abyss, your legion, and your artifact are all what I want, and I want you to die even more. Nar's eyes were red. He roared, turned around, and dragged his injured body to escape. He was terrified, but David caught up at a faster speed, stopped him in an instant, and delivered another ordinary punch. Snapped. A loud bang. The rule collapses, and the space is broken. Nar was killed with a punch, and his soul was wiped clean. Sure enough, compared to casting magic, this fighting style is my favorite. David looked at the scene in front of him, looked at Nar's body that was almost smashed into a microscopic particle state, and sighed with emotion. The sissy just went to buy UBU to cast magic. Real men use their muscles to solve problems. At the same time, at the moment of Nar's death, the entrance to the abyss world was about to be annihilated together, and at this moment, David stepped over abruptly and ripped the venom from his body. Venom, from this moment on, you will become the god of symbiotes. Take Nar's place and master the entrance to the abyss. Nar can obtain energy from it, and you, a creature born from the abyss, should be able to do arrive. Do not let me down. David put his hands behind his back and said something lightly. But it was this kind of understatement that made Venom go crazy in an instant and began to rush towards the gradually disappearing left side desperately, using its own ability to adapt, and at the same time began to adapt to the violent changes in time and space. Venom is smart. It knows that if it fails, David will abandon it without hesitation. David stood there, waiting patiently while watching the process with interest. The Abyss is really an evil world, and I guessed right, it belongs to a parallel dimension of hell. David sighed. Marvel's hell, something different, independent of the multi-universe. It is not a super grand and infinite world, but a huge world pieced together by countless file-size worlds. Every world can be called hell. For example, Mephisto, Zatanus, and other demons each have their own territory. Sidorak's hell is called the Crimson Hell, or the Crimson Universe. The opposite of OBA under all things is also born in hell, but this hell is obviously relatively independent. Except for OBA and a bunch of sinful monsters, there are no other demons. The Abyss in front of him, what satisfied David most, was that it had a great connection with the huge, combined world of hell. This is simply the natural habitat where demons were born. The more David looked, the more satisfied he became. Another time passed. The venom has completely digested everything, and has successfully adapted the entrance to the Abyss, which can be opened at any time. Not only that, Venom received a powerful blessing from the power of the Abyss, and the level also began to leap rapidly. It is rapidly moving towards the level of Nar. Well done, Venom. You are worthy of being my battle suit. David stretched out his hand and pulled the Venom back into his body. What a great fight. A place of nothingness. Collector looked back reluctantly. He saw something amazing. That Earthman, the terrifying god of the gods, actually spawned a race? Collector felt that his 3 views were overturned and fell into contemplation. Can the gods of the universe actually create a race with their own genetic system? It doesn't seem to work either. I remember Egg, that unpleasant idiot, liked to keep seeds around and produce offspring, and David this. Collector rubbed his chin, thinking about it in his head. His collecting habit has been committed again, and he really wants to collect a Kryptonian. But he didn't dare to do it. He knew he would be beaten to death. As expected of a guy who is destined to go, he really enjoys the favor of the whole universe. Collector sighed and shook his head. At this moment, you're the Collector? Hey, look, we got what you wanted. Give us the bounty. Several people suddenly walked in, and the leading human directly took out a silver magic ball and threw it away. Oh, this is the cosmic magic ball. It is indeed something I offer to reward, but where did you find this thing? Collector looked at the thing in his hand and confirmed that it was real, but his eyelids trembled. How could this thing be here? And it was obtained by the clubs in front of me. Huh, if you don't believe me, I picked it up. I secretly sneaked into a planet, thinking of stealing this thing, but I didn't expect to find it was thrown on the ground, covered with mud. I also deliberately cleaned it. Star-Lord laughed. It's really good luck. I don't know what happened. This kind of precious thing was lost by someone. I think I should know what this is. The only thing that Thanos was looking for in his lifetime was that artifact. Gamora said in a low voice. Collector puts the magic ball on the machine in front of everyone. The machine spins rapidly, performs a large number of calculations, and begins to decipher the universe magic ball layer by layer. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, there were 6 original stones representing the rule of the universe, with incredible power. For countless years, countless beings have wanted to get them. The Collector's voice was low, and although he didn't hold out hope, he still had a hint of hope that he didn't give up. Everyone in the Guardians of Galaxy also widened their eyes and looked at the cracked magic ball, feeling nervous. Finally, a snap. The magic ball opened. Inside, empty. Sure enough, those time-space travelers are damned. They only know how to borrow, but don't know how to pay them back. This will have a huge impact on the current timeline. The Collector was disappointed and couldn't help muttering. What do you mean? You mean the contents are gone? What about our money? Rocket Raccoon was anxious. You definitely don't have any money. This magic ball might still be worth some money. Maybe you can sell it to me. Collector lacks interest. Gamora frowned, revealing doubts. Timeline. Simply put, David, the man known to the entire universe as the Son of the Sun, seemed to have an intersection with a group of time travelers, and then all the infinite gems in the universe disappeared, possibly being taken to other timelines. Collector waved his hand. Gamora's heart was heavy, and she instinctively felt that it should have something to do with Thanos. Fortunately, the Cosmic Butcher is dead. Boom! At this time, a terrifying loud noise came, and immediately, the entire void began to tremble violently. Everyone was stunned. Even Collector, the dignified god of the universe, was a little confused. There were screams from outside. My God, what a monster! Galactus, it's Galactus. Here comes the evil planet devourer. He's going to devour the void. What? That legendary planet Terminator. How did that monster suddenly come to the void? The many villains and mercenaries in the void land, no matter how vicious, began to flee in a hurry at this moment. No matter how cruel the guy is, now he only needs to look up at the sky and look at the terrifying figure that seems to cover the entire universe, and his heart will be broken. A hand is like a planet. Who would dare to fight against such a terrifying cosmic god? Silver Surfer, this is the planet you found for me? I'm disappointed. One of the 5 great creation gods, Galactus, at the moment hungry and coming all the way, at the moment looked down at the empty place in front of him, disappointed. Ahead of the cosmic god, what's so delicious? I'm Galactus, the kind that eats corpses? Silver Surfer is really bad. This new Galactus messenger he recruited is obviously unskilled in professional business. Listen, what I want to eat is a planet that is a planet with a lot of people on it and a developed civilization, not this kind of corpse that is too small and unpalatable. Galactus began to educate the Silver Surfer, but the hungry instinct still drove him to reach out and grab the head. He was starving and didn't want to go to the next planet, so let's fill his stomach first. Collector looked at the giant in front of him dully. His eyes were split, and his mentality collapsed on the spot. Why did this stupid batch of planet devourers appear here? Which be Galactus messenger is this that led this great god here? Collector hates the Silver Surfer, who just entered the business. Wait a minute. Galactus, you can't eat my world. Collector was sweating profusely, jumping up and down and roaring frantically. In outer space, a contemptuous smile appeared on Galactus' huge amounts of face. Joke. In this world, is there a planet that my Galactus can't eat? Who is this stupid god looking down on? Collector's eyes are red. His life's collection is stored in this void, and if Galactus eats it, he will die of heartache. As long as you give up eating my planet, I will give you a planet that will absolutely satisfy you. Believe me, as long as you can eat that planet, you will definitely be able to relieve your hunger. Collector yells, Oh, where's that planet? Galactus really stopped. The coordinates are XXX. There are extremely powerful races on it. Although they are new, they are extremely powerful. Such a planet will definitely satisfy you. Collector said. Galactus tilted his head for a moment. No impression of this planet at all, but it doesn't matter. Hope you're right. Collector, you know exactly what's going to happen to deceiving me. Galactus dropped the sentence, gave a warning, turned, and left. I took the Silver Surfer with me. After Galactus walked away, Collector slumped to the ground, greatly relieved. Let those peculiar sun children deal with Galactus. The Silver Surfer went to the coordinates with a heavy heart. I relied on Galactus in exchange for my homeworld not being eaten, but now Galactus is obviously not satisfied with me. Silver Surfer stepped on his skateboard and quickly slid across the universe. He was anxious and had to make some achievements. Here, according to the information given by the Collector, this is it. Silver Surfer cautiously observed from a distance. Looking at the atmosphere of this planet, there were silhouettes flashing from time to time. His eyes lit up. He looked at the surface of the planet again and found that there were cities standing tall. Even the entire planet was originally shining brightly, as if sucking in roar. A group of life forms that can travel in the outer sky. Prosperous city. The original texture of the planet, not to mention, is a work of art, but it seems a bit like that egg. It doesn't matter. Silver Surfer immediately ran back to report to Galactus. My master, it is an unprecedentedly lush planet. Every indicator is top level. For you, this is definitely the top level cuisine. Silver Surfer's face was serious, and he said with a straight face, The Galactus tiger body shook. With excitement in his eyes, hungry, he immediately followed behind the Silver Surfer, killing the coordinates. Very well, my servant. You finally understand what it is to do as a Galactus messenger. Countless light years away, Galactus glanced at a distance, and the glittering light on the planet made Galactus' appetite widen, and he immediately praised the Silver Surfer. This planet seems to exude the breath of the universe gods. Egg? Forget it. It doesn't make any difference. It's all food anyway. Galactus leaned over and approached the planet. What a powerful life form. Seems to have seen it somewhere. Galactus was so hungry and dizzy. He couldn't wait. He didn't even have time to think. He rushed over. Such a powerful life form, a planet with high nutritional value. There is no doubt that this is the top planet. As Galactus approached, alarms sounded throughout Krypton. Each individual received a warning sound from the brain power. Monitor the approach of a huge life form, suspected to be Galactus, one of the 5 creation gods. Galactus, the god of the level single universe, is worth noting. David listened to the contents of the brain's announcement to the world and didn't care. I didn't expect Galactus to come. Did he come to court death? He was really tricked by the Silver Surfer this time. David couldn't help shaking his head. David had noticed it as early as Silver Surfer was observing Krypton, but he never cared about it. Unexpectedly, the 2 fools of Silver Surfer actually brought Galactus here. But also good. I am very interested in Galactus's cosmic power, this kind of strange energy that can sublime a weak chicken into a level godfather in an instant. It is very valuable for research. Brain's supernatural power led all Krypton citizens to hunt Galactus. Just use the defeat of Galactus to announce the birth of Krypton to the whole universe. David lit a cigarette and said something lightly. Immediately, he entered the theater mode. A large group of Kryptonians, mechanical gods, and mutants, together beating a Galactus who was severely damaged by excessive starvation, was not a problem at all. Soon, the whole Krypton began to be lively. Many powerful individuals at the moment have entered the preparation mode one after another, quietly waiting for the arrival of Galactus, the creator god of the universe. Interesting, this is the first time I have come into contact with the level of the creator god. But this god of creation is a little weak, only level single universe. No, there are 5 creation gods in each universe, and they should all be duplications, and they can divide infinitely many duplications and spread them to infinitely many universes. How powerful should their bodies be? Definitely multi-universe. Many powerful individuals gathered, talking and waiting for Galactus' arrival. Everyone is calm, and no one is worried about losing. With David here, will I lose? Don't be funny. Not long after, an unimaginably huge guy, at the moment, approached Krypton. Looking at this figure that seemed to cover the universe, everyone was stunned. This is the first time I have seen such a huge individual. No wonder the gang fight. Such a big guy. Heads up is the worst behavior. Magneto said in a low voice. On the other side, the army's high-level Kryptonian, Owen, directly gave the order to attack. In an instant, under the leadership of many medium-level genetic officers, many Kryptonians took off directly, entered the atmosphere, bathed in sunlight, and began to attack Galactus in small groups. A few powerful mutants also began to act, such as Magneto, Ororo, directly lifted into the air, carrying out long-range bombardment. Several mechanical gods who resembled the cosmic gods group were also lifted into the air at this moment. In an instant, this terrifying energy fluctuation shook countless worlds, and many small ants began to frantically besiege the giant Galactus. How can there be so many strong little bugs? Galactus was very annoyed by this sudden attack and stretched out his big hand to grab it, but soon a burst of energy blasted it, hitting his palm head-on, causing it to deviate from the track. Silver Surfer's face sank, and he was about to enter the arena to kill these guys. Emissary of Galactus? Thank you for bringing us a nice fellow. Owen suddenly stood in front of Silver Surfer, wearing the symbiote battlesuit. Owen, kill him. The look in this guy's eyes makes me sick. Quentin's consciousness kept encouraging him to jump up and down. Owen's face was grim, his eyes shot with hot eyes, and he went straight to the Silver Surfer. The two beings fought fiercely. This unique battle quickly attracted the attention of many existences. What happened? Galactus got entangled. Which planet is this? There's so many powerful life forms, and most of them can fight in a vacuum of the universe. I'm blind and I see a whole lot of David. No, how is this possible? There's so many beings like David. There are actually a group of sons of the sun who can become stronger by basking in the sun. Is it a race created by David using his own genes as a template? Looking at each other, there was a deep consternation. They watched the scene where Galactus was frantically beaten by many little ants, and they were speechless for a while. Not long after, another powerful figure, with a naked upper body and an extremely sturdy appearance, suddenly flew out of Krypton and charged straight towards Galactus. Who dares to fight with my Supreme Superman? It's you, Rubbish. The existence of the anti-S scar is engraved on his chest, and his face is tyrannical and cruel. He is the one, represented by David from the Superman template, the ultimate little Superman. The Supreme Little Superman just appeared on the stage. The kind of publicity and brutality revealed from the bottom of his heart had already overwhelmed the audience in an instant. Especially on the chest, the anti-S logo carved with blood and scars reveals a strong smell of blood. Superman, one of Clark Kent's many peers, is the origin of the Earth in DC, which is the only superhero in the real world. It can penetrate the fourth wall and freely travel between the real world and the DC Comics world. And he also broke into the DC editorial department again and again, forcing the comic editors to modify the comic plot, and was called Roar by the DC editor as the biggest internet troll in history. Bad temperament, eccentric thinking, impulsive and irritable, suspicious and fickle. Simply put, it's a hammer. There is no fixed position, no firm cognition. Alias Secondary Super League. In many major events, it is the nemesis of the Justice League. Supreme Little Superman. Among the many Supermans, I was the first to create you. Let me take a good look at your abilities and don't let me down. David sat comfortably on the reclining chair, watching the battle that erupted in outer space with a joyful look on his face. Refining the Supreme Little Superman is also a test of the entire Superman template. The Supreme Little Superman is okay. Some other Superman are really strong, such as the Golden Superman and the like. David narrowed his eyes. Outer space. As soon as Superman appeared on the stage, he shouted loudly, for fear that others would not know who he was. Go away, go away. You rubbish, blocking my way. Go away, or do you want to be beaten to death by my Supreme Superman? The Supreme Little Superman roared violently and smashed some of the guys in the way into the air, showing no mercy. He hates people calling him Supreme Little Superman the most, and insists on calling Roar himself Supreme Superman because he feels he is absolutely no worse than Golden Superman, Supreme Superman. The Supreme Little Superman rampaged all the way. No distinction was made between the enemy, and directly killed Galactus, and then raised his arms. Those muscles bulged, brewing explosive power. It's you, the rubbish who wants to invade Krypton. Huh, it's just you. The Supreme Little Superman grinned, punched hard, and slammed into Galactus' face with a bang. Like an ant, he just punched Galactus on the spot. The Supreme Little Superman of Level Single Universe is not afraid of Galactus at all. Galactus let out a growl of pain. You bloody little bug. And why are there so many Davids? Galactus fell into anger and panic. He resisted hunger, looked around in confusion, and looked at the little ants. Actually, there's so many beings with the same ability as David. A monster like David, a miracle of the universe, is not an individual, but a group? What's even more terrifying is that the reckless man in front of him who smashed his fist into the air is actually Level Single Universe. What exactly is going on? Galactus fell into huge amounts of panic and confusion, more than he knew what was in front of him. But the Supreme Little Superman didn't hesitate. He just rushed towards Galactus furiously, frantically attacking Galactus. Every punch made Galactus roar in pain. This sound resounded throughout the universe, extremely miserable. The many beings who watched this scene from a distance were completely stunned and stood there in a daze, confused. This is simply unreasonable. How come there are so many guys who can get stronger in the sun? Even if David uses his own genetic template to create a group, even if it takes time to speed up, how can a son of the sun of level single universe suddenly appear? What happened in this short period of time? David once again refreshed the cognition of many gods and shattered their three views. Boom! A terrible bang rang out. The supreme little Superman once again smashed Galactus with his fists. Not only that, but also screamed and chased Galactus, extremely frenzied and crazy. Ha ha ha, who else? I'll just ask who else. Superman, his face contorted with excitement, growled loudly. Countless people looked at him, and countless people fell silent, their scalps tingling. This is a lunatic. Even David couldn't help covering his face. This fool. Sure enough, he still said his mantra. "Hoy's next," is the famous saying of the supreme little Superman. Under normal circumstances, on the DC side, this sentence also has a causal function as long as the supreme little Superman says this sentence in triumph. He will be beaten within 3 episodes. If you put the most ruthless words, you will be beaten the most, and this is the supreme little Superman. The name of the second Super League is worthy of the name. But this time, the law of causality failed, and the hungry Galactus was beaten to death by the supreme little Superman. And soon he was beaten to death. It's all trash. The supreme little Superman was triumphant. His nostrils turned up, he said something arrogant, and dragged the bruised Galactus directly to find David. From the shock of death, reputation value plus 100. From a lot of fame rolled in. Many beings are intimidated by the power and strangeness of Krypton. In particular, seeing a whole bunch of guys with the same ability as David leaves all people and gods into huge amounts of confusion and confusion. Is this reasonable? If David is strong, it's okay. The guys he created, even if they can absorb sunlight, it's still acceptable, but the guy who defeated Galactus. What the hell is going on? How long has it been since David left Earth that such a level single universe guy was born? Will there be more in the future? Death. During the bloody battle between David and Sidorak, your body collected David's life tissue. What about the research results? As a result, I couldn't get his genetic code at all, and the method of mass-producing David simply wouldn't work, but now he's doing it himself. Many gods fell silent, especially the 5 gods. Life-shielding technology that can't even break through the main body? David, what a weird guy. But forget it. You can't decipher it if you can't decipher it. After talking for a while, the gods went into hiding. They have no way to face such a strange and powerful life. Unheard of. At the moment, Krypton. David looked at the unconscious Galactus. Respected Supreme Commander, this guy is very interesting. Every time I punch him, a part of the energy is smashed out of his body, and the size of this guy shrinks. The supreme little Superman asked David for credit. In his demeanor, the tyranny had long since disappeared, and there was only infinite ingratitude. David didn't bother to pay attention to these 2 fools, and just focused on Galactus. Is this a cosmic power? David began to feel the power within Galactus, and immediately began to slowly draw it out. These energies are the unique power system of the creation god Galactus, which can turn existence into a level godfather and randomly awakening different super abilities. In this case, my last shortboard has also been gathered, and I can start to build the Abyss Demon. David almost turned Galactus into a mummified corpse, and then he stopped, turned around, and threw the extracted cosmic power into the abyss of chaos. At the same time, a large number of scientists gathered, and the genetic templates extracted from the 2 great demons, Mephisto and Sidorak, began to be put into the abyss. These genes have been filtered by the code of life, and my will is engraved on the source. As long as I don't die, no matter how powerful these demons are, they can't turn the sky. David thought silently. Soon, in this abyss world, one by one strange primitive worms were born, and in the mutual killing, they began to evolve madly. Countless primitive worms began to grow under the evil and negative energy of the abyss. Soon, the first powerful being was born. This is a peculiar existence of level Godfather, with a sunken and twisted face with horns on his head, looking up at the sky, at the world beyond the abyss. The first powerful individual. Then, your name is Asmodeus. Similarly, the ferocious species born from the abyss, represented by you, should not be called demons, but should be called devils. You are all demons, lawful evil demons in tit for tat, with chaotic evil demons. Demons are born in hell, and devils are born in the abyss. This is very suitable. David lowered his head, his eyes crossed the gate of the abyss, and looked at many abyss devils. Just a glance, directly suppressing the life level, this is the source's overlooking of the downstream life. Soon, Asmodeus and other big devils immediately bowed to David respectfully. Go, my people, with the glory of belonging to Krypton and the glory of being an unprecedented family of demons, to invade other dimensions of hell. Every time a hell is captured, all the demons there will be killed, all non-demon creatures will be incorporated, and one hell will be turned into an abyss forever. It will be a protracted, bloody battle destined for hundreds of millions of years, but it must be full of epic legends. A smile appeared on David's face. He couldn't wait to see the stunned expressions of the many great demons in the hell world. Devil versus devil. These two groups are mortal enemies in any world. Since there are no demons in Marvel, David is more than happy to add to the fire and find something to do for the demons above. Whether it's Mephisto or Sidorak, these demons are always looking for trouble for me. In this case, I deliberately created demons for you. Your troubles are here. The most powerful demon, and the only multi-universe great demon Sidorak, has been slain by David. The remaining demons, such as Etanos, are just a group of level single universe. Kill is right. Use the lives of devils and demons to lay the blood of the two worlds of abyss and hell. The first thing that gets messed up is hell. Hell, a huge system made up of countless large and small dimensions and time and space, independent of the traditional multi-universe, ruled by a great demon. It can be said that every great demon rules over many worlds. But all of a sudden, all the hells, the rules that were supposed to be infinitely chaotic, suddenly began to tremble violently, sending out a strange warning. How was this going? Many demons of large file size who were fighting each other, at the moment raised their heads in astonishment, looking at the unprecedented changes and confusion. Hell, originally, in agitation? Could it be that which big demon is advancing to the multi-universe level? Zathanos whispered, staring at his ugly face, at the same time anxious. No one wants to see the birth of a second Sidorak, especially demons. More and more great demons became vigilant, watching everything viciously. Unprecedented restlessness in hell. What does it mean? This is, wait, the paradoxical world is born. The pan-consciousness of the whole hell is carrying on rejection and disgust. A plausible new world. Abyss. What the hell is this? Damn, a bunch of weird guys rushed in. Well, it looks a lot like our demons, and the bloodline is basically the same, but the source is not the same. It really isn't a creature born in hell. Devil? So these guys are devils. Soon, the first group of devils to enter hell announced the arrival of a new era directly to the entire hell. Dirty demons, your existence is a blasphemy to this world. All legions, at all costs, kill the demons in front of you. Turn hells into abyss. The greatest devil in history, Asmodeus, who has reached the level of Godfather, took the lead in killing him. He bathed in everything in hell to the fullest, and this kind of world rule would not make him uncomfortable. But he prefers to turn it into an abyss. Soon, the demons and the demons have officially fought each other, and as soon as they fought, The demons showed a terrifying desire to destroy and kill, as if they had an absolute vengeance with the demons. This kind of madness makes the demons who are accustomed to vendetta feel a little confused. Damn, what's going on with these guys? Can you get stronger with sunlight? The high-level demon, Marduk, looked at this scene angrily. These guys claiming to be devils are indeed weird. Similar to the devil in many ways, but not proficient in magic and divine power. Can you get stronger in the sun? This ability seems to be a bit like a certain guy. The influence of this large-scale melee that broke out in Hell has spread from Hell. Soon, in the multi-universe, many high-level gods have been disturbed. What the hell happened? The rule of Hell is restless. I thought it was the second Cyttorak appeared, but now it seems a whole new race? And how is it similar to David's ability? Or is David actually a devil born in Hell? I'm more inclined to believe that the devil was made by David. A god overlooked all of this, especially the 5 multi-universe creation gods, who paid the most attention, because it is independent of the Hell dimension outside the multi-universe. It has always been the base camp for the crazy invasion of the multi-universe, and many demons are active in various universes. The bloody battle between the devil and the devil has shaken countless worlds, and the endless existence has been shaken. From reputation plus 10. From countless reputation points rolled in. Well, the reputation points of my subordinates can also be fed back to me. Not bad. David stretched his back, his eyes shining brightly. Good, very good. The chaos in front of him made David very satisfied. He doesn't care what the hell the world looks like in chaos. He only cares how many leaks he can cut off. The battle between Hell and Abyss will continue. As long as a multi-universe guy does not suddenly appear to intervene, the situation of this crazy bloody battle will not be reversed. David looked up indifferently and first glanced at Galactus. Many scientists are surrounding Galactus, constantly conducting research and emitting bursts of admiration. You reptiles, get out of the way. Galactus awoke, growling angrily, and began to struggle frantically. Shut up, you rubbish. The supreme little Superman slammed his fist on it viciously, making Galactus honest. You are imprisoning an ancient and holy god, and you will regret it, Galactus whispered angrily. Extreme little Superman just sneered. The other Kryptonian scientists looked indifferent one by one and just used more cruel methods to extract various substances from Galactus for research. Suddenly, inside Galactus' dissected belly, a beautiful creature emerged, looking extremely weak. What is this? A scientist was stunned for a moment, showing confusion. Galactus still has life in its belly? What is it, pregnant? Leave this to me. David came down suddenly, stretched out his hand, took this beautiful little thing in his hand, and left with a bang. Everyone looks respectful, obedience and order engraved in their genes, so that they will not ask what this is, let alone have undue curiosity. Except for the idiot of Superman, but in the face of David, he didn't dare to jump at all. I didn't expect you to be born at this time. Holding this little thing, David walked into the cultivation warehouse and put it into it. This is a cosmic tapeworm, a magical genie in the entire universe. It is also the culprit that causes Galactus to be permanently hungry, because the growth of the cosmic tapeworm requires a lot of energy and nutrients, which forces Galactus to keep eating more planets to fill its stomach. When the time is right, the cosmic tapeworm will mature, emerge from Galactus' belly, and become a new generation of Galactus. Swallow the second generation. David fiddled with the little thing with his fingers and found that it was extremely weak and hungry, presumably because it had been cut out of Galactus' belly early. You want to eat? I'll give you endless food. David's face was flat, and when he raised his hand, the reality gem of alter reality had already appeared in his hand. With a flash of red light, countless energies and substances were pouring out. All were devoured by this little thing that seemed like a bottomless pit. These substances can fill a galaxy. It's really edible. David couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Not long after, the cosmic tapeworm flashed with purple brilliance, and soon, in this endless light group, it transformed into a a beautiful girl who bulges forward and backward. Janata, daughter of Galactus, was born. Click. As soon as Janata appeared, he hugged the experimental equipment next to him and took a sip. The equipment, made of adamantium, is as fragile as tofu under the mouth of Janata. A tooth print clearly lays on it. It's really unpalatable. Janata's whole face wrinkled. This is not meant to be eaten. David shook his head, raised his hand, and made a lot of exquisite food with reality gem. Janata's eyes lit up, and Huan Roar jumped up. Feast on it. David glanced at it, looked calm, turned around, and left here. The mere Ghana Tower is not worth his time. Just treat it as a pet. I have more important things to do. Galactus came to me out of nowhere, and this account needs to be reckoned. A flash of coldness flashed in David's eyes. He took a step forward, and he had already left Krypton. He directly adjusted his direction, took a troop, and flew directly to a certain direction. Nowhere, a haven for cosmic mercenaries and bounty hunters. Before, Galactus suddenly came here, causing chaos in the void. Fortunately, Galactus was gone soon. The Collector is really amazing. As expected of a cosmic god who has lived for tens of billions of years, even Galactus has to bow his head to listen to him. I used to think that this old guy was unreliable, but now it seems that he is really great. In the bars, many criminals and hunters were talking loudly, praising the great achievements of Collector. To be able to coax the great god Galactus away is indeed a remarkable achievement. Look at these guys and listen to the nonsense they say. Bah, it's all bullshit. Rocket Raccoon threw a wine glass on the table and was furious. Collector great? Are these people blind? They, Guardians of Galaxy, saw with their own eyes that the old Collector, when facing Galactus, was too frightened to move. I suspect he peed his pants at the time. Drax spoke in a low voice, saying every word with a serious attitude. Rocket Raccoon laughed. If the old guy hadn't given a planet coordinate, let alone this void, even the Collector himself would have been swallowed by Galactus. Rocket Raccoon laughed loudly. Collector? Cosmic God? What the hell, that's all. Gamora gloomily drank the drink and said solemnly, Guys, I have a bad feeling we'd better get out of here as soon as possible. The voice just fell. Boom! A terrifying loud noise rang out, and then the entire void was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. One after another cracks began to appear on the void and spread rapidly. What happened? Deja vu, damn, is Galactus back? I knew that old Collector was unreliable. One after another criminals and mercenaries scolded, threw the wine glass in their hands, and then fled in a hurry, planning to escape by spaceship. Galactus always ignores the little bugs that run away. As long as they want to run away, most of them can survive. But this time, they were stunned as soon as they looked up into space. There are figures one after another, standing in the cosmos' starry sky with their flesh and blood, bowing their heads and staring at each of them indifferently. I knew it. Find a way to escape. Gamora's eyes showed fear. My mind was filled with the figure of the man. He came. The existence that killed Thanos came to the void in person to take bloody revenge on the Collector. Why are we so unlucky? Just selling a universe magic ball for money. Star-Lord's face was bitter. In space, David looked down with a cold expression and said coldly, Collector, you be asterisk 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 D. Get out of here. This terrifying sound wave spread to the entire void in an instant. The Collector, who was packing up his collectibles and planning to run away, looked dull at the moment. How did this guy come so fast? Collector looked up in confusion. Boom! A figure directly smashed through the skeleton of the void, crashed down, smashed through Collector's lair, and stood straight in front of Collector. All four look at each other. There was a sneer at the corner of David's mouth. Old man, you are such a big burden. How dare you encourage Galactus to go to my planet? No, I'm not, I don't. I didn't even know it was your planet. Who knew there would be a group of terrifying beings like you, right? I don't know, right? Collector kills and refuses to admit. Boom. David rushed over, grabbed Collector's neck, and then slammed into the ground with a loud bang, and the entire void began to crumble. All the villains stared wide-eyed, watching Collector, the ancient god of the gods, being held down and beaten by a man who was unbelievably strong. Gollum. Star-Lord swallowed and fell into deep confusion. I said, I think we should run away quickly. Boom. At the moment, there are already fast-moving guys who rushed into space in a spaceship, but were caught up and killed by the Kryptonian. Star-Lord and the others immediately became honest. I think the void is not bad. You can see two gods fighting. Star-Lord said. Snapped. Another muffled sound. The entire void began to split in two. David grabbed the Collector's head and beat the god with bruises all over his body, leaving no intact parts of his body. Enough, David. I know I'm wrong. I can recommend you to join our Universal Presbyterian Church. You are also the God of the universe. The Collector was dying, gasping for breath. He is dying, beaten to death by David. The Elders of the Universe? An organization established by your 15 old people. David was expressionless. What is the use of this organization? 15-level God, father guys gathered together. It's useless at all. Collector wanted to say something, but the next moment, David had already screwed his head off. Kill all the people in the void. Before leaving, David gave an order to his troops. The next moment, the eyes of many Kryptonians flashed red, and their hot eyes shot out, and they began to frantically slaughter the emptiness that was broken into two pieces, chasing and killing every living thing. It was a brutal massacre. No matter how much these criminals and mercenaries resisted, they were no match for the Kryptonian Legion at all. Mad, these lunatics. Let's run away, we can't beat it. A very small number of lucky people, taking advantage of the chaos, drove a small spaceship and hurriedly escaped into the cosmic starry sky. The Collector is dead, and the other 14. Let's kill them all. David stared at the scene, expressionless. Collector died and was beaten to death by David in front of everyone. This astonishing news, with the spread of the few criminals and mercenaries who survived by chance, soon spread out for more people to know. The Collector is dead? That old antique that has lived for tens of billions of years has died like this. Countless cosmic crises failed to hurt this guy in the slightest, but he was beaten to death by a human being with absolute power. Living for a long time does not mean strong strength. The times have changed. A statue of existence fell into shock and, at the same time, was silent for a long time. These days, is even the cosmic god so cheap? It's really fast to die. And after receiving this terrifying news, other cosmic gods also gathered together for the first time. My brother is dead. Gao Tianzuan's face was gloomy, and he looked at the other 13 figures gloomily. Many gods fell into silence, just silently looking at Gao Tianzuan. I know you don't care at all. Anyway, this Universal Elders Association has no binding force at all. It's just a nominal organization. But I want to remind you, be careful of that human being. Under his seemingly righteous appearance, there are many hidden things, and you will pay the price in blood if you are not careful. Gao Tianzuan put down these words viciously, turned around, and left. There are only many gods left, each showing a sneer. Your brother is dead. That's what it deserves. What's it to us? Soon, Gao Tianzuan came back. His face was not very good looking. Why didn't you go? Asked the horticulturalist, looking at him in surprise. I can't go. That one has been found. Gao Tianzuan's face was ugly. Next moment, when a sturdy arm suddenly penetrated, the space stretched in and grabbed Gao Tianzuan. Don't you like to gamble? Take a gamble, Gao Tianzuan. Am I strangling you or strangling you? David walked in slowly, looking around with a sneer. Without waiting for Gao Tianzuan to answer, he exerted a little force on his hand. Click! Gao Tianzuan was strangled by him. You old dogs of the old days, still, David said lightly. The remaining 13 gods were stunned and roared. David, why are you here? And we didn't offend you. It's true that I didn't offend you, but you old people have lived for too long. Maybe they will find some trouble for me. Just like Collector, silent like Galactus, brought me here. So you all deserve to die. David sneered and looked at every god present. Every one of you is good at an art which is very good. When I kill it, it'll be very fresh." The 13 gods stood up in anger and looked at each other, and they could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. They couldn't reason with this murderous David, and they immediately clenched their teeth and ran away. "I'm the fastest. No matter how strong this guy is, it's impossible to catch up with me." The runner gritted his teeth and muttered a sentence in his heart. He immediately threw off his legs and ran wildly. His speed exceeded the speed of light, and he could run from one galaxy to the next in an instant. Too slow. But David's flight is faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with the runner, and after sneering and whispering in the terrified eyes of the runner, a hot gaze suddenly appeared. With a bang, the runners screamed and were burned to the ground. The horticulturalist roared, sat on a tree man, and ran away in a hurry. "Your specialty is raising plants? Not bad." David appeared in front of the gardener, looked at the tree man with the power of level God Father, and nodded with emotion. The next moment, raised his hand and punched out, killing both the tree and the gardener. "You are an astronomer, and you are very good at observing changes in the universe? Then you come and help me see if I go down with a fist, will I bring you and this planet together. Explorer, you like to explore dangerous places the most. I'm the most dangerous in the universe right now. You don't need to run. Nursing home, champion, grandmaster, a cosmic god who fled in a hurry was caught up by David and killed one after another. The death of each deity was extremely tragic, and in the end, not even the corpse was left. One after another, forever fell in front of David. In the end, when David killed the last cosmic elder, the entire cosmic elder would be destroyed directly. This large group of cosmic gods live with glory and die with grief. They were crushed one by David, just like crushing ants one by one. Many beings in the universe are silently watching this scene with complicated expressions. The elders of the universe, which stood in the universe for billions of years, just disappeared. It was really tragic, just because one of the guys angered the man, and it was destroyed like that. I heard that on Earth, David is the superhero sung by countless people, but in fact, he is just a hero of the Earth, and the executioner of the whole universe. The terrifying news of the annihilation of the Universal Presbyterian Church has spread wildly to the entire universe. Naturally, it also spread to the World Tree side. Many gods and kings who heard this news fell into silence one after another. The elders in the Universal Presbyterian Church, all of whom belong to the level God Father, all died. It's so easy to die in front of that human being, like a bubble, it shatters lightly. The high-level officials of the Nine Worlds sighed one after another, once again shocked and shuddered by David's power and fear. Asgard. Odin woke up from the dormant chamber again, looked in the direction of the center of the universe, and fell into a long silence. Ancient One, found a good heir. Odin muttered this sentence again, holding the spear of eternity, barely stood up, and supported the body that had aged to the extreme. Even the simple act of getting up was trembling, and every step he took, the power of Odin in his body, like Wang Yang, erupted into a landslide and tsunami, destroying his body. God King Asgard's later years were tragic. The aging body could not control the divine power accumulated in his life. It was simply a kind of sadness. Odin recalled Thor from Earth. "Thor Odinson, my boy, the moment has finally come." Odin sits on the throne, as he has done for millions of years. He lowered his head and looked at this descendant, the next god king, with a look of relief on his face. "Father, why are you awake?" And Thor was shocked. Odin waved his hand. "I'm running out of time. This is the last conversation between our father and son. Listen, you will be a better king than me. I made a lot of mistakes when I was young. Fortunately, you didn't. Thor, from now on, you're the new king of Asgard." Swish! Odin threw the spear of eternity, and even took it. The spear that was thrown out also took away the majestic power of Odin at the moment of letting go. Thor grabbed the spear of eternity and inherited the power of Odin. Terrifying divine power swarmed into Thor's young and robust body, making a tsunami-like roar. Boom! Thor's strength immediately began to leap forward, climbing wildly, and soon stood at the limit of level Godfather. Now he is no longer lost to Odin. In Asgard's prophecy, "You will be the strongest god king who surpasses me." Odin trembled, smiled, and said, "I have never been dismissive of prophecies, even Ragnarok," I sneered. "I firmly believe that as long as I exist, all prophecies are ridiculous, and I myself am this universe. The greatest prophecy ever. But this time, Thor, my boy, I sincerely hope the prophecy is true. You will surpass me and become a great god king, the mightiest and greatest king in the history of Asgard." Odin's voice became louder and louder, and the momentum on his body became more and more amazing. But after saying this, he was suddenly deflated like a balloon. "Finally, a piece of advice for you. Be careful with your sister." Odin breathed and died, mouth with a smile. "Father." Tony's eyes were red, hugging Odin's body. At this moment, Odin, the god king who has guarded the world for millions of years, died. An era is over, and the brand new god king Thor, on the basis of the existing Thor's power, instantly obtained the power of Odin perfectly, and the strength reached an explosion level. Roar! A huge amount of time and space vortex suddenly appeared. The slender figure came out of it. "Is this old Odin dead at last? I've been waiting for this moment." Hela sneered and walked slowly towards Thor. Every step was full of grace and calm. But Thor, who faced Hela, felt an iceberg of killing intent. "Who are you?" Thor held Thor's hammer in one hand and the spear of eternity in the other, asked solemnly. "My name is Hela, the first son of the god king Odin, the former commander of Asgard, and Odin joined forces to conquer the 9 realms, the god of death. I was imprisoned in the underworld by him. Now, he is dead and I am free. I have been waiting hard for this day to come." Hela let out a creepy low laugh, looked up and glanced at the murals in the hall. The smile on her face became more and more sarcastic. "These murals extolling virtues are really disgusting. There should have been depictions of Odin and Ai's feat of slaughtering the 9 realms and showing off their martial arts, but they were all covered up. My brother, looking at your expression, you don't know me at all. Odin really took great pains to erase the traces of my existence." Hela walked towards Thor step by step, with a fierce light in her eyes. She's had enough and wants to kill. The first one to kill was Thor, who prevented her from ascending to the throne. Thor threw Thor's hammer hard with one blow. Snapped. Hela just reached out and grabbed Thor's hammer in her hand. "Mjolnir, this was my weapon back then. Now it should be mine again." Hela swung Thor's hammer and hit Thor with a bang. "How can that be?" Thor's face was ashen, showing disbelief. He clenched his teeth, placed the spear of eternity across his chest, and with a thud, stopped Thor's hammer. At this moment, he lost control of Thor's hammer. The 2 brothers and sisters immediately broke out in a battle of gods belonging to Asgard. Many Asgard people looked up in astonishment and stared blankly at the 2 beings who were fighting fiercely, extremely confused. "I am King Asgard. Even if you're my sister, don't try to take him away from me. This is also the will of the Father." Thor's eyes shot terrifying lightning, and the power of Odin circulated on his body. Odin's will ridiculous, not to mention that the old thing is dead. Hela sneered, holding Thor's hammer in one hand, pulling out the blade in the other, and slammed it towards Thor. Thor plus Ding's power, the power of death, constantly collides. Thor, blessed by the power of Odin, is inseparable from Hela. This fierce battle that broke out within Asgard, the amazing fluctuation of divine power, also spread throughout the entire 9 realms in an instant. This is the power of death. Is that crazy woman finally out of trouble? Hela was sealed by Odin, and Hela escaped, which means Odin, finally dead. David also left Midgard. The heir he chose was a rookie magician. If he didn't study hard for decades, let alone David, he couldn't even compare to Ancient One. Well, the Dark Elves seem to be on the move too, and the most chaotic era of the World Tree is coming. At the moment, the depths of a universe, starry sky. Batch after batch of major gods that escaped the World Tree thousands of years ago, at the moment also began to return. Heaven, Olympus, Maya, Mesopotamia, at this moment, they all started to come back. It's actually starting to come back? That's interesting. On Krypton, David suddenly raised his head and looked at the active Protoss with interest. Odin is dead. No one dares to come out and jump twice. Not only are the many beings in the 9 realms active and eager to move, but the many gods who were forced to leave the world tree thousands of years ago, at the moment also took the opportunity to return to the world tree. This point, some realms of the 9 realms are also aware of it. Those guys are coming back too? What a joke. Thousands of years ago, the major gods joined forces to fight against the cosmic god group, and the result was a complete defeat. Many gods left at that time, and now they plan to come back. Don't talk about them. I couldn't contain my excitement when I heard the news of Odin's death. God King Odin, a miraculous name. In the past million years, it has dominated the world tree, crushed one world after another, and paved the way for Asgard's prestige with endless blood and corpses. But now, this terrifying God King is dead. Odin is dead. Death is heartwarming. Odin doesn't die. Everyone can't do things, and it will make complicated things very simple, which is not good. Don't worry about it now. God King Odin farts. Many worlds began to liven up. Darkness will cover the world. The dark elves who made a comeback, led by Malekith, took the lead to stand up and do things. It can also be regarded as the 9 realms. No, it is the beginning of the 10 realms war. Because the 10th world of the world tree that was exiled by Odin long ago, at the moment has also returned. Heaven, countless angels are flying, singing praises, but watching every world of the world tree with vicious eyes. An unprecedented war is about to break out. It's going to be a mess. Earth, Strange saw all kinds of terrible changes by observing the cauldron of all things, and the gods and kings of the gods, who were surging with terrible power, came back at the moment one after another. What really worries Strange is that there is simply no power on Earth to deal with such a complex crisis. I, the Sorcerer Supreme, have not reached the level of magic against the Heavenly Father, and the mutants on the entire planet have disappeared, leaving only those genetically mutated Supermans. Strange head hurts. Before you know it, has the protective power of Earth, one of the 10 realms, been weakened to such a terrifying level? Can't even show the existence of a town? We can join forces with the Inhumans, and Black Bolt will not see the destruction of the Earth. Mordo suggested in a low voice. One Black Bolt is not enough. We need more and stronger warriors. Strange said solemnly. Earth, one of the 3 realms of Midgard, is connected to the 3 realms of the lower court. Its status is very important, and it is bound to be invaded terribly. If only Mutant were still on Earth. The more he thought about it, the more Strange's head hurt. In addition, send the king to contact Kunlun, and I will go to Atlantis. In this battle, we no longer have Asgardians like David, and we can only rely on ourselves. Strange raised his hand, and the blue suspension cloak flew over immediately and hung on his back. The golden portal opened, and the next moment, he appeared in Atlantis. I see, I'll try my best. Namor held the trident and said in a deep voice, You haven't come out yet? Aurora has already left, and it is impossible for you to have a future. Strange said lightly. Nar looked lonely. I know. Personal love is nothing compared to the future of the race. He and Aurora are lovers, but unfortunately, because of David's intervention, the entire mutant moved to Krypton. Earth has no mutant anymore. At the moment, many forces also received Strange's warning and became vigilant. When everyone began to secretly prepare for the war, they carefully integrated the Earth's combat power and were shocked to find that it was simply not enough. In the entire world tree, at least a plurality of level godfathers participated in the battle, but the Earth originally could not have such a powerful combat power. Just do your best. Fury shook his head and sighed. When David was here, we never had to worry about this kind of problem, because no matter what kind of enemy came, he would definitely die. When the mutants were there, we had a lot of headaches and were often involved in civil wars, but now, without the mutants, we are so weak. Fury put his hands behind his back and looked out the window quietly, without speaking for a long time. Only bite the bullet. Fortunately, you are here. After a while, Fury turned around and said to a coming presence, Captain Marvel, to be honest, I'm not sure. This battle is too dangerous. Odin is dead, the major gods have returned, and the entire world tree is in chaos. Captain Marvel said solemnly, the only benefit is that we shouldn't be besieged. What about David? You travel the universe from time to time. Do you have any news about him? That guy just slaughtered the elders of the universe not long ago, and he killed all the 15 ancient gods. There are legends about him everywhere in the universe, and there is no one who is not afraid of him. Captain Marvel shook his head, a look of amazement in his eyes. David, really powerful and terrifying, such a monster actually walked out of the earth? Fury was silent for a while, then suddenly said, Actually, we are not without trump cards. Tony has already started to develop the anti-celestial group armor. If you use it well, you can use the power of level Godfather. I hope so. At this time, a terrifying darkness suddenly struck, shrouding the entire solar system. And in this darkness spread by huge magic, even the sun seemed to dim a bit. Who is the enemy? Which world? It's the Dark Elves, these ambitious guys, who are the first to resist. Fury, here's our trouble. Captain Marvel flew into the sky, looked at the battleships rushing over, and said in a deep voice. But the next moment, her face changed. She turned her head suddenly and looked in other directions of the universe. This is the Flame Giant? And the giants of Jotunheim? Damn it, I didn't expect Malekith to hide so deeply, uniting so many worlds. There was anxiety in Captain Marvel's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Soon, in this unprecedented chaos, the first war started on Earth. The many armies that rushed to the Earth fought with the forces of the Earth, and the war was raging. Even the Earth has shot more than one nuclear bomb, even though it's useless. Well, the war has already started, and it's almost time for me to act. Which Superman is better to make this time? David looked at this battle from a distance with great interest. At the moment touched his chin after thinking for a while. In the end, he chose Silver Superman. Well, there's already a war in the area of the Earth. Malekith, the insidious guy, has long been ready to make trouble. The strength of the Earth is the weakest. Without David, without the descendants of the abnormal, the level of technology is extremely weak, and there's not even a basic space fleet, and I will attack the Earth. Among the 10 realms, Earth is the weakest. The other worlds also began to stir, watching the first battle that broke out in Midgard. Excited. At the moment, the many returning gods who have approached the world tree are also looking at the war-torn world with solemn expressions. Odin is really dead, and if he were alive, this would never have happened. Zeus of Mount Olympus is very active, dreaming of being the next Odin, ruling the world tree by his will, a guy who dreams of being beautiful. Zeus, what can this stallion become the world tree god king, spread the seeds of life everywhere, and turn all the inhabitants of several worlds into his sons and grandsons? Or he has sons and grandsons with his daughters and granddaughters. Probably. Heavenly Court should also pay attention. They had contact with the high-level officials of the Shunspire Bureau many years ago, and they also deliberately left son Wukong a hair on the Earth. This is very worthy of attention. What are the Japanese gods doing? After they showed up, they immediately went into hiding, sneaking around. That neurotic Amaterasu didn't know what he was planning. As many gods approached the world tree, they carefully guarded against each other. Among the gods, there is definitely not a group of harmony, but also vendettas and battles. The only alliance was the one against the cosmic deity group 1,000 years ago. Finally, the major gods arrived in the world tree domain, and coupled with the return to heaven, the battle of the 10 realms broke out completely. The major new and old gods fought each other and became a mess. As far as the eye can see, there are battlefields everywhere with all kinds of life forms, using various systems of divine power and magic, and constantly attacking the enemy. The 10 worlds are caught in constant wars. Asgard. Thor sat on the throne with a pale face, and beside him there was a throne on which Hela, the goddess of death, was sitting. The three Asgard warriors and other high-level leaders below looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. The great God King. Sif just opened his mouth. Well, here I am. Woman, I know what you want to say. Thor and Hela spoke at the same time, referring to their title of God King. Both want to prove that they're the king of gods, and the other is a fake. Anyway, I'm not going to fight you until this crisis is over. And anyway, we'll at least save Asgard first. Thor endured the discomfort and said solemnly, It doesn't matter. I'll kill you later. Hela just rubbed Thor's hammer, which made Thor's eyelids jump, resisting the urge to grab the hammer back. Then, I'm going to attack Jotunheim and clean up those frosty beasts. No, go back to Midgard first. The Avengers are under a lot of pressure. I want to help them. Hela and Thor start arguing. Finally, Hela sneered. Then we are divided into two groups. You take the living to Earth, and I take Deadman to Jotunheim. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand, and an obscure spell came out. In Asgard's treasure trove, the sealed eternal fire suddenly passed through layers of boundaries and fell into Hela's hands. Endless green flames began to spread, and the army led by Hela, the countless skeletons at the moment, were resurrected one after another under the influence of the power of the eternal fire, turned into undead spirits, and crawled out one after another. Thor gritted his teeth and finally said nothing. Now is not the time to wrestle with whether or not to blaspheme decedent. Asgard also participated in the war. The powerful Asgard army smashed into the two worlds, and a fierce battle broke out with the enemies of the major realms. The battle became more intense. I don't know how long it took, let alone how many soldiers died. Suddenly, a mysterious figure came from the center of the universe, and with its powerful body, it crossed a small half of the universe and came to the world tree. It's really lively. This is an extremely powerful being, blue battle suit, red cape, handsome face full of gentleness. The S logo on the chest is even more eye-catching. Silver Superman arrived. Roar. In just an instant, Buying Superman flew directly to the Earth, and the speed was astonishingly fast along the way. Some battleships from other worlds aimed at Buying Superman and opened fire with a bang, but the Star Destroyer main artillery bombarded Buying Superman without leaving any traces at all. Who is this? David? No, it's not David. The look is wrong, and the logo on his chest is wrong. Seems to be the guy who broke Galactus, but it's a little different, very different in temperament and demeanor. Is this another powerful genetic engineering product? David's genes are so powerful. How can he create such a powerful monster? Some of the world's top beings are caught in huge amounts of shock. Boom! Silver Superman smashed into Earth's atmosphere, rampaging, and no one could stop him for a second. No matter how powerful the battleship is, no matter how powerful the warrior is, it can't stop the fist of Silver Superman. It doesn't matter if you block it, followed by a hot line of sight. Stranger, who are you? What's your relationship to David? Captain Marvel blew up a battleship with one punch and caught up with Shirogane Superman, asked in a deep voice. You can call me Roar Silver Superman. I came here under David's order to deal with the God Kings of the major gods. Buying Superman swept away with a hot gaze, erasing a large number of fleets, and then turned around and said, there was doubt in Captain Marvel's eyes. Didn't David come in person? No need to deal with these guys, and my troops are enough. Silver Superman said to himself. Force, Captain Marvel whispered, and immediately she noticed something, suddenly looked up into space, and immediately revealed a shocking color. I saw a powerful fighter in a black battlesuit flying directly to the Earth to fight against the enemies in various realms. Every soldier can survive in the universe and shoot hot sight. Existence like David is actually a race. He really did it, creating a race with his own genetic template. Captain Marvel looked surprised. At the moment, everyone on the Earth also noticed this scene and looked up one after another, showing shocking expressions. They're here. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Guys, I was really worried. Tony was driving a giant battle armor hundreds of meters high, and the voice came out slowly. When he raised his hand, he sent out powerful energy waves, blocking several powerful enemies. A large number of Kryptonians participated in the Battle of the Ten Realms. Many people on Earth have tears in their eyes and feel that David is worthy of being a hero of the Earth. Even if he runs away, he is still thinking about the safety of the Earth. What a bunch of naive guys save the Earth. Stop kidding. I'm here for the World Tree. David watched this scene from a distance, feeling the many reputation points pouring in from the Earth, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. What is the Earth? A world with no use value. Such a planet. What is the use of saving it? Swish! Many Kryptonians participated in the war, and the situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant, and a large number of troops from all walks of life were instantly turned over to the haters. Every Kryptonian has the ability to wield a battleship with his bare hands, not to mention a group of them. They are also wearing symbiote battle suits, and their resistance to magic is much higher. Just as soon as he rushed into the battlefield, it was as if a pack of wolves rushed into a flock of sheep. Suddenly, there was chaos. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D. These guys all have David's ability. Why is there a group of such children of the sun? The man has already left Midgard. Why send his army back? It's lucky that he didn't come back in person. The high-level officials of many worlds looked at this scene with fear and almost wanted to turn around and run away. In fact, the Midgards are so terrifying that they are simply omnipotent legends. Go on. David's not coming back is already the biggest signal. He really doesn't plan to meet Midgard. Malekith was shocked and ordered immediately. This is already the best news and the most interesting signal that Earth has lost their Asgardian. If David was still on Earth, they'd be out of their minds to invade. On the battlefield, the major fleets confronted the Kryptonians head-on. A large number of troops collapsed. Earthlings also began to join the battlefield, attacking troops from all walks of life. Tony, Thor, and Black Bolt became a main force fighting in space. Where's David? Where is he? Tony shouted loudly in the anti-ghost armor. Our commander has more important things to do. Shiragane's Superman maintained a gentle smile and a polite look, but when he noticed Malekith's existence, the smile on his face suddenly widened. What are you laughing at? I've found something to be happy about. This war can be over. As soon as the words fell, Bain's Superman flew up and flew towards Malekith's flagship. Attack! Attack! Malekith roared loudly. One after another terrifying main artillery bombarded Bain's Superman, but it could not cause any kind of trouble to this Superman. Boom! In the distance, the Silver Superman just waved for a moment, and the huge amounts of flagship were blown up with one punch. The terrifying fireworks ballooned brilliantly in space, turning into countless undead. Only that figure rushed out of the endless explosion, looking gloomily at Shiragane's Superman. Who are you? Maleki growled viciously. You can call me Roar, Silver Superman, and the one who killed you. Bain Superman said in a deep voice. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place in an instant. In the face of the opponent's face changed greatly. He punched, slammed, and punched Malekith from the front. The ancient incantation rang out, and in a few simple notes, an extremely powerful magic burst out, barely stopping Shiragane's Superman. Malekith himself retreated. To be able to force an old-fashioned level godfather to this level, the power of Shiragane's Superman is undoubtedly revealed. How can you be so strong? Malekith looked terrified, and at the moment just now, he really felt that he would be beaten to death by a punch. Bain Superman said lightly, "Believe me, this is just the beginning. I don't like killing people, but that doesn't mean I won't kill people." In the next moment, Bain Superman has already stepped out, crossing the distant boundary of time and space. The time and space magic that was rolling and did not cause any obstacles to Shiragane's Superman. As if it did not exist, it was directly crossed. Silver Superman, modifying the timeline, pinching the space with bare hands. Those are all basic operations. What he is most afraid of is the drastic changes in time and space. Damn! Malekith's eyes were split. He roared, and once again launched powerful magic. If he wanted to repel Buying Superman, he had to at least buy himself time to escape. The next moment, along with the bursting energy wave, Buying Superman has pierced through everything with a pair of fists, overwhelmed all obstacles with incomparable strength, and went straight to the front of Malekith. It's all this time, and you still haven't started? If I die, you will have one less reinforcement. Malekith's eyes were darkened, and he immediately roared, looking at the gods and kings of other worlds with expectant eyes. They should come to help. If you don't come, you just watch him die and lose a level Godfather's combat power. This is the most stupid. But Malekith guessed wrong. Sorry, King of Dark Elves. None of us want to face this guy, let alone those troops that can get stronger in the sun. Take care. The existence of a level Godfather, with their remnants of defeated soldiers, quickly left, leaving only Malekith, who was stalked by the Silver Superman and could not escape at all. Malekith scolded and gritted his teeth. A strong unwillingness emerged in his heart, and he kept attacking Shirogane Superman, looking for an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, it's too late. More and more Kryptonians have gathered around, watching the battle coldly from a distance. Malekith was desperate. Why? Why did David create such a powerful group? It's not reasonable at all. How can the rules of the universe allow guys like you to be born? Malekith was hit in the chest with a blow. His face was distorted, and his internal organs began to collapse. Buying Superman said lightly, "Forgot to tell you, our commander, Mr. David, is the destiny of this universe, and what he wants to do, the universe will not block it in the first place." After saying that, a hot gaze suddenly shot out from his eyes, and once again defeated a magic, and then a fist smashed it. "Do not!" The final roar sounded. Boom! Malekith's head was smashed by a fist from Silver Superman. The King of the Dark Elves died. "Nice job, man. I'm here after the war. I'll treat you to a drink. It's David's favorite drink." Tony yelled, very happy. Shirogane Superman put a smile on his face again. He raised his head and looked at the huge, cosmic starry sky. The phantom of the world tree was looming. They traveled thousands of miles to fight here, not for the Earth. After all, it's for the tree. Allied forces fled in panic. Malekith's death did not cause much shock, because very simply, the death of this guy gave others a chance to escape. What the hell is wrong with this universe? Only one David is not enough. There's still a group. The daughter of Surti, Queen Sind, the leader of the Flame Giant, looks extremely ugly at the moment. Even the flames burning on his body dimmed a bit. Everyone was intimidated by the terrifying performance of many Kryptonians, including Silver Superman. Is there a group of such monsters? Let's go back, give up Midgard, and never touch there. But soon, the existences of one world after another were furiously discovered that their concessions were only exchanged for the constant attacks of Kryptonians. The terrifying power displayed by Shirogane Superman, headed by him, changed the boundaries of time and space at every turn, making it a mess. The melee of the entire 10 realms became more chaotic and panicky because of the intrusion of the Kryptonians. Finally, after the troops were defeated by the Kryptonian army, the lives of dozens of worlds were purged. A figure crossed from the depths of the universe. David, the god of Krypton, has arrived. What a beautiful tree! Standing in the vacuum of the universe, David looked up and down this huge amount of tree, as if it ran through the entire universe, exuding mysterious connotations, and there were mysterious divine power rules circulating. The world tree, ancient and sacred, spreads over countless worlds in the multi-universe. From the original god of life to the current 3 generations of gods, this world tree has existed for too long. Since the 3 generations of gods, this world tree has been copied by multi-universe, and a parallel universe world tree has appeared. David looked up and down, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Very well, this tree should belong to him. The gathering of endless divine power is of great reference value to him who is walking on the road of awakening divine genes. With the help of this battle of the 10 realms, destroy the world tree and bring Ragnarok to the major realms. David raised his head slowly, staring at the worlds across the world with cold eyes, sneering again and again. Really a wonderful thing. Ragnarok, just let him take the lead. Soon, the worlds were greeted with men they regarded as their nightmares. David? How could this guy be here? He's back. He's back anyway. The Son of the Sun participated in the battle of the 10 realms. This battle has just begun, and it can already be declared over. Many heavenly fathers are sighing with emotion. They originally thought that David would forcefully sweep through all walks of life, killing all those who resisted, and then forcibly ending this kind of war. David will be the new king of God Odin. But David's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. What is he doing? He went directly to the lower court, 3 realms. Queen Sin looked at this scene in bewilderment. David dived all the way to the bottom of the world tree. The further down you go, the stronger the negative forces, dark, evil, sin, undead. David's eyes swept away, and he felt the strange power that permeated from the place, and his face suddenly became bright. The underworld in the world tree is in the lower court, 3 realms. In this dark and misty world, David seemed to be the only sun in the cold, emitting a terrifying light, dispelling everything, and causing many undead and grievances to utter shrill screams and disappear one after another. Here, the root of the world tree. David looked at the endlessly spreading tree roots. The scene was extremely magnificent, and he sighed suddenly. Then, the man got his hands on it. Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch. Terrible waves spread wildly. Every root of the tree was violently interrupted by this man, and its roots were originally rooted in the universe, and the roots of the tree encompassed countless time and space. At this moment, they are constantly being interrupted. A painful mourning sound spread rapidly and spread to the entire world tree. Shot from Thor, reputation +5. From, everyone was stunned. What exactly is going on? Why does the original wailing of the world tree seem to be about to die? Who the hell is doing the world tree? This terrifying change made the kings of the various realms and gods feel at a loss. To actually do it directly on the world tree? Is this to destroy the world tree? How can there be such a lunatic? What's the point of doing that? It's David. He just dived into the roots of the world tree. The Son of the Sun is attacking the roots. What is he doing? Midgard is also one of the 10 realms. What is the benefit to him and the earth? Find a way to stop him. The existences of the level god, Father, roared angrily. Although they were angry and uneasy in their hearts, they still turned their attention to the roots of the world tree, wanting to know what David wanted to do. Then they saw a scene they will never forget. A strong man was frantically smashing the roots of the tree, and then, in full view, the whole person flew directly to the center of the root, and then, hold the world tree. Boom! The violent tremor spread suddenly, and there's a trend of increasing, but all the worlds belonging to the world tree system began to tremble violently at this moment. It seemed to be whining. Swish! The shaking of the world tree suddenly stopped, and in the next moment, it jumped up abruptly. He carried the world tree. David broke the root of the tree and carried the world tree. What is he trying to do? Numerous kings were shocked and angry, and looked at this scene with trembling. Especially, they saw that this man actually did it, and carried the huge world tree by himself. The large number of divine power rules began to flow and twist, changing with the changes of the world tree. Many existences who depended on the world tree to obtain majestic divine power were suddenly at a loss, feeling the restlessness of the divine power in their bodies, and their faces were bitter. Wow, it got higher again. The few worlds hanging on the tree were forced to leave at this moment. It seemed that the worlds that were on the boundary between the illusory and the real were gradually separated from those worlds in the violent shock. The major realms are misaligned with the world tree, and this has never happened before. Many level god fathers exist tremblingly. This is not surprising, like the 10th heaven, which was expelled by Odin a few years ago and forced to wander the universe. The world in the world tree is never fixed, not really hanging on the branches. From this moment on, there will be no world tree in the world. A magnificent voice came out, revealing a kind of sympathy and compassion, as if pity for this tragic war. David finally spoke, and while carrying the world tree, he flew up, separated the 9 worlds fixed on the tree from the branches of the world tree, and spoke at the same time. The sound spread throughout the entire world tree. This war should never have happened. From the birth of the world tree to the present, countless wars have broken out, and countless lives have died, endlessly. When Odin died, you started a frantic slaughter, and many gods from far away began to return to participate in this bloodshed, which makes me very sad. In order to prevent you from killing each other, I decided to uproot the world tree and then permanently move this tree away from the 9 realms. In this way, there is no need for many worlds to kill each other. Even if they rule other worlds, they will not gain the divine power of the world tree. David has a compassionate attitude, as if he really made this move for the sake of peace and stability in the world. As soon as these words came out, many people were immediately moved. It turns out that he is indeed my good brother. Thor's eyes reddened and he sighed, remembering how great his father was, who brought peace to the 9 realms for a long time. Is this David's plan? Is this why he intervened in the battle of the 10 realms? To bring peace to the 10 realms. For the sake of peace, you don't hesitate to destroy the world tree. This is just crazy. No, it's crazy for others to do this, but if it's David doing it, it's normal. He was a superhero, loved by the Midgards, and more importantly, the Midgards do not practice the divine power system, and the Midgard world does not have their own gods and gods at all. They are the world that needs the blessing of the world tree the least. Only the major gods and gods will rely on the world tree, because they can obtain the protection of the rule power from the world tree. Although many beings were shocked and angry in their hearts, they suppressed their anger and kept talking, and figured out quickly, David is the man with the most reason and strength to do this. Pull up the world tree directly? This is so crazy, unimaginable. But it happened for real. Boom, boom, boom. The endless rules collapsed, and many worlds fell into huge amounts of turmoil, constantly shaking. In the end, this fluctuation, with the decoupling from the world tree, gradually became smaller and stabilized. Obviously, when the world tree is completely carried away by David, everything will return to peace. No, he can't do this. I feel the divine power rule is collapsing. This is the power that belongs to all circles of our world tree. A terrifying roar suddenly came out from Asgard. A terrifying flame giant, wielding a terrifying giant sword, roared loudly. This existence felt the complete collapse of the world tree rule and the drastic change in the divine power, and was completely enraged. Why? Why move the world tree? This is destroying the roots of the gods. I, Surti, woke up from my long sleep and allowed such absurd things to happen. Humans, damn you! Surti roared frantically and held his eyes. Even the mortal enemy Asgard, who was close at hand, hurriedly killed the tree root. Obviously, he only needs a sword to stab into the Asgard continent to destroy this world, but he can't care about it at the moment. Thor felt this terrifying fluctuation and was shocked. How can Surti be resurrected without the eternal fire? Unless he looked in a certain direction, which was where Hela was. I didn't carry the eternal fire with me at all. After resurrecting the undead army, I just dropped it in Asgard. Hela looked gloomy and looked at Surti with gritted teeth. It should be the drastic change in the rules of the world tree, which caused the seal on the eternal fire to loosen, giving this guy a chance to escape. Surti, father of Queen Sind, former owner of Muspelheim, Odin's archenemy. Even when Odin was at his peak, he couldn't really kill the undead Surti. He could only dig out the core of his life, the eternal fire, and seal in Asgard. Now, the monster is alive again. Countless beings looked at it with serious expressions, and even looked forward to it in the depths of their hearts, hoping that this immortal fire demon could bring a little difference. Except for the people on Earth who don't play divine power at all the worlds, all the gods, are dependent on the World Tree, and their divine power is greatly affected by the World Tree rule. Boom! The flame giant roared towards the roots and slashed at David. Is this the famous Twilight Sword? While carrying the World Tree, David moved his eyes and looked at the giant sword with great interest. Twilight Sword, a powerful artifact. In the movie, Surtur used this sword to destroy the Asgard continent with a single blow, but in the comics, Surtur just used this sword to throw a spark of sparks, burning an entire galaxy. A proper level universe artifact. Unfortunately, it's useless. Humans, go to hell. In the madness of Surtur, he slashed fiercely, and he was about to kill the daring guy in front of him. Puff! Hot sight shot out, hitting the Twilight Sword. A terrifying shockwave erupted, the fierce confrontation between the two forces, and a hurricane of energy directly erupted, and it was a hurricane ripple that swept across the time and space. In the turbulent spread, the various circles that were finally stabilized became turbulent again. It seems to be the end. Surtur was also extremely shocked, but his movements were astonishing. He instantly retreated, swung his sword, and swept it horizontally, and he was about to cut off David in the middle. The flame giant hated David more than he hated Odin. Boring, since you insist on courting death. I will fulfill you. David freed up a hand, clenched his fist, and hit Surtur in front of him. In an instant, all the boundaries in front of him were broken. Even the kind of rule that came from the World Tree, at the moment was pierced by David, straddling the endless, eternal flame, and fell straight to Surtur. Snapped, under one hit. Half of Surtur's body was blown to pieces on the spot. The endless spread of Mars, every point of light, is a part of Surtur's body at the moment was shattered by David's move. No, it's not over yet. It's just the beginning. Surtur growled, about to be reborn with the eternal fire. But the next moment, David's palm had penetrated time and space and grabbed the flaming flame. You're wrong, it's over. Snapped. With a pinch, the eternal fire goes out. Shot from Surtur, RP plus 80. Flame giant Surtur die. Surtur, enough to bring the presence of Ragnarok to Asgard. The archenemy of Odin's #1 mortal enemy is now dead. The eternal fire was crushed to pieces by the more powerful David, losing his core of life and dying completely. Surtur, it's just that. David couldn't help shaking his head. Everything in front of him was no longer in the way. He raised his hand, took the fallen Twilight sword in his hand, and waved it, feeling the amazing flame power, and immediately showed a satisfied look. On the other side, he directly carried the World Tree by himself, and in a low roar, under the shocking gaze of countless people, he carried the World Tree away by the roots. The endless space and time trembled violently. Countless rules are thrown into chaos. It also includes a lot of divine power of the Protoss. At this moment, it has lost the blessing of the rule, and it is extremely chaotic. However, this World Tree between the illusory and the real, the incarnation of rule in time and space, was indeed carried away by David at this moment. Aren't you going to fight? Now that there is no World Tree, I think you will fight with your head. The voice of David's righteous words spread throughout the 10 worlds. Countless level godfathers are silent, but more people exclaimed in amazement and cheered. It is indeed David. It's just that the impact of doing this is too great, and the World Tree system collapses. I really never thought I could do this. Thor, carrying the spear of eternity, fell into unprecedented confusion and at a loss. The World Tree is gone. What is this? Such a big tree just disappeared? Not just Thor. All the worlds standing on the World Tree have fallen into confusion and anxiety. The many gods who hurriedly returned to the World Tree also fell into unprecedented silence and speechlessness. Everyone is in the World Tree system, And now, the world tree is gone, and it was pulled up by a fierce man. Only the earth will not be affected, and the other 9 worlds will have to adapt to the days without the protection of the world tree rule for a long time in the future. Boom! The terrifying loud noise came out again, and everyone looked up but saw that David had carried the world tree into the universe. A large number of Kryptonians had already gathered around, and among them, a large number of scientists had directly started to study the world tree on the spot. David swept his eyes, looked at the peeping eyes, sneered, and waved his hand lightly. The power of infinite gems shrouded, and in an instant, the entire world tree was shrouded. A lot of light filled the air, splitting this large cosmic area, throwing the world tree into it for storage and research. This demon, he is more terrifying than the big demons in hell. How can he do such a thing? He pulled out the world tree, and then went to study it himself. That was the power of infinite gems just now. Did it disappear from the universe? And it fell into David's hands. If David keeps this power, it's more reassuring than it is in someone else's hands. Many eyes stared at each other, and finally, when they were blocked by infinite gems, all existences withdrew their eyes unwillingly. Have to face reality. Facing this, there will be no world tree from now on, only empty 10 worlds that are not closely connected. The most embarrassing is undoubtedly the paradise that has just returned. We want to hang heaven on the branches of the world tree again, but what should we do now? Stay here. Many angels gathered together at a loss. No one dared to go to David to ask for the world tree. It would really be beaten to death. The undead flame giant Surti is the best example. Such a powerful guy was beaten to death. It's really miserable. In space, David played with his eyes while observing the divine power rule of the world tree with great interest. The world tree is very involved, very large, and even at the source, it can be related to at least 5 multi-universe level existences. The first generation of gods, the god of life, and the 4 gods of chaos in the second generation of gods. They are all closely related to the ancient world tree. After the civil war broke out in the second generation of gods, the 4 chaos gods broke apart, and the 3 generations of gods that were born later spread to the multi-universe, and every universe has them, becoming the least valuable and cheapest group. Every universe is a large group of 3 generations of gods headed by Odin, and there is a world tree. Although it is worthless if you can have the opportunity to get in touch with the core genetic system of this vein of divine power through this thing, then everything is worth it. With a smile on the corner of David's mouth, he looked at the many busy scientists. He just needs an opportunity. One can thoroughly analyze the mystery of the world tree, trace the ancient world tree, and even find the chance to find the original creator, the mysterious god of life. In the entire Marvel system, this god of life is the most mysterious and unpredictable, and even OAA above all things is more well-known than the god of life. It can be said that as long as you master the god of life and parse out the mystery of the god of life, the divine system in the Marvel system is almost equal to grasping 70%. A great god system, at least 5 multi-universe gods, may be able to challenge or even directly suppress the 5 creation gods. Its particularity can be imagined. I'm really looking forward to it. Hurry up. I can't wait to dig out you, the great god of life from the vast universe. With a smile on his face, David looked full of kindness and kindness, a hero of justice. But in fact, he is already planning an even older existence and is already thinking about how to kill the other party and plunder everything from the other party. At this time, boom, there was a bombardment of divine power, and it went straight to the defensive barrier constructed by infinite gems. A sharp sword was thrown out, and a sharp sound broke out frequently. Hela, with an unwilling face, was throwing his sword frantically, trying to open a passage so that he could get in touch with the world tree. "Sister, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Thor's eyes widened, showing a look of astonishment. "What is this crazy woman doing?" "Don't worry, Thor, your sister should also be taught a lesson. After all, she has been imprisoned for so many years. David will not kill her for your sake. Aside, Steve comforted. Thor was relieved. Although he hated this irascible sister, at least this was one of his few relatives. Boom! The barrier is opened. Hela rushed in with a fierce look on his face, and only showed a hint of satisfaction until he was bathed in the rule of the World Tree. You lunatic, you shouldn't dig up the World Tree. Hela looked ugly. This tree involves many ancient and powerful gods. You will regret it. David looked up and down at the woman in front of him. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He said lightly, I don't know if I will regret it, but you will definitely regret breaking in. Hela is a tough guy, and a guy who will never admit defeat. Being able to become the god of death in the World Tree system, her character can be imagined. A soft personality can't become a god on the side of death. Interesting. David looked at Hela, the god, and kept looking at him. His eyes were like knives, layer by layer, cutting off the woman's coat. I'll gouge your eyes out. Hela sneered, swung Thor's hammer directly, and smashed it into David's head. Snapped. David raised his hand at will, blocked it lightly, and stopped the hammer easily. Mjolnir is useless to me. You may not know that when Thor lost his divine power and came to Earth, I raised this hammer. David grabbed Mjolnir with one hand, and then, with slow force, accompanied by amazing lightning flashes, terrifying cracks appeared on the surface of the hammer and began to spread wildly. It seemed like a whimper. In the roar of a lot of thunder and lightning, the hammer was crushed by David on the spot, turned into pieces of scrap iron, scattered into the universe, starry sky. It's just an inferior work. Were you proud of? They all say that you are the son of the sun, and the whole World Tree system spreads your name and tells of your greatness. I don't believe it. Hela sneered and threw out a large number of sword blades, carrying a strong death force, and stabbed David on the body. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp sound came out. These many sharp knives that could easily destroy the planet stabbed David's body, but he couldn't even pierce David's skin. You can't even pierce my skin. What are you proud of? It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. You will soon believe it. I can not only pierce your skin, but also your body. Swish! David stretched out his hand, grabbed Hela's shoulder, and let the other party's death power stir to no avail, and was defeated by David lightly. This arm broke through the powerful vortex of divine power in an instant, and even penetrated the protection and blessing of the death rule that was constantly spreading from the World Tree. UB asterisk 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 D. Hela was frightened and angry, and raised her hand. Another sword came out of her hand and slashed at David's wrist, cutting off the hand that was holding her. But there was still a small ding sound. Yes, I like your character. David looked down. The smile on his face became more and more playful, and the look at Hela was different now. You know what? I've never touched a woman. It's not good, but I can't help it, because ordinary people can't bear my strength. I'm really worried that I'll die accidentally. David approached Hela, grabbed each other's chin, and lifted it. Ordinary women, I can't even bear the best of me. If you don't pay attention, I will be penetrated by me. But you are different. Maybe you can make me a little satisfied, David said in a low voice, and immediately, the force field that was always vibrating suddenly spread, covering everything. From the outside, it seems that the two are fighting an increasingly dangerous battle. However, there is a battle to be waged. Hiss! David ripped off the battle suit on Hela, then tossed it hard, raising his hand and holding it down. His own battle suit was hidden directly, revealing his strong body. UB asterisk 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 D. What do you want to do? Hela gritted her teeth and kept making the way out and slashing at David, but she found in despair that she couldn't hurt a single hair of the man in front of her. It's simply an unbelievably strong body, and it's not reasonable at all. What I want to do, don't you know? I said, you're going to regret breaking in. I was thinking about how to celebrate, and you couldn't wait to break in, which is good. I'm very satisfied. As for how satisfied you are, it depends on your performance. David laughed in a low voice, greedily glanced at the grace in front of him, and pressed it. Dong, dong, dong. An astonishing collision sounded, as if the two beings were engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight. It was accompanied by an unwilling roar, and the roar gradually transformed into a sound that seemed to be extremely painful. It seems that this enemy is very difficult, so Lord David must take it seriously. While studying the world tree, the numerous Kryptonians looked solemnly at the area shrouded by chaotic power. However, they were all confident and never believed that David would lose. In this world, there is no god who can defeat your excellency, commander. Another long time passed. An astonishing roar sounded. Everything fell into silence. Swish! The chaotic force field opened a gap, and David stepped out with a dignified face, spotless on his body. Sure enough, no matter how powerful that woman is, she was blessed by the world tree, so that it took so long for Lord David to defeat him, and she is still not Lord David's opponent. To dare to break in is simply courting death. Many Kryptonians sneered at the corners of their mouths and looked at the gods in their minds with reverence. As expected of Lord David, there is no enemy he can't deal with. Your Excellency, Commander. A scientist approached. David nodded arrogantly and said calmly, "How's the research going?" "There's been some progress. The power of rules is passed on by blood as a link, which includes," scientists say, a lot of professional words. David listened carefully. "Did that guy get killed just now?" A scientist's eyes glowed. "Not dead yet, but half dead by my tossing." David was very calm and raised his chin. "As long as I make a move, there is no god who can't fall. As expected of your Excellency, Commander." The scientist immediately said, "The god just now, the moment he came in, triggered a violent response from the world tree, and there must be something very valuable on him. Maybe we can locate some kind of generalization of the world tree from this. Consciousness rule, it's better to put her corpse. No, she has even greater value. You don't care about this matter. I'm solely responsible for it. This is an order." David put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and looked unfathomable. The scientists immediately bowed their heads respectfully and adored. These living beings born from the breeding warehouse do not know some kind of magical battle, and even their bodies do not even have that kind of impulse, and the corresponding genes are removed directly when the embryo is cultivated. Obedience and order are qualified Kryptonians, the most qualified tool people, and nothing else is necessary. Soon, David's eyes swept away, and Hela began to struggle, and when he raised his hand, the space gem flashed, and two space-time vortexes opened up in an instant. Teleport David and Hela away together, _ Hela was in a very bad mood. She stared blankly at the naked self that was pulled out, especially the traces left by the strong impact on her body and the various shameful gestures she made during the fight. There are bruises all over his body, all left after being violently rammed by some B****************. Really? A*******. Hela was almost crazy. Her head was dizzy with anger, and her eyes were shining with stars. Actually, her dignified death god Hela was actually given to this man. "Don't be so excited. It's your honor." David walked in and looked down at the proud death god. "Really wonderful taste. Good. Really not bad. You wait. You will pay a terrible price for all your actions. I will cut the flesh off you piece by piece." Hela gritted her teeth in hatred. David glanced at the woman in surprise. "You tried your best, but you couldn't even pierce my skin, but I easily pierced your body. Where did you get the confidence from? Speak harshly." As he spoke, he also looked at the graceful Hela seriously, showing a satisfied look. "Nice, really nice." Hela's mentality exploded. "You pulled up the world tree. On the one hand, you wanted to end the war of the 10 realms, and on the other hand, you wanted to study the mystery of the world tree." Suddenly, Hela sneered. Those deep eyes, the undead crossed. "Midgardian, the power of the world tree is more terrifying than you think, and similarly, the origin is even more amazing. For example, a multi-universe god beyond a single universe." Hela sneered, a trace of contempt in his eyes. There are several multi-universe level gods. Which one do you want to talk about? David said lightly, I guess it's Gia. This guy likes to play in the world tree the most. Hela froze for a moment, showing an incredible look, looking at the man in disbelief. How come? How can you do this to the world tree? This is a very secret history. Why can a mere human like you know it? David didn't answer right away, just followed a cigar and looked at the woman with interest. I have even killed a multi-dimensional Mephisto, a multi-universe level ancient god, and seen more than one, the mere world tree's secrets, and want to hide it from me? It's just like this kind of boring news. Everything matters. David exhaled a smoke ring and said something casually. Shocked from Hela Odinson, reputation value plus 50. Hela looked at the human in front of her in shock. The Midgards actually came out with such a fierce human being? I understand, after I came out of Odin's seal, I heard something that the entire world tree was talking about unconsciously. It was talking about you. Hela suddenly fell silent and said in a low voice, What did you hear? David asked. I can't hear clearly. The world tree is not originally conscious, and some only have a systematic rule in the dark. These rules will deduce and change themselves according to everything that happens, benefiting all the Protoss who enjoy their shelter. Obviously, you triggered World Tree's reaction. Hela stared straight at David with a complicated expression. She just got out of trouble and has no time to study history, not to mention that David turned out to be such a fierce guy. Well, now I know, no matter what kind of fierceness. David spread his hands. Now, this tree has been pulled by me, and it is useless to talk about anything. In fact, after I cut off the root of the tree, even if I don't do it, the tree will gradually die. Total collapse into the most primitive chaos. Before it collapses completely, I will find the core of the power of the system. Hela sat silently for a while, not knowing what to say. This powerful D has known everything for a long time, and pulling out the world tree is not simply for the so-called justice, but more to spy on the secret. If you just destroy the world tree, you won't have such trouble, but if you really want to parse the world tree, you will definitely be noticed by those guys. The older god race beyond our system. Hela warned in a low voice. What do you want to do after talking so much? David asked with a smile. Give me the world tree. I am the Aesir Protoss, and I am born close to the world tree. If I carry and devour the divine power of the world tree, I can maximize the final value of this tree. Hela looked serious. Snapped. David went up and slapped, and when Hela was caught off guard and his face changed greatly, he hit hard and slapped Hela's butt. You have a beautiful body, a beautiful voice, and you think more beautifully. Why are you so beautiful? Damn, D. Let me go. Dong dong dong. Another violent crash. Is Lord David still beating that god like crazy? TSK, really hard working. Outside, the Kryptonian who was in charge of the guard looked emotional. At the same time, the world tree that was surrounded and analyzed by many scientists, at this moment, suddenly, there was a faint light flickering. A stalwart and secret consciousness came here quietly, following some unknown channel. This consciousness has traversed the infinite and distant void, traversed countless universes, and landed here precisely in the boundless infinite multiplicity. The world tree was interrupted by someone. It has entered the countdown to life, and it will collapse soon. No wonder. This consciousness is extremely vast and powerful. As soon as it came, it knew everything that happened, and was surprised by what happened in this universe. That David is really bold, and his brain is flexible enough. It's not wrong for Cytolak to die in the hands of this guy. He died in the hands of a very courageous guy. This consciousness is constantly wandering in the world tree, reading everything that happened in the past, and easily obtains the information of the years on this huge tree. Those scientists who are studying the world tree, as well as the many powerhouses who are responsible for monitoring the world tree, even Professor X, have not found the slightest clue. But someone found it. Since you're here, come out and see what you're sneaking around. David put on his battle suit and stomped on the ground with a loud bang. Suddenly, the entire world tree trembled with this terrifying foot. The terrifying power that encompassed everything in an instant swept everything, and the entire world tree was shrouded in it. In an instant, the consciousness that crossed the boundary from the distant infinite multi-universe was suddenly shaken out. This is a bright light group. To be able to find me, as expected of the son who killed Setarak, a magical human. An ethereal thought came from the light group. When the expressions of the mini-guards changed, they were about to attack, but they were directly stopped by David. In the face of this level of existence, the strength of ordinary warriors is useless at all. I guess, directly following the world tree, you are Gia of the earth. David's face was serious, and there was a hint of caution in his eyes. One of the 4 chaos gods, one of which he had indirect contact with before, was Osset, the god of white magic in the Trinity Waishandi. Now Gia, the god of the earth, is the 2nd chaos god he has come into contact with. You are very strange. Even if I walk through the multi-universe, through countless world trees, silently observing the birth and destruction of every universe, there's still no one who can compare to you. I even doubt, are you my descendant? The light group began to change during the speech, and finally, a huge and illusory image appeared, bowed his head, and looked at David quietly. Gia, the god of the earth, is relatively low-key among the 4 chaos gods, but he always appears at the most critical moment to reverse the situation. Gia. David's muscles gradually tightened, and every cell was excited. It was the existence in front of him that reversed the defeat in one fell swoop in the civil war of the 2nd generation of gods. At the beginning, the snake god Seth, one of the 4 chaos gods, that is, the snake that devoured the world, was surprised to find one day that as long as he devoured other gods, he could greatly increase his power. This discovery made the snake god extremely shocked. Although he didn't understand the principle, he became excited and began to secretly attack some weak 2nd generation gods and the descendants of the 2nd generation gods. Finally, another evil guy, one of the 4 chaos gods, the god of the underworld and the god of black magic, is also the current god of chaos, the source of magic power of Scarlet Witch Wanda, the terrifying Sid Hone, and noticed the strangeness of the snake god. Move. So joined in. Finally, with a large number of gods being devoured, Osset and Gia finally sensed something was wrong. The 4 chaos gods broke apart completely, 2 to 2, and the battle was fierce. Osset and Gia were not opponents that devoured a large number of the same kind of zombies in Hades, and they were losing ground, seeing that the 2nd generation of gods would become the food of these 2 demons. It was at this time that Gia stood up, united with the god of life, and gave birth to a terrifying and special existence, the God Eater. This is a biological weapon that can swallow more than the snake god and the underworld god. It madly devours everything that can be touched, gathers all the power, and defeats the snake god and the underworld god in a battle, and completely banishes it. God Eater himself also ushered in the end, that his disintegration, the power of all the gods that he swallowed, all collapsed, this group of power attached to the world tree. And after a long time, the 3rd generation of gods evolved. That is, Odin, etc., can be multiplied by the self-splitting of multi-universe to the constantly replicating pantheon. Cheapest and least valuable. Gia, maybe not the best, but he must be the smartest and brightest guy. Similarly, it is also an existence that holds countless life pools and has given birth to countless powerful descendants. The god of the earth is not blown out, but born out of real action. Earth Gia, state your purpose. David's face was expressionless, and he turned a deaf ear to Gia's claim that he was his descendant. Strictly speaking, the earth gave birth to everything. But David is not. His body has long been replaced with Kryptonian genes, and he also awakening his own unique god genes. Unique. I came here on purpose to see my son. Thor, Gia said in that unchanging, ethereal, and soft voice. Thor? David was thoughtful. Is Thor of this universe really the offspring of Odin and Gaia? Leaving here, the World Tree is the root cause of endless wars. For the peace and stability of the 10 realms, this tree must be destroyed. David put his hands behind his back and looked at the existence in front of him calmly. There is no fear or dread. There is only that calm and profound like the big Aquaman yawn. Just Gaia. It's not like he hasn't killed a multi-universe god. Gaia took a deep look at David. The World Tree is just a dead thing. It was not the source of war and destruction in the first place. It is the person who covets the World Tree. No, I said it is what it is. As long as I destroy the World Tree, people have nothing to be greedy for, and naturally there will be no endless bloody battles. David was talking nonsense with his eyes open. Hand over the World Tree? Are you out of your mind? A fool would hand over what he got. Then there's no way. Gaia murmured. It's really a troublesome thing to have such a stubborn descendant. But World Tree can't just give it to me. My intuition tells me that once you parse the secret of World Tree, you will make simple things very cumbersome. Saying that, the figure will dissipate and turn into countless particles. A trace of indifference flashed across David's eyes, and in that instant he stepped forward, struck hard, and slammed straight in. With a loud bang, a powerful shock wave immediately shot out. The numerous light particles ushered in a wave of collapse again. The light completely dissipated. Gaia, I can roughly guess what you're going to do. David chuckled softly. At the moment, Earth. Thor is getting acquainted with his own power of Odin, the powerful power that made him a powerful level god father, a lifetime accumulation of Odin. At this moment, Thor suddenly raised his head with a shocking expression on his face. He clearly noticed that there was an extremely vast and close aura that was rising rapidly. The ground, no, the whole Earth. Who is it? Thor looked horrified. The ground beneath Thor's feet suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and Thor was at the center of this light. Thor, my child, I am Gaia, your birth mother. The rays of light gathered, and a figure emerged, looking at Thor gently in front of him. Thor looked at the existence in front of him for a while at a loss. Gaia, old or previous pantheon? What do you want to do? Thor fired the spear of eternity. Gaia said mildly, David dug up the World Tree. You must. The World Tree is dying. Once it dies completely, the entire 10 realms will fall into huge amounts of chaos, and the power of every Protoss will decline terribly, even you. Not excluded. I don't care about the decline of power. I only know that digging up the World Tree is what David will do, and he's also tried to eliminate the endless 10 world wars. Thor murmured. Even if the existence in front of him gave him a kind of affinity and resonance in his blood, he still remained vigilant against this guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. For me to beware and against my best brother? This is so possible. Then there's no way, Thor. There are things you have to do, whether you like it or not. Gia's expression was still gentle and pitiful, and at this moment, she started. Just moved a finger, and in an instant, Thor was frozen in place. And in just an instant, all the power in Thor's body was sealed, and every trace of divine power was frozen by Gaia. This is your mission, Thor. It's not that the World Tree can't be destroyed, but it can't be poached and studied by people like David. You don't understand it now, but you will know in the future. I am right. Gaia looked at Thor, whose eyes were splitting with a cold look in his eyes. Swish! In an instant, endless rays of light began to gather in the entire Earth, turning into bright streamers, and without a sound, they frantically poured into Thor's body. The endless light spots, each brewing the power of the infinite Earth, with the thickness of the Earth, at this moment, all of them are integrated into Thor's body, turning into Thor's power. The unimaginable endless power is constantly rushing. Thor let out a roar of pain and madness, trying his best to fight against this vast force, but unfortunately, he was too far behind. After a while, Thor's self-will was finally overwhelmed by this endless influx of heaviness. What remained in place was the exorcism that carried the power of the infinite Earth, a being that acted in honor of Gaia's will. Then congratulations, Thor, from now on. You are the god of the earth. You will be the most suitable person to stop David. Gia laughed in a low voice, raised his hand, and in an instant, countless thoughts flooded into Thor's blank mind and replaced them. The light gradually dissipated. Boom! Thor soared into the sky, roared, and directly rushed to the cosmic starry sky, and rushed to the blocked area in an instant. After Thor disappeared for a long time, the superhero of the Avengers Alliance arrived late, looking at everything in front of them in confusion. There was an extremely amazing divine power just now. Where's Thor? Where has he been? A superhero looked at everything in front of him with an ugly face. Thor gone. In the universe, starry sky. David, who was observing the world tree, suddenly changed his expression and turned his head to look in a certain direction. This is Thor with the power of the earth. It's amazing. This kind of strength is definitely far more than Rune King Thor. Even if it is eternal Thor, I'm afraid it can't compare to this Earth Thor. David narrowed his eyes. He looked at the empty eyes, Thor, who was flying fast at the moment, thoughtfully. Earth Thor, I am afraid it is the most powerful Thor in the multi-universe so far. Interesting, really interesting. Gia, in order to deal with me, you did not hesitate to control Thor with the power of the earth. You are really generous. David laughed in a low voice, and as he took a step forward, he was already standing in front of Thor, looking at Thor with interest. David, return the world tree, and nothing will happen, Thor said in a low voice. Gia's will hangs over everything. The smile on David's face was getting weirder. Use Thor? This is from the point of view that he will not hurt his comrades in arms. Gia firmly believes that when facing Thor, he will not kill the killer, but will only be timid and scruples. Pity. Unfortunately, even if you are a multi-universe god, there are times when you are blind. David let out a sneer, raised his hand, punched hard, and hit Thor on Earth. The War of Gods broke out. David made the first move, and his strike was extremely decisive and fierce, and he didn't hold back at all. Snapped. A loud bang. The incomparably heavy Earth divine power was shaken by David's blow, and an astonishing crackling sound erupted. This kind of decisiveness made Gia couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. What would you do? I've already learned about the past of the two of you. You, who can lift Thor's hammer, are the most suitable partners. Will you really kill Thor in order to save the world tree? Thor spoke slowly, and Gia's voice came out slowly. Now you're not Thor at all, but Gia. You killed my good brother Thor, and I will avenge him. David's face was serious, as if he hated the way Gia had killed Thor. Before Gia could respond, David had already punched him hard, retaliating what Gia was going to say. Die! David snorted loudly. In his brazen hands, punch after punch, he started beating Thor greatly from multiple angles. The energy waves of full bloom burst out together, and all of them bombarded Thor. This series of attacks, at this moment, all poured into the heavy earth power that shrouded everything. In an instant, a terrifying explosion sounded, and the divine power was destroyed by David's terrifying attack, and suddenly collapsed. With this brutal and violent attack, he was breaking through Thor's barrier layer by layer. Roar! Thor roared wildly, holding the spear of eternity, and stabbed David in front of him with a hard blow. At the moment when a scar was drawn, the whole person simply rushed over, terrifying divine power surging, carrying waves beyond the single level, attacking with all his strength, making more scars on David. In the roaring divine light, David suddenly raised his head, his eyes flushed red, and his hot eyes suddenly burst out. A terrible explosion sounded. Gia, if you think this makes me hold back, then you're just stupid, and stupid to the point of naivety and hopelessness. David bombarded Thor frantically with his hot eyes, and immediately took a step forward, smashing wildly with one punch after another. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying shock seemed to tear everything apart, tearing everything that was there into pieces. The two beings who are best at hand-to-hand combat have started a terrifying mutual fight at this moment. Every punch carries the terrifying power of destroying the galaxy, and every blow seems to shake the universe. The aftermath of the battlefield spread wildly, and the surrounding planets were all destroyed by the aftermath of the energy at this moment, turning into a desert-like emptiness and nothingness. One after another, the Earth's divine power was blasted away by David in an arrogant manner and directly bombarded Thor's body. Great, David. As expected of a legendary human who killed Sidorak, I believe you also have the power to kill Thor. Gia's voice came out, boasting that this was the most powerful human being he had ever seen, that strong. Straight and fierce to a terrifying level. Only, are you really going to kill Thor? Gia suddenly laughed softly. As for Thor's life, sadly, Thor is indeed her heir, but she doesn't care either. Looking at the multi-universe, she has many offspring, and she doesn't care about a mere Thor at all. Thor's death is secondary. The point is that you're dead. Gia, you've angered me. David's face was expressionless, and he punched Thor's body. This blow was not only attacking Thor originally, but also directly crossed the boundary of time and space, surpassed the barrier of the body, and directly hit Gia's consciousness superior. To Gia, the Earth was originally her body. The rays of light dissipated. As time went by, this bloody battle became more and more fierce. The fierce confrontation between the two existences of David and Gia almost overturned the entire universe, and countless stormy waves spread. It even broke through the cosmic barrier in minutes, and its influence and battle situation directly exceeded the boundaries of a single universe and spread to the entire multi-universe. Is this really Thor? What the hell is going on? Hela got dressed and rushed out, looking at this scene in shock. The goddess of death was stunned. Is this the brother he knows? There were more beings who were turned upside down by this sudden war, and they were in a state of embarrassment, and there were also many unlucky people who were smashed into flesh by the aftermath on the spot. What a terrible fight, just like the fight between David and Sidorak. In other words, this time David is at war with a being that transcends a single universe. The last time the opponent was the most powerful demon. Who is the enemy this time? Many gods looked at the battlefield, but they all showed deep confusion. They don't know Gia at all, and they never know that there is such a power as the power of the earth in this world. However, their shock and confusion could not have any impact on the battle situation. They could only endure silently. Snapped. David smashed Thor's face with a hard blow, sending him flying. That's it? Gia, you don't hesitate to give Thor the power of the earth, turning him into your toolman. And it's just this? You want to kill me with this kind of power? David sneered. The scales of war tilted in his favor. In the body, in the closed universe, the endless sunlight focused on him, sublimating everything in him crazily. Even in the face of the existence of Gia, David could still have the upper hand. It's an amazing body, unimaginable, and it also awakening your unique god genes, and is quickly walking on the road to become a multi-dimensional god. I exhaust multi-universe. You're like this is the first time see. Gia sighed with emotion. And also the last time. David sneered, stepped forward, slammed through the force of the earth, grabbed Thor's face, and then pulled away and fell hard. In the bang, David raised his other arm and slammed it down with a punch, already reaching super light speed, bombarding Thor with a bang. More importantly, every attack is also attacking Gia's consciousness. Constantly attacking, Gia also felt the pain. Her multi-level, powerful consciousness body was also overwhelmed at this moment and crumbling. You really willing to kill Thor? Gia looked shocked. Isn't this man the hero of justice, the conscience of mankind? Hasn't he been doing justice all the time? Gia has clearly observed everything in the world tree. But why this guy can kill Thor without hesitation? Shock from Gia. Reputation plus 3,000. What is this hero? What is the conscience of human beings? Gia felt his own conscious body, and while controlling Thor and the divine power of the earth, he was beaten frantically with one punch after another by David, and faintly felt the amazing pain. In particular, this man didn't care about Thor's life or death at all. Every time he punched, it was extremely heavy, and after a series of mad attacks, Thor's body was on the verge of collapse. All of this just for the sake of blasting Gia's consciousness. This crazy situation made Gia feel astonished. How low should the lower limit of human psychology be to choose this kind of thing as a conscience? Boom! David punched Thor in the chest with a terrifying pop, destroying most of his bones and internal organs. Thor's whole body flew out backwards, and a trace of confusion appeared on that numb and empty face at this moment. This is Gia's confusion. Gia, I don't care what kind of bullshit god you are. If you interfere in my affairs without authorization, you will pay the price. David rushed over. His figure spanned countless light years and grabbed Thor's neck. The next moment, when he raised his head, his eyes burst into an astonishingly powerful gaze, which bombarded Thor's head. Wow! The endless rays shrouded Thor, and the frantic burning began. The endless high temperature and shockwave wiped out Thor's will layer by layer. Everything began to be burned in this terrifying light. Thor let out a roar of pain, and the sound spread throughout the universe, and even spread wildly, and was heard by more universes. Countless beings moved their eyes and looked at this universe. This is the power of the earth. Who is Gia at war with? This cosmic coordinate, I remember, Satarak died in this world at the beginning. The two great demons, Mephisto and Sitarak, have both died here. Who else dares to rush to die? Son of the sun? But why is Gia fighting such a tough guy? Many gods were high above, overlooking everything, especially surprised and confused by Gia's actions. What is this crazy? Going to fight David? Many ancient gods showed a playful look, sneering at this scene. In particular, the other three chaos gods also noticed this scene. Interesting, Gia is the most low-key and least troublesome among us, but I didn't expect. If this guy hadn't given birth to the God Eater, we wouldn't have lost it all. When I devoured all the second-generation gods, I might become a super-universe god. Hee, the power of the earth. The three stalwart figures are observing from a distance in the same position, either sneering or indifferent. Mother, do you want to interfere? I'm very worried about Gia. I said. Hogs looked surprised. You think you lose? Actually, Gia never lost. Few shots don't mean that you are strong. It may not be stronger than David. Osset said lightly. The battle situation is getting more and more fierce, and the universes have been shaken in this violent confrontation and have been greatly affected. Snapped. David smashed Thor into the air with another blow, and with one punch, he slammed it from one end of the universe to the other. Gia, you can't hold it anymore. I can clearly feel that when I dig out your conscious body, I will make you pay a painful price. David looked down. His eyes had already seen through Thor's shell. Looking at the extremely embarrassed and sluggish conscious body, he sneered suddenly. Gia, one of the four chaos gods, is nothing more than that. As for Thor, who was used as a tool by Gia, he was almost killed by David. If Gia hadn't used the power of the earth to repair Thor again and again, Thor would have been destroyed long ago. David, everyone has misunderstood you. Gia's voice was icy cold, with a hint of anger. David, don't care if Thor lives or dies. Compared to Thor's life and death, this man cares more about whether he can kill himself. Where can there be such a hero? You hypocrite, Gia growled, gnashing her teeth. David said indifferently. How can you say that to me? I don't understand shit. With your old but decadent concept, you definitely can't understand my great will. Compared with rescuing the hostages, I am more concerned about how kill the criminals. Even if the price is to let all the hostages die, I am willing to exchange their lives for the criminals' deaths. David opened his arms, a look of helplessness and pain that I have nothing to do for justice. Gia became more and more furious, so much so that the power of the earth broke out with waves and turbulence. Gia, you're lost. I'll give you a chance. David walked into Thor step by step, looked straight at him with indifferent eyes, and said lightly, "Kneel down, please. I won't die around you." This is your attitude to the ancient gods. You are also one of my many descendants in name. Gia sneered. You also said that in name, your ancestors have come out to snatch my things, and you don't hesitate to control your own son. What else do I care? David rubbed his shoulders, shook his arm, and when he raised his hand again, the murderous intent had already pervaded and enveloped everything. Then go die. God, if you kill, you will die. Was simple philosophy, what a good one. Swish! David appeared in front of Gia in an instant. His sturdy arms slammed through the layers of supernatural power of the earth, and with a slam, it pierced Thor's body with a single blow. Even with Gia's all-out resistance and protection, Thor's broken body was on the verge of death at this moment. The will that was always covered and suppressed by Gia's consciousness finally began to slowly recover at this moment, and in the last despair, the craziest afterglow erupted. Gia, a hysterical, angry growl came out. Thor suddenly opened his eyes, and in the endless pain and anger, he roared wildly, the kind of extreme hatred which made people jump. Thor, thoroughly, was incensed, even with the sense that he was going to drag Gia to his death. I'm a warrior, son of the great Odin, the god king of Asgard. But you are wiping my will. Thor spit out a mouthful of blood. Carrying a large piece of internal organs, he mobilized all the divine power, crashed into the chaotic earth divine power, and his own will broke out in a tragic confrontation with Gia's conscious body. I'm not trying to harm you. I can even share my earth power with you. Gia said in a low voice. I don't care about your bullshit power. I'm the son of Odin, not the son of Gia. Thor roared. David, my brother, hurry up. Kill her. I am willing to use my life for this villain's death. As you wish. With a calm expression on his face, David made a bold move. David, a man of justice, decided to fulfill the wish of his good brother Thor, and even Thor and Gia were killed. Swish! David smashed through the layers of the earth's power, and with an unmatched body, he rushed out brazenly, and with one blow, most of Thor's body was bombed. Only the head and most of the shoulders remained, and the rest were completely destroyed by David's punch. A shrill scream rang out. It wasn't Thor's scream, but the scream of Gia's consciousness. This arrogant ancient chaos god, a great multi-universe existence, was severely injured by David's blow and let out an angry and shrill roar. No, David! The particles of light spread out, accompanied by an angry roar. Gia was completely gasped. I didn't expect. Noble and powerful like her, she actually suffered such a degree of trauma in this small world. Damage of this magnitude cannot be healed without millions of years of repair. Here you go. Thor's consciousness was already blurred, and he held his last breath, laughing loudly, constantly spewing bits of internal organs from his mouth. Full of pleasure, the eyes that looked at David also let out a sigh. I'm going to stop here, David. You haven't killed Hela, have you? Promise me. Let her go and return her to Asgard. She should be the king of Asgard. Thor looked at David with bloodshot eyes, with a kind of pleading. David sighed. I see. I'll make her the king of Asgard. Thor let out his last breath and was about to enter a dead silence. David even saw the proliferation of the death rule and was about to bury Thor completely in the realm of death. It can't be Gia can die, but it's a pity that you're dead like this. David's eyes flickered. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Thor, and in an instant, the space gem activated, teleporting it back to Krypton. Iceman Bobby immediately shot, freezing Thor, together with the body and the broken soul and consciousness, in an unreasonable way, freezing and freezing as much as possible. Omega-grade mutant Iceman, freezing time, and the like are just trivial. Next, it's just you, great and holy Gia. A smile appeared on David's face, and he looked at the particles of light and the majestic power of the earth surrounding these light spots. It's really funny that high above the body, which can be equivalent to the entire multidimensional world, at this moment, under David's frantic bombardment, it collapsed like a bubble. When a supreme god is pulled down from the altar, it is said that it is no different from those ordinary people who are dying, and they are all afraid of dying. David approached step by step, powerfully, and a fierce confrontation broke out directly with the power of the earth. The body, which was already indestructible after many rounds of evolution, still caused a lot of damage under the attack of the earth's divine power. The primordial doom cell has reached its limit. David pondered silently as he quickly repaired his damage with endless sunlight. It's time to officially start, and it's time to prepare for Doomsday. To become Doomsday is a big step forward from the perfect Kryptonian, and from now on, David will also have immortality. Crazy evolution. As long as the existence of the level is not too high to directly remove it, the general fierce battle will not kill David at all, but will promote the continuous evolution of David. Gia looked at David, who was approaching step by step in shock and consternation, his voice full of unwillingness. It's not accidental that you could defeat Sidorak, and your power system is not a flash in the pan. David, the only thing I saw wrong, one thing, is you will become a being with greatness. The multi-universe gods that are the same level as the entire multi-universe. How vast and holy. They are holy. They are the symbols of nobility. They're the creator of the world, the creator god of the race. Now, in this terrifying sequence, an unprecedented new god will be born. A terrifying existence that pushes physical fitness to an absurd level and shakes the multi-universe gods with a strong body. David shot indifferently and launched a final hunt on Gia. The endless particles of light collapsed, trying to escape. But David is faster. It's too late to think of leaving now. In an instant, 6 rays of light converged, and the power of infinite gems was mobilized by David at this moment, even at the expense of revealing the coordinates of the closed universe. The 6 groups of rays of light, especially the 2 infinite gems of the mind and soul, were madly motivated by David, and with one blow, Gia's consciousness was disturbed and disturbed. Buzz. Terrible fluctuations spread frequently. Under the full blast of the 6 infinite gems, they're also able to fight against multiple levels. Under this predicament, Gia completely lost the possibility of escape and was imprisoned in extreme anger. It's really embarrassing, great Earth God Gia. David spread out his palm and held up his consciousness. 6 different rays of light surrounded Gia's consciousness, blocking it tightly. I saw, David, the parallel universe you blocked and blocked with infinite gems, and I saw its coordinates. The countless existences of the entire multi-universe can also be seen. Gia suddenly sneered and admitted his failure. I underestimated you. In the same way, you overestimated yourself. Your biggest source of energy collapsed, and there will be countless gods targeting you. They will destroy the sun of the entire universe in an instant before they do anything to you, and then imprison and kill you step by step. David shrugged his shoulders blankly, his expression flat. But the more this happened, the more Gia sneered. Without the blessing of the endless sunshine of the entire universe, what can David like this smash the powerful body of level single universe with that punch? The existence of multi-universe level can easily crush David, who has no energy source. The scene where David used infinite gems to contain Gia was also seen by many multiple gods. I saw the exposed universe. In the beginning, Sidorak swept the multi-universe with a huge will, trying to find the cosmic coordinates in David's body, but failed. Using 6 infinite gems for shielding? Genius idea. But now it's too stupid to expose a crucial hole card for a Gia. David, after all, he's just a human. He's too arrogant, and he underestimates all the gods. Without the blessing of this universe, what else can he rely on? Infinite gems, one after another, icy eyes watched, and even some guys who had extinguished their thoughts all moved their minds again. David, who wouldn't want such a terrifying body and genetic system? Now, here's your chance. David looked at the imprisoned Gia, turned his head again, and glanced at the vast starry sky. Suddenly, under the malicious gaze of many eyes, he showed a meaningful smile. Really a bunch of naive guys. David chuckled softly. If those idiots thought they would be abolished without the blessing of a single universe, they would underestimate him too much. Better come quickly. The sooner the better. He can't wait to reap a greater amount of prestige. 1/10 of the 100 trillion reputation points are collected. It will take a lot of time and energy to break the bottleneck of multi-universe reputation. David grabbed Gia's consciousness, turned around, and in one step, he returned to the gradually withering world tree. Who are you fighting? I feel the power of the earth. Is it Gia? Hela was the first to block David and asked. David opened his hand directly, revealing the hexahedron, with the will of Gia imprisoned in it. Shock from Hela, reputation plus 100. Hela stared straight at him, with shock and aphasia on his face, and a deep confusion in the depths of his eyes. David, this man, even beat Gia? Why is this so? The dignified ancient god, the great multi-existence, was actually defeated by this man in front of him? What about Thor? Hela whispered. It's basically dead, with half a breath left. David responded casually, left Hela directly, glanced at the world tree one last time, turned around, and returned to Krypton in an instant. Boom! David casually threw the hexahedron that sealed Gia on the table, as if he was throwing a beautiful ornament. The next moment, he has quickly come to the laboratory of the Academy of Sciences. How's it going? David asked lightly. It's worse. Thor can almost be said to be dead. His body is defective, and his consciousness is constantly collapsing. If it wasn't for Bobby's freezing, I'm afraid it would have been lost long ago, said a scientist. David turned his head and looked at Bobby with admiration. Look beautiful. You'll be a great god. Infinite freezing, even time, space, and rules can be frozen. This ability can be imagined. How terrible it is. Thor. David frowned thoughtfully. From his point of view, he could see that the rules of the universe with the death side were pouring in, trying to penetrate the thick layer of ice and devour Thor completely. This level of death rule, but Hela's level, actually involves the death of a single universe. In other words, one of the 5 great creation gods is right here at this moment. As long as there is a dead zone, it is a bright place. As long as I don't let him go, it doesn't matter who comes, even if you die. David chuckled softly. He had more ideas. Conduct the genetic modification plan. Inject the genes of the Abyss Devil into Thor's body, and then throw Thor into the Abyss, where he will live in a more perfect form. David looked down at Thor. When he comes back again, everything will be different. Numerous scientists immediately went to execute the order. Genetic ratio, Asir God bloodline genetic match analysis. A lot of data emerges. Many scientists began to implant the genes of the Abyss Devil into Thor. The Devil's genetic system is also in the code of life, and the source is still David. With the integration of the Devil system and the World Tree system, what kind of experimental results will be born? It really makes me curious. David looked at all the busyness with a faint smile on his face. Soon, with the injection of devil genes, Thor let out a shrill roar unconsciously. The defective body is being completed at an astonishing speed, and various strange appendages, such as sharp horns and scales, all appear one by one, but retract one by one. The 2 genetic systems are in a fierce confrontation. Energy injection. The ecological warehouse has entered an overloaded state. Quickly increase the energy supply. After a single operation, Thor's life form was not completely collapsed, and his life was saved. Only this guy beyond recognition, half human, half devil. David shook his head. The Thor in front of him, the newly grown body, exudes a dark red color. The layers of horny have amazing defensive power, and on the head, there are a few tiny horns growing out. Even the blonde hair at the moment turned red and gold. A pair of hot eyes that kill Matt. But it doesn't matter. David cares more about the actual meaning and results of doing this than the insignificant things like appearance. Venom. Open the Abyss passage and throw Thor into the Abyss. There is a category outside the multi-universe. Even if death wants to stretch his hand, he must weigh his own weight. Moreover, the world rule of the abyss has no effect on the devils. The gene system is friendly and will allow Thor to adapt more quickly. David said lightly. Venom immediately stretched out his head, opened his mouth wide, swallowed Thor in one bite, chewed it a few times, and sent it to the abyss. Your Excellency, Commander, this will be an unprecedented experimental product. If it is successful, it means that the world tree system will be included in the scope of the Code of Life, and the genes of the gods will become our hunting target, said a scientist. David nodded with satisfaction. Fine, that's exactly what I want. He couldn't wait to see what kind of power this new form of Thor would explode. Did the two systems fail to integrate in the end and collapse completely? Or did he successfully complete the integration in the abyss and become the unprecedented devil Thor? First the earth Thor, and now the devil Thor, as expected of my good brother, brought me too many surprises. David walked out of the academy slowly, smiling faintly, full of anticipation. As soon as he raised his hand, the beautiful hexahedron exuding various colors of shining light had already appeared in the palm of David's palm. Let me out, David. This time I lost, and I'm willing to take the consequences and pay the price. Gia's voice came from it, but David just smiled faintly. The great mother of the earth, you are right. You are always right. It is the humble mortal like me who is wrong. In order to prove your greatness, I will do everything to make up for my mistakes. For example, how about transforming you into a beautiful little toy? With the consciousness of multiple gods at its core, David is excited. Where is this? Thor opened his eyes in confusion, looking at the chaotic and dim environment. Lava flowing everywhere, endless surging sin. Hell, how am I in hell? Thor jumped up immediately, raised his hand, and the spear of eternity flew to his hand spontaneously. But the next moment he was stunned. Thor looked down in a daze, looking at his hand. It should be called a paw now? Dark red claws with pointed long nails. This is the devil's hand. Gia, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. What did she do to me? Thor was furious with hatred, gnashing his teeth, especially feeling the divine power in his body. Whether it was Odin's power or Thor's power, it had become bleak and weak at this moment. Instead, a completely unfamiliar force stirred wildly within him and was constantly in harmony with the rules of this world. This kind of power makes Thor feel very comfortable. This is even more terrifying. Thor's face was already dark red, and now it gradually became blood red. He didn't know what happened. Just take one step at a time. So Thor began to explore this hell. The most difficult thing is to find out which hell I am in. The most difficult thing is the hell ruled by big demons. Thor looked solemn. Another time passed. Finally, Thor learned about his situation by talking to other creatures. I'm in Abyss, a world where you can fight against hell and madly vend the demons. The devil still has a mortal enemy. Devil, I have lived for 1,500 years, and I have never heard of such a race in this world, and they are naturally opposed to demons. What? You said that I am a born evil devil, and I should go to the king of devils to claim the position of the great devil. Continue to invade hell, kill all the demons in hell, and then transform hell into an abyss. Once defeated, the abyss will also be retransformed into hell. Thor was completely stunned. Everything that happened here made him feel at a loss. What the hell is going on here? Devil of the abyss, this. Thor clutched his head in pain, and his brain, which was not smart at all, couldn't understand all of this. How could something so weird happen? At this time, several creatures next to him, at the moment, comforted, "Don't worry, Thor, with your strength, you can definitely become a great devil. You are no worse than those great evils. We are now in the third abyss, which originally belonged to Mephisto, but since Mephisto died in the multi-universe, many great demons have sent armies to fight for it, and they were attacked by the great Asmodeus. After he died, this place was also included in the realm of the abyss." Another creature spoke, showing off how shocking this history was. Among these creatures, there are devils, ghosts, and primitive worms that have failed in evolution. It was during this time that Thor got to know each other. Boom! The entire third abyss began to tremble. Not good. There are powerful enemies of the great demon level that invade the abyss. There's no big devil in the third abyss now, and we can't stop those brainless demons at all. Many big devils and various subordinate species began to be restless, and panic and fear appeared on their faces. "What about our big devil?" Thor asked, grabbing the devil beside him. "The great devils of the abyss have all gone to the hell where Zatannos is located. The high-level combat power of the two sides has been deadlocked for a long time. Even the great Asmodeus personally led his team to attack Zatannos. The devil panicked and looked desperate. As long as the devils capture a hell, the first thing they do is massacre, kill all demons, and incorporate all non-devils as combat power and slaves. No one knows why they do it. Not even the devil himself. Their genetic instincts are driving them to do it. As long as they see demons, these demons will have a kind of disgust and rejection in their bones, full of hatred and disgust, and they want to strip them alive. Therefore, every devil firmly believes that the devil is naturally their mortal enemy, and killing all the devils is the meaning of life for the devils. No one is going to ask why this is so, just like people are born to eat and drink water, and no one thinks that eating and drinking is wrong behavior. I finally seized the opportunity. You disgusting devils. Even if you are separated by many layers of time and space, I can smell the stench from your body." A terrifying big demon broke through the world barrier of the third abyss and slammed in with his army. Just as soon as he arrived, he let out a horrific wild laugh. The hatred and disgust were equally undisguised. Not only that, but many demons also stared at the panicked demons with fierce eyes. After such a long, bloody battle, the two camps have long since become thoroughly familiar with each other's temperaments and styles. The demons, in particular, have long been suffocating an evil spirit. "You damned things, I don't know how they were born, and you are full of rejection of our demons like a group of lunatics." The big demon at the head let out a low growl. The demons are not born to reject the devil, and even at the beginning, they discovered the existence of the abyss devil, and under the shock, they planned to communicate to a certain extent. After all, Asmodeus is also a powerful being. As a result, the war broke out directly, making all the demons bewildered, and they didn't know where to offend these demons. The rules of the abyss world are very special. You who naturally hate demons were born. Compared with demons, you deformed monsters are the most damnable. If it weren't for the intrigue of so many great demons, who would rather focus their energy on the civil war than waste their strength on you, do you really think you can live to this day? Today, my high-level demon, Duke, will destroy the third abyss and turn it into hell again. Marduk roared in a low voice and slaughtered all the devils with a grin. There were ferocious expressions on the faces of many demons, and the extreme hatred for demons engraved in their genetic source broke out at this moment, and the demons who knew they were going to die began to madly pounce on Duke Marl. Marduk was startled and felt that the devils were too weird. The demons chose to surrender, but the demons never accepted it and executed them directly. But the devils will never surrender to the devil. It is a miserable death, and they will not surrender and beg for mercy, which makes many big devils confused about the situation. Swish! At this moment, a long spear exuding powerful divine power was suddenly thrown over. "Enough! You evil devil! You have killed several of my comrades. I'm Thor to deal with you." Thor had a majestic look on his face, and he rose into the air in a long and fierce pace, roaring in a low voice. Thor strode out and flew up with a bang, emitting a terrifying light all over his body. This power is beyond the limits of the level Godfather and into a new realm, that is, the power of the level single universe. Thor couldn't bear it after seeing Duke Marl kill a few of his acquaintances. He didn't want to participate in the bloody race between the devil and the devil, and he never regarded himself as a devil. But he really cares about the people around him. Since losing Loki in the Battle of New York, Thor has sworn to protect those around him. Evil and ugly demon, give me death. The one who killed you is called Thor. Thor went out in anger and went straight to Dukemar. Thor? Thor? The question mark on Marduk's face, in this abyss in hell. This name is extremely unfamiliar and extremely strange. In hell and abyss, where did Thor come from? This kind of god position, at first glance, is an inferior god born in the multi-universe. Thor? I seem to have heard the name somewhere. Marduk sneered, but his eyes showed caution and surprise. The most important thing is here, in the third abyss, how could a completely unfamiliar high-level great devil appear? This is the terrifying existence of level single universe on the same level as yourself. Boom! A fierce battle broke out. Thor raised his hand, and in an instant, the spear of eternity erupted with roars, broke free from Dukemar's control, and flew to Thor's hand quickly. Thor held this god-king weapon and stabbed Marduk with a savage blow. Hiss! Under this all-out bombardment, an amazing scar was left on Marduk's body. Wow! An uproar. Especially the many devils are excited. I knew it. I knew he was strong. He was stronger than I thought. He's actually a high-level devil. The original worm that failed to evolve, Roar screamed. With the existence of the two-level single universes, the fierce battle broke out, covering an amazing range, and the entire third abyss was shaking. What surprised the devil, Dukemar, was that he clearly felt the power in the multi-universe from Thor. So it turns out, you are really that Thor, the son of Odin. How could you become a devil? Or has some universe been eroded by the abyss and become part of the abyss? Marduk was deeply troubled. Multi-universe has very different rules from hell. With the 5 creation gods in charge, hell has never been able to truly erode and devour the multi-universe. But why can the abyss do it? This is the power of Odin and Thor, the power of the world tree, plus the power of the abyss. Thor, you really gave me a big surprise. Marduk let out a low growl, his face horrified. Tolmer was silent, dancing the eternity wildly, adapting to his skyrocketing power at a faster speed. Yes, since he woke up, he has jumped from a strong level godfather to a body level universe, and also possesses the strange power of the abyss. Powerful and evil. Thor was madly adapting to the power of the abyss, and gradually, he was able to cooperate better with the divine power of the world tree within him. Even this adaptation has made the genetic system in his body have a new evolution, becoming more perfect and reasonable. Thor's power has risen again. Damn, what the hell are you? Marduk struggled harder and harder. He looked at Thor in shock, at this guy who could not only increase his strength, but also slightly change his body shape. What hell? This group of devils, more and more let him understand. Die, kill you, and avenge some of my friends. Thor was also shocked by his own strength, but he calmed down quickly, speaking in a low voice, and quickly shot, holding the spear of eternity one after another, and stabbed Marduk hard. The two forces that stirred up each other and exploded with even stronger power, all slammed into Dukemar at this moment, defeating this proud high-level demon. The more he hit, the more shocked and angry he became. His injuries were also getting worse. At one point, Marduk thought he was going to die. Don't fight, Thor, you joined the abyss. Although I don't know why you became a devil, from this moment on, you will become the mortal enemy of all devils. Marduk roared and was about to turn and run away. But these words made Thor's eyes narrow, and he shot with a more vicious posture, even at the expense of injury. If that's the case, then I can't let you go. Thor growled. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying divine power surged, and everything was wiped out with a bang, and more countless demon armies were smashed by Thor on the spot. Marduk faced this unprecedented burst of power head-on. His face turned green. What's worse is that the entire third abyss, the world rule at this moment, is also constantly responding to Thor, constantly strengthening Thor's power of the abyss. Hiss! Another fierce confrontation. Marduk let out a scream. His entire demon body was pierced by a single blow from the spear of eternity. Death to me, Thor roared, blood red in his eyes. The devil gene in his body boiled. Killing and evil instincts made Thor become unprecedentedly violent at this moment. Shot after shot, he stabbed Duke Marl fiercely, not only piercing through Duke's demon body, but also killing the opponent's soul in repeated bombardment. The shrill screams covered everything, and many demons and devils raised their heads one after another, watching this scene in shock. Marduk, the great high-level demon, is so miserable. Beaten like this by the devil, Thor. Boom! Another explosive blow, accompanied by endlessly shattering flesh and bones. Marduk was torn to shreds on the spot by the mad Thor. Together with the soul who wanted to escape in extreme panic, they were intercepted by Thor and smashed to pieces. Marduk, the great demon who used to compete with Mephisto for the name of Hell, Satan, died. Countless devils and demons witnessed this scene with their own eyes. At the same time, all the Abyss World and Hell World, the two rule systems, also reacted instinctively. Soon, many great devils and great demons also showed their astonishment and looked at the direction of the third abyss. They passed the shock of rule and knew, there is a high-level big devil. Kill a high-level big devil. Well done, these filthy and lowly demons. They all deserve to die. Asmodeus smashed back Zadnus, who was also shocked, with a look of satisfaction. There are also some doubts. Thor? This seems to be someone from the Master's side. At the moment, in the multi-universe. David suddenly laughed. Very well, this experiment has been very successful. With the process of killing Duke Mal, he has successfully integrated two different systems, can bring him back. However, Marduk is a bit miserable. This demon should have been brilliant, but he died like this. The name of Thor shook the endless abyss and hell. Countless beings looked at this strange devil in shock, with different expressions. Thor? This is obviously the inferior god of the multi-universe. How can he become a devil? The abyss, the devil, these guys are so weird. They don't know where they came from, they don't know how they were born, and each has a genetic lock technology, so they can't really analyze the core life code of the devil. Many demons were shaken even more, because the one who died was Duke Mal. In the center of countless people's attention, Thor was panting heavily, and after killing Duke Mal, the blood in his eyes finally slowly dissipated, the violent and bloodthirsty emotions finally dissipated. I was driven by the devil's instinct. This is not what a qualified warrior should do. Thor looked down at his scarred hands with a bitter smile. This sudden power was not the power he wanted at all. At this moment, suddenly, the power of a time-space vortex suddenly came. Thor, I found a passage through the abyss. Come back soon. David's voice sounded. Thor's eyes lit up, showing excitement. As expected of my good brother. He rushed into the vortex quickly, and quickly dissipated before the other demons rushed over. The doors closed. The scenery in front of him changed, and Thor had returned to his universe. Thor, how did you become like this? David looked at him in shock. Thor looked ashamed. I don't know. Maybe I was contaminated by the world rule of the abyss. So I became a devil. Thor was ashamed, and felt that it was a shame to face his best comrade with such an evil appearance. It should be like this. The abyss is an extremely terrifying and ancient realm. It can fight against hell, and all lives that fall into it will be terribly distorted. David patted Thor on the shoulder and comforted. In the sky, the active sun spreads its rays generously. Thor was stunned to find that his power actually had a slight, stronger. Although the strengthening amplitude is very small, this signal is too scary. Can you get stronger by basking in the sun? Although only a little bit stronger. David, what is your relationship with the abyss? It doesn't matter, don't think too much about it. I said it before. The abyss is an extremely distorted and crazy world. The biggest reason why the native species there can be named devils is that they cannot be figured out. David sighed and said bitterly, I have dealt with a devil before, and then I was affected by the abyss world. It seems that it has directly caused the devils to gradually have the ability to absorb sunlight, although this absorption efficiency 1/10 000th of mine, but also amazing. That's it. I've suffered you. Thor looked shocked, recalling his experience in the abyss, and immediately believed, because the abyss is really weird and weird. If it is said that this world can replicate the ability of excellent individuals like a multi-universe, it is not impossible to create an infinite number of special individuals similar to infinitely creating parallel universes. But I become like this. Must be Gia, that lunatic. Thor was lost and bewildered. Look, Thor, don't be discouraged by the change in appearance. You're still Thor after all. That Asgard. The power of the devil is now but one of many at your disposal. David patted Thor on the shoulder and sighed. Hela has returned to Asgard not long ago to become king. If you want, you can go back and compete fairly with her for the throne. No, now I'm no longer qualified to be a king. First, I was completely controlled by Gia, and then I fell into the abyss and became a devil. I gave up being a king. I will return to Earth and continue to be Mind's superhero. Thor looked lonely, clutching the spear of eternity tightly, and now only the spear gave him some comfort. The two talked for a while, and Thor flew straight to Earth. David put his hands behind his back and looked at Thor's silhouette. The emotion on his face slowly dissipated at this moment, and there was only endless peace. The experiment was very successful, combined with the scientists' research on the World Tree. The power to completely devour the World Tree has become possible. David's face was flat. Then, with the World Tree as the core, track the whereabouts of the God of Life. As long as the mystery of the God of Life can be analyzed, there is no doubt that David will completely become the ancestor of Krypton that has never been seen before, illuminating the divine gene of all forms. Devouring the God of Life, at least 7 achievements of the Marvel gods are under my control, which is absolutely enough. A cold glow flashed in David's eyes, and he turned his head to look at the incomparably huge World Tree. At this time, a big, beautiful girl with purple eyes ran up to David. David, look, I caught a fun thing. Like offering a treasure, Janata held a big bug to David. The big bug looked at David with a terrified face and shivered violently with just one glance. David's eyes fell on Janata with a faint smile. This is the annihilation, Zerg. Where did you catch it? Just go out for a walk and catch it. Janata jumped up and down, looked down at the big bug, and drooled. David, do you want to eat it? This bug looks delicious. I reminded you long ago that if you want food, what I have here is that even if you go to devour the planet, there's no problem, but don't always stare at some strange things. There was a hot look in David's eyes, and the bug was smashed into scum. Janata looked disappointed, but David raised his head and glanced casually at the deep cosmic starry sky. Under his terrifying vision, he could clearly see the worms scattered all over the galaxies in the universe. Interesting, the annihilation Zerg finally can't stand it anymore. That guy Ernerus can stand it a little bit more than I thought. David's eyes were calm. The mere annihilation of the Zerg, for an existence of his level, is just like playing a family, and it is difficult to raise interest. That is, Ernerus, the insect king of the level single universe, can make David look at him more. I'd better go and see more of my Doomsday body.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.